If White does not win this, this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98! No! That's too much. David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that. This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa! Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that white's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, my good friend, my partner in crime, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, the JSCC is always so much fun. How stoked are you for it to begin?
Just a second. Danny, I told you I'm down to commentate JSCC, but anyone but Robert. That's literally the only precondition. All right, you better replace him or I'm not commentating anymore. They won't listen to me, Robert. They won't listen to me. All right. On a serious note, good morning, everybody. This is the most exciting time of the year. I love the JSCC, and now I feel like I hurt your feelings. So, I feel like I need to say that I enjoy commentating with you as well. But I'm super stoked to be here. This is the first event. Let's kick it off with a bang.
I do appreciate a good joke every now and then, but you need to make the good part of good jokes. So we're going to let you know what we're in here for. It is the Junior Speed Chess Championship. There are, in this first qualifier, 8 participants, Danya, knockout format, 14 games total in different time controls. You can see them here. 7.5 wins you the match.
Very simple. And you get, as is traditional in the JSCC, all 3 time controls, 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1. And there are prizes right off the bat, Robert. Obviously, the point of the qualifier is to qualify to the main event, but there are also monetary prizes on top of that.
That's right. First place gets $500, but most importantly, that entrance ticket into the Junior Speed Chess Championship main event. So the players are all vying for that top spot. They will get paid no matter what their placement is, but this is just the first of 3 qualifiers. 13 players already have their name written into the tournament field, and 3 more will join them. First today, then Thursday, April 7th, and finally, Friday, April 8th will be the third and final qualifier.
Mark your calendars. And also, let's take a look at who is playing in today's qualifier. Now, some of these names might be more familiar to people in the chat, some less. All of these are incredibly strong young players. And when you see IM in front of some of their names, that I is going to become a G in most cases pretty soon.
For a second, I thought you were doing a good old-fashioned Instagram plug. You'd IG, but no.
That's way too deep for me. Come on, you still don't know who you're dealing with after all this time.
Well, Daniel, I do know who we're dealing with in this field, in particular that 1 seed. Pranav actually goes to the same school as Gukesh and Pragyananda. So their school chess team sounds very weak.
Yeah, I mean, do they have a 4th board though? I mean, this is yeah, I heard they got defeated in their local, school championship the other day. But some amazing players here. We have Aditya Mittal. I've read a lot about him. He's an incredibly talented player. Rahul Srivastava over on your top right. He recently played a tournament in Charlotte, the US Masters, and he tied for first place, only losing to Jaspam by the narrowest of margins. So he scored a GM norm. I am super excited to see how these players will fare in Blitz and Bullet.
Yes, and down there in the bottom right, we have Zhu Jiner, a very talented youngster from China, and we have Bibisar Asabayeva. She has made a name for herself. She did so well to win the World Rapid Championship. So, yeah, she is really a star in the field.
Yeah, I mean, she's very strong. She's been playing some of the RCC tournaments, so she's going to be pretty warmed up. And, of course, V. Pranav, top left. At this point, everybody should know that name. He's been playing on chess.com so much. He's incredibly experienced. He might be the most experienced Blitz and Bullet player of this entire field. So I'm going to preempt you in terms of asking for predictions. I feel like Pranav, don't sleep on that name. He might be an IM, but he's an unbelievably strong Blitz and Bullet player.
he certainly is often hovering around 3,000. I do want to apologize. I misspoke there. The Bibisar won the Women's World Blitz Championship. So that's even more important considering that this is blitz and bullet time controls here in the JSCC. But this JSCC would not be possible without our presenting sponsor, that is Susquehanna International Group, LLP. SIG is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. And Danya, for now, we're going to take a quick breather, get ready, get set, because the JSCC first qualifier is set to begin when we return.
Play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Danya, we have 8 contestants trying to make their way to the main event. All 8 of these players, they're hungry, they're talented, and I think they're just about ready.
I love evenly matched tournaments, Robert. I love tournaments where it's almost impossible to predict who's going to win, who's going to qualify. That creates a lot of excitement. I mentioned Pranav, but these players, some of them I'm not too familiar with blitz-wise, and that also contributes to my excitement. I want to see how some of these young players, Francesco Sonis, Aroniak Ghosh, players who I haven't heard quite as much about, I want to see how they fare. And like I said, this is not just a rhetorical point. Every one of them has a shot, and I'm sure you're going to co-sign me on this.
I certainly do. And it's kind of funny because typically when you hear of young chess players, like they're playing too much blitz, but all these players are very successful over the board and they're gaining titles, gaining rating, and they're not quite at that point yet where they're Nihal Sarin, where they're already so good at classical chess. Now they can play all this blitz because we know that streaming and blitz chess, sometimes that does wonders for your classical chess as well.
Apparently it does. I mean, I'd like some of that just a little bit. I don't know who you might be referring to, though. You're being very evasive, let's put it that way. And the games have begun.
Well, we see that the matches are all beginning, and we have Zhu Jiner with the black pieces taking Aroniak Ghosh here. And Danya, this knight in the center of the board, it looks kind of funny for black, but it's defended. If you ever take it, that D pawn is happy to replace the knight, challenging white's setup, and white the same. So the tension between knights is going to remain for at least the time being.
Yeah, it's really funny. I misinterpreted because both knights can be captured by the D pawn by both sides. Here, white takes with the B pawn, and white's got this thorn in black side, the pawn on E5. Hard to say who's better here. This is still a pretty well-known type of position. Black often going C5 in these types of positions. Pretty comfortable, I think, for black out of the opening.
Yes, it's one of those things, though, where white has an extra pawn from the E to the H files. And when you talk about king safety, having that extra pawn can lead to an attack from white's perspective. Now, in end games, and even in middle games, though, the extra pawn for black over there on the queen side can be quite valuable to distract white's pieces.
Absolutely. Yeah, the pawn structure is healthier from, just isolating it from black's point of view. So white should probably try to get things going on the king side. Once again, just to remind everybody, there is a 1 second increment in this tournament. So here we see Aroniak taking quite a bit of time before playing D4. There will still be time scrambles, but the role of time scrambles won't be quite as acute as it is with no increment.
That's correct. And right now you see Zhu Jiner striking with C5, but that pawn structure so stable from white's perspective. You take on D4, I simply take you right back, and that's no problem if you ask me. So I do think that out of the opening stage here, white feels pretty confident, although clockwise, spending a good deal of time.
I want to see H4 and Knight G5, and I will accept nothing less than that. Okay, Rook B1 to start, still flexible, trying to induce B6. And the big question, and in my eyes, is whether white will castle short. That's the sort of quiet approach, or will white go directly for checkmate with H4 and Knight G5?
Yeah, it's sort of a gamble, because when you play H4 and go all in on the king side, maybe you're neglecting your development and control of the other part of the board. But instead, castle is played. I think black should quickly play Knight C6, and it doesn't seem like black's king isn't in any danger. So now it's about figuring out what to do over there on the queen side. I would not play the move C5 to C4. That closes down the position. It releases the tension. I think the tension between C5 and D4 is important, though at some point white can take on C5, play Rook D1. So don't count that out.
And at some point, black can also take on D4, particularly if she's well equipped to take advantage of the C file. Even here, C takes D4 could be considered. The question is where to put the knight. Do you go to C4, or in some of these positions, you move the queen out of the way and then you blockade the E5 pawn from E6? So there's a lot of different setups to adopt here. The next couple of moves are going to decide a lot as Jiner taking on D4.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. And as you said, queen D7 seems like a logical move in the very near future. I can understand leaving the queen on D8 just to keep an eye on the G5 square, because that knight G5 idea is not completely out of the question. And rook F to C1, there's a rook on B file semi-open. That rook can use some of that action there. But for now, white is better coordinated, though. Knight A5, here comes into C4. And it feels like if white doesn't act quickly, black can seize control.
I've lost a lot of blitz games in precisely this structure. Notice the 2-on-1 on the queen side. This basically tells us that most pawn end games, most queen end games are going to be in black's favor because black will have a much easier time creating an outside passer. It's obviously way too early to talk about an end game, but if you think about the fact that the C file is open, there's quite a few trades that could happen down that file. But for black, you don't want to take on C1 too early and cede control of the C file. That's why I like the move queen D7, preparing to trade both rooks at once.
Yeah, it's a flexible approach. That queen can go over there to A4 as well, which will help you play knight C4 in the future, attack that A2 pawn. And so it just feels like black's pieces, they're have more capabilities. For now, white seems okay, but then knight on D2, it's really a defensive piece covering the C4 square. A pawn 3 squares away dominates it, and that pawn on D5 is anchoring that C4 square.
I think the black's in fantastic shape here, and 2 minutes for Arignac. I think he senses the urgency. He's got to create something. Maybe he's regretting not playing H4 earlier, but it seems like Giner is completely in charge of the game right now, despite the fact that objectively the position is probably still equal.
Right. I mean, look at that bishop on E3. It's really serving no actual purpose for now. It's a very passive piece stuck into the knight on D2. Again, defensive.
Picking on good pieces, a perfectly good bishop.
No. I know what you say. Bad
You're
bishops
picking a
defend
fight.
good pawns, right? That's what you're going
right.
to tell me?
I don't know how
D4
good the D4 pawn is.
It looks pretty, it's protecting E5. Ooh. Wow, that was a big choice.
I don't know if that was necessary. Now, this gives white a choice in turn to take on Passant, which I would not rule out because the E5 square there could have been accessible for the knight. Arignac going G3. That was a very committal decision by.
Remember how you said, though, that knight could go to A5 or could go to E6? Now you want that knight on E6 because you play F4 for black. So that knight on A5 not exactly doing that much from there. It would prefer to be on E6 staring over the pawn that's blockading.
Yeah, so you could, of course, play knight C6, but this takes 3 moves, and that would mean completely sort of giving up your campaign on the queen side. And also knight C6 can potentially be met with queen B5. Maybe some knight takes C5 tactics there, but that just doesn't seem appetizing. And blockading the pawn with the queen, Robert, even Nimzovich would say that the queen is just not a very good blockader. It's got better things to do.
It certainly does. And this position, G3 played, now black. She's sitting and thinking, trying to figure things out. So queen E6, there's that blockade you mentioned. Not what you want, but the knight can't kick that queen out. So that's the good news for black.
But now there's the potential for queen A6. And white's knight currently doesn't really have a good role, but it is guarding the C4 square. So it could stay put for now. White could also throw an F4 if he's worried about black playing F4, which could be a problem if white abandons the king.
Yeah, and F4 for black would be an idea if that queen is venturing elsewhere. So here, king G2 played by white. I like that, protecting H3 just preemptively. And G6, that's too quiet. I think that you had access to the C4 square. I would have considered knight into C4 at that moment because that queen A6 idea for white looks very powerful.
Yeah, I feel like Giner has lost the thread just a little bit, but 1 minute for Arignac. In our other 2 games that are going on right now, crazy stuff happening. Shall we switch really quickly to one of those games?
Let's do it.
So we have here Francesco Sonis, Grandmaster from Italy, against Ritvik Raja, Grandmaster versus Grandmaster matchup. 48 seconds for black for Ritvik. And it's too early for a position like this, Robert. You take the lead. What's going on?
Okay, there's a king on E2, though it looks actually safe for the moment. And queen C6 feels like a queen trade that I want.
Queen C6 looks devastating. I'm still counting pawns about 2 minutes and looking at this position. I think white is up a pawn. That's basically all I've concluded.
Okay, and there's queen C6.
This is terrible for black because after the trade, that pawn appears on C6 and then F4 could happen. Black's whole position topples over. And I think Francesco's going to win.
And there's a very direct sequence that if you trade queens and play knight D8 because you're getting that C6 pawn, this is going to happen. Now after F4, bishop F4, your rook takes D8. Yeah.
Beautiful. And Francesco has 2 minutes to see that. Now he's going to see the fact that the pawn on C7 is in contact. He plays F4, very confident, and he's going to carry the first game in style.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where it looks like you blundered a pawn because the rook pins the E3 pawn, but you distract the rook by taking the knight, and then you get to take the bishop after that. 2 minor pieces for the. Wow, this is all happening. I predicted this entire game. I feel good. I'm
No,
done
you're
for the day.
amazing.
You're
You should be
commentating
playing the
solo.
qualifier.
I'm a little too
It sounds
old,
good
but
to me.
otherwise I would be up for it.
I mean, since when is 21 too old?
Wow, look at you, flattering.
Now, knight takes c7 maybe was possible, and then there was bishop e7 there, but unnecessary. And Francesco tucking his king away. He's about to get his rook into the game. This is resignable for black.
Yes, very simple.
And our other game is also crazy. Pranav against Aditya Mittal. Pranav just found a brilliant tactic. Bishop takes f7, and rook e7 is coming. And he's up in exchange.
And that's a good way to do it. And you see Pranav's rating, the 2860 in Blitz. That feels on the low side for him. I think maybe he's had a tough couple of days slugging it out with other strong Blitz players, but don't count that guy out ever.
No, absolutely not. And he's winning this game in style. He's just up a full exchange. That move disliked by the evil barber. Rook takes h6. I would get the other rook into the game with rook a1.
Right. It avoids background checkmates, and it just brings a piece into the attack. Ooh.
And by the way, okay, so he's won the bishop and he's going to win the game. Back to our initial game, Aroniak against Giner, which has reached a bishop endgame, which is just winning for white, the a2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Where did black's queenside go?
Yeah, wasn't black the one who was up a pawn on the queen side?
I was thinking the same thing. There was a 2-on-1, and now there's a 1-on-0, but not from black's perspective.
No, this
How
is
did that happen?
Mop up duty, use the a-pawn as a decoy, and then bring the king towards the center and win all of black's remaining pawns.
Yeah, this plan is as old as the hills. You distract the king and vacuum up the pawns. The first game goes to Aroniak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what game shall we observe? All three of the games are in the opening phase.
Yes, and we should, I guess, state clearly that Bibisara Asabeva, it appears that she has not shown up, which means that her match is going to be a default. And that's unfortunate at this stage, but happens sometimes. And people are busy and maybe forget their calendars.
It happens, and I'm sure Rahul will get a challenge in the next match. He will not get an easy pass all the way to the qualification. He will have to defeat some good players. I've pulled up Aditya against Pranav. It's a 1-point lead for Pranav in a sort of Benko Gambit type position where white's got this c4 square, and generally you put a knight here in these types of positions.
Yeah, if you're lucky, you better put a knight on it. And that c4 square, it's just available for white's pieces. It's a turnstile because black doesn't have pawns to kick pieces out of there. So bishop b5 check played first. There could be a strike with e5 at any moment if you're not careful from Pranav's point of view. So you got to watch out for that because e5, d5, d6, especially if a knight blocks this bishop's check.
Yeah, Aditya showing some metal with that move, bishop b5. No.
You didn't have to, did you?
It is 7:13 a.m. So, the standards by which you judge me have to be, a little bit more lenient, shall we say?
Okay. I do forgive you. Oh,
wait, e5 and d6. I don't know if I'd be able to resist that. Would you?
No, of course not. It's what I was just mentioning. So it feels like you just throw your pieces forward. Although after e5, maybe there's a knight move instead of the immediate capture, but it looks suspicious to say the least.
Yeah, e5, knight g4, e6, bishop takes g5.
Right, because e d7 check, bishop d7, if we just go down that sequence, the king will end up on d7 where maybe it's not too unhappy to be there.
Yeah, we were looking at this line. Now a move has been played, so let me e5, knight e4.
Okay, that knight has to be trapped, right?
So what exactly does white do? Bishop takes e7, queen takes
and queen e2, and queen e2.
f5.
e6. Thank you. Good game.
It's one knight or the other knight, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is over.
Oh,
and bishop f4. Whoa! That was a terrible move.
And he
let black castle.
No, and now black is suddenly perfectly fine, if not better.
Bishop f4 is really bad. You gotta sense it. You gotta sense that there has to be a win there. And Robert, that's a situation where I would even not hesitate to take another minute. Because if you win the knight, you can win this game with 2 minutes on the clock. Aditya just rushing it. And now Pranav is a great position. He's better.
Yeah, because that pawn on d5 is isolated and black just operates around it with the activity of the knight in the center. That was a shocking miss from somebody as strong as Aditya.
Can't give games away like that. And, that's what destroys you in the match. Now, this game is obviously not over. bishop takes d6 and maybe put this bishop on c6. But black's pawns, that's the thing with these Benoni-Benko structures. When you lose control of the c4 square, black's pawns just stream down the board. And once the pieces unfurl, I mean, you better watch out.
You better not cry, I've heard as well.
Is that a song?
Come on, man. You said you better watch out. I know it's not Christmas time yet, but still, what is happening here?
Oh my God. I'm pulled this up because Rithvik is destroying Francesco Sonis in the second game. How did this happen? Now, just really quickly, there was a Slav. Okay, whoops.
Yikes.
Oh, look at black's king. Look at black's king.
Although white needs to be careful of only one thing. Queen takes b3. If you're not looking out for it, that removes the pin on the pawn on e6.
Villa h5, steal a win.
Well, that's what happens when there's no development for black.
And then
right?
take g6. You can literally sack whatever you want, and it's just going to be made. That's the sad thing about this. And for Rithvik is definitely calculating this right now. You can sense the wheels turning.
Yes.
He just has to not be scared of queen takes b3. It's very important, not to react emotionally to moves like that, because when you get frustrated, it's easy to stop calculating. Like, you got to be stubborn.
If you play queen e4 and trade queens, we have to remember that white's not actually up any material. So that's how we go from completely winning positions to giving our opponent very good chances to hold the game. So I think you're right that f takes e4, and that's what's just played. Way too strong of a tactical player is Rithvik to not play pawn takes e4.
Development. And maybe knight c6 should be tried by black. Is that a little more resilient?
Oh, there has to be some kind of
knight
d5.
Knight d5, I can take your queen, though.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't forget about that. Okay, he took b3, but queen h5 is going to end the game.
Yes.
g6, knight g6, and this is all happening. Queen g3 maybe, but knight simply e5 even. Knight e5, and then rook f3. You've got 800 pieces to 0.
You want a fun fact about Rithvik?
Sure.
I got 2 for you. First of all, he scored 2 GM norms in like a 3-week period last year. So that's already impressive. And he also is best friends with Arjun Erigaisi.
Oh, wow. That's really funny. And of course, Arjun is one of the best blitz players on the site.
Mm-hmm. So a pretty weak friendship duo between those two.
I mean, totally. Really, the average rating, do you think it's over 1,600? I think Rithvik lost some rating. I think they're managing 1,500, but barely.
Well, he's managing this attack very nice. Queen takes h7. Checkmate is the threat, and this is going to be a smothered checkmate in a moment here once the knight lands at f7.
The queen and the knight, the most dangerous tandem in all of chess. The way that it combines is a sight to behold. Queen g6. Even somebody like Yevgeny Tomashevsky, or queen takes g6 and rook takes g7. Capablanca would play this,
and Rithvik would play it as well. So
Jose Raul Rithvik.
Instead of taking a queen and going up that material, so look how easy this is. A clean exchange, rook on the 7th rank, probably going to be a ladder checkmate in the very near future. Can't develop.
Get this position away from me. Thank you very much. Okay, so the Giner game is, they're locked in a double rook endgame. Maybe we can take a brief look at this. This is not the most interesting game currently.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get a handle on who's playing for the win here. I would be inclined to say black due to his protected pass pawn, but white's got the more mobile and the more outside potential for a passer.
Yeah, it's the pawn structure very stable for black, but as soon as you push your pass pawn to d4, now you have to start worrying, has it gone too far? As the king just can come scoop it up. So king d8, king c8, clearly the plan. And maybe white's pawns are not quick enough. And those pawns on the king side, Danya, on e5 and g5, if that black rook gets in the game, they might fall.
Yeah, but I think you make a great point that's not often not talked about enough, about protected pass pawns in this infuriating situation where you keep trying to find the right moment to push it, and the moment you push it, it's unprotected, so you end up never pushing it. It's like those I think my mom sent me this troll video once. It's just 10 minutes of somebody jumping on a trampoline and getting ready to do this huge jump across all these obstacles, except he never jumps, of course. And you watch the 10-minute video like a fool. So will black ever push this pawn? It's way too early to do it for now.
That's right. And you also want to release your rook C2 check, but then maybe there's king d3 giving up f2 for b7 because white has connected passed pawns on the queen side. So king c8 played first, and after king d2, that rook doesn't get in the game. So there's all these trade-offs that you have to evaluate in pretty much no time in a blitz game. And for Zhu Junior, you want to do something with your queenside majority, but I like this move rook b4, stopping the deep pawn's progress and thinking about heading over to the king side.
And that f7 pawn, it's, you know, holding the entire Roman Empire on his shoulders. If you lose that pawn, you're going to lose e6 and g6, and everything's going to fall. So black has to be able to return to c7 in the event of rook f4. Junior could play rook f4 anyway in order to tie down black's rook. And if she wants to play ambitiously, she could push the pawns, but don't sleep on black's king, Robert, because that black king could worm its way into white's position if white is not careful. Maybe just leave the pawn on b4 and create a little bit of a force field.
But a common mistake that people do make is playing b4, b5. And as you were just pointing out, that king will slither in a7, b6, a5, and then that pawn a4 is a target.
Yeah, so she plays rook b4. I would have put the pawn on b4 and just chilled and essentially made a draw.
Yeah, I think she's can make a draw at any moment, just rook f4, rook b4 kind of thing, just hold the position steady. But she might want to win considering she lost game one.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't even see how you can try, and she's got 23 seconds. If anything, okay, draw by repetition.
Yeah.
A fair result, 1.5 half the score after the 5-minute portion. And the last remaining game in the 5+1 portion, Aditya still locked in that infuriating game where he could have knocked Pranav out in the opening, but he's holding on. He was worse. Now he's holding on.
Oh,
both sides below 30 seconds.
And that move, trading queens, go after the a5 pawn. I think this looks worse for black. I wouldn't want to have this position, but knight d4 is a really nice choice, trading things off.
And would you play b3 or no? He plays knight takes c6.
I think after b3, I would have considered rook b5 with an exchange sacrifice to get that pawn on b3.
Look at you, the early morning exchange sacks. But these kinds of endgames, in my experience, are very hard to hold with very limited time, given how easy it is to blunder.
I was especially after that rook got to f4, because now the rooks can sit actively while defending that pawn instead of one rook being on a2 and then one rook being on the 4th rank and you can't really move. Now the rook can go to b4, and any moment rook b7 might happen, and you have to watch out for your pawns on the 7th rank.
And it's very hard to formulate a defensive strategy for black. White has the idea of bringing the king all the way to the queen side, as a thought, but Aditya could also adopt the strategy
f4.
of just and g4.
Yeah, f4 and g4.
Or no,
exactly.
just rook takes f4. Okay, he brings the rook behind the pawn.
Didn't like that.
But now it's tied down.
Yeah, well, look at the clock, by the way. Pranav, I know, is a bullet beast, but he's getting really low on time here. Ooh,
yeah.
Great restraint, by the way, because f5 check was super, the move that you just want to play, but he goes f6, giving you more flexibility. Here we go. And the king's
now
coming
he
to the
plays
queen
it. They've traded all but one pawn on the king side. I don't know who that favors exactly. And now white adopting that plan, bringing the king to the queen side.
King c3, keep going.
And then king b4.
Slow down for a moment there. Oh, he wants rook c4. He's going to go active.
Look at that clock. I feel like Pranav's going to blunder one way or another. It's just so hard to defend this for a long time.
And there probably was a ladder checkmate just there. Rook c7 check.
White had to be very careful there. King a3, rook g3 would have been perpetual.
King d4.
White can blunder a rook here.
King d4. Oh, then rook d7 check. Exactly the type of rook blunder you were just mentioning.
It's so easy to. This is a 3-result game. What rook takes f4 there?
Rook c5. And now a5 and it's protecting f5 is under attack.
King e6 maybe. King
rook
g2
g2
is going to h5.
King f6. Rook c6. Rook c6.
King f7. For 3 seconds now.
Oh, he lost the a pawn. He lost the a pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Now
it's a draw.
A very easy draw.
And Pranav with the save.
Oh
with
my
2 seconds left, and at some point Aditya had right around 20. A frustrating 5-minute portion for him.
Yeah, that was ridiculous out of the opening because there was a knight that was just lost in the center of the board. It wandered too far, but okay, Pranav, buddy, manages to survive and continues with the lead. So we have 3 very closely contested matches. 1 match has been defaulted, unfortunately, but still 3 more remain. So we are going to take a short breather here, and when we return, it's going to be the 3+1 portion of the match. Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship continues this weekend, featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all the action every weekend right here on chess.com. Danya, there is action that we want to catch. That is the Junior Speed Chess Championship Qualifier #1. This is presented by SIG. And the first few games, if it's any indication of what's to come, it's going to be an exciting ride.
It really is. I mean, all of these matches, and obviously an unfortunate occurrence in the Srivastav Asobaeva match as Bibisara forfeiting. But all of the other matches, the three other quarterfinal matches, have been very close. It's very, very hard to predict how they're going to go. Frustrating time for Aditya Mittal. Definitely on his end, he has to try to play a little bit more incisively, a little bit more aggressively against Pranav.
For sure. And well, the games are continuing now in the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. And Danya, this will favor the bullet specialist. I mean, no one's really a specialist here because they're good at all time controls. But for players who are particularly good at bullet, the less time on the clock, the better it is for them.
Absolutely. And I think Pranav very much at home in the 3-minute time control. This game, in my opinion, is very, very important. It's crucial for Aditya to not lose. He loses the first 3-minute game and you just get this feeling of a runaway train. But it's already looking really good for White, so much so that I would already start considering sacrifices on h6 pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, once you take on h6, you never look back and you just go full on for the attack. So this is looking scary. He wants bishop f8 next, but that doesn't solve all. And there goes the bishop to b3. It doesn't solve all your problems.
I mean, knight h5, White has just abundant resources on the king side. This is like a Rui Lopez from Black's nightmares. I mean, Black doesn't have anything going on the queen side. Now, wait a second. No, bishop a4. Pranav literally, he did not have a single sec. I didn't have a second to wait.
No, it's, it just walked its way to a4. It could have gone to a4 in one turn. It first threatened the king, then it gained a tempo instead of going to a4 initially. And now a3 played so that bishop can work its way back to a2.
That's a very deep move, Robert. These are the kinds of moves that really define blitz experts. That's a classy move. Preparing bishop b3, creating a hole, the restraint that it takes to not just throw something on g7 or throw something on h6, but rather prepare the attack. That's pretty impressive and puts Black in a very difficult spot.
Indeed, because I would definitely have been considering that sacrifice on g7, going for the attack. And instead, Black is sitting here thinking, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do because look at my bishop on h7. I could take on f5, but then the knight replaces the first one and I'm still getting attacked. And that opens the g3 square for the queen. So I think some people think in order to defend, we need to take away attackers, but you have to realize that it helps White's attack in many ways.
And a6, not out of desire, but out of not knowing what to do. And the engine is nowhere near starting on the queen side for Black. And in the meantime, bishop takes h6 is already on the cards, or as Yasser would say, on tap. Bishop f8.
Knight h5. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, knight h5. And if knight takes h5, I think at that point there are already tactics connected with the f7 pawn. Try this on for size. Knight h5, knight takes h5, bishop f7, and knight h6 with a mate on f7.
Yeah, that's
watch this happen. For now, we'll see that. Let me tell you.
This one, you cannot take that knight, and I think that Aditya knows that. He's not going to be grabbing it, but I think he has to grab the knight f5 now. Just try to get rid of that attacker because of all of these knight h6, knight f6 ideas. So bishop takes f5, take away one of the pieces. The queen will replace the knight, and then I don't have a next move, but I don't see the immediate knockout blow for White.
Right. I mean, for Black, if you can get this even into a really bad endgame, psychologically, that can be a little bit harder to handle, but Aditya now below a minute. This is a dominant display in this game by Pranav.
I think you take on f5 like queen e7. Just like give yourself the option to trade knights on 8.
No
Bishop f7?
way. Bishop takes f7.
Oh gosh. And he played in 2 seconds.
I mean, king h8, he's got to play, but then just queen takes h5 and White's winning tons of material.
The rook on e8 is just trapped over there and they're still in attack. No, this is a one-sided game.
Oh my
What?
goodness. He walks into man. Aditya is just not, he's just out of sorts here. Completely out of sorts.
This is a miniature.
This is brilliant. I mean, again, the queen and the knight. That's all that, I mean, the bishop on c1 actually is playing a role in the attack. I love situations like this, but the bishop actually defends the knight. So king g6 doesn't help due to queen f5.
Mm-hmm. So
What
that
a
is
game.
a 2-point lead for Pranov here, and great start for him. And Aditya missed his chance, trapping that knight in the other game. He needs to find that if he's going to take down somebody like Pranov.
He's down 2 points. He's got to strike, and he has to play more aggressively, has to get better positions out of the opening. I've switched here to Sonis against Ritvik. They're locked at 1 apiece. This is still the first game of the 3-minute portion.
And I was about to mention, hanging pawns, and all of a sudden I saw that a5 pawn was grabbed, and bishop c7. Very, very annoying move. Bishop b6, just removing that rook from covering the b6 square. So you take a2, I take c5.
a4.
A4, a5. Just protect both the bishop and the pawn
Or
at the same time.
No. Bishop h3 wasn't good. a4 I thought was totally dominant.
It was, for sure.
Now I would take on a2 and maybe try to squeeze in d4 at the end of the line. He plays d4 immediately.
And that move is hated. Is bishop h3 an idea for
passion?
Bishop h3 asks a difficult question to black. Like, how are you going to deal with your rook hanging? c5 is still loose. So
apparently a4 is the best move here. Just ignoring everything that's happening and saying, I'm going to defend my pawn because you didn't take it on the previous turn.
It's logical, but very difficult to play, I feel like, with the tension on d4, the tension between the bishops on g2 and b7. But yeah, he goes for this, which will be a pawn up ending, kind of like the one we were just watching in the 5-minute portion. Extra pawn for white, but pair of rooks for both sides gives black good chances.
And in addition, the pawn is closer to the center than it was in that other game. And also notice how active black's rooks are. I mean, black is already threatening rook b2 and then rook d2. This is, I don't even think Francesco's trying to win this.
No. And I think that rook back to c1 was a mistake. If you're going to protect the f pawn, you want to do that from f3 square, so you have active pieces.
Yeah, this is too passive, but wait a second, d6.
Just king will march
D6,
on over.
Yeah, okay, d6 and e6.
And can't go rook e1, which you want to do to cut the king off, and then play d6, f2 hangs, and at the very least, black will have a draw there.
Francesco really gave that one away. I think a4, the first time he had it, would have ended the game immediately because you eliminate the only source of counterplay. You identify what is it that my opponent can do to mix things up. Oh, the a2 pawn is hanging. Let me defend that. And then you have a completely watertight position.
Well, this is as drawn as it gets. There's an increment. Oh my God. A commentator's curse that was missed by both. Oh no!
What happened? Oh my God! I was showing the chat.
Oh, okay. No. Sorry,
okay.
I thought it happened again.
No. I was just rewinding to show everybody that the skewer.
You showed a second. I'm like, not again, please, no.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened again. Dude, Robert, he's got 25 seconds.
Oh my gosh!
Points are being left on the table here.
Ooh, you scared me.
I'm
We're supposed
sorry,
to be friends.
I'm supposed to be.
I was like, not a second time. Once was enough.
Maybe this will happen a second time. Maybe that was a portent. Wait, I have a feeling. No, they're offering each other draws. That is a fair result given what happened there. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, walking into the skewer like that.
Okay, now this is not actually happening, Robert. This is not from the game.
Okay.
Rook e8, h5. White has 30 seconds here and spends a second on h4. It's just automatic reaction. Rook to e check wins the rook.
Yeah, but I think they've kind of agreed to a draw in their head, so they're just making moves to play them. But yes, you got to make the most of your opportunities. And whoa, what's with the Irish pawn center here?
Yeah, Irish pawns, but this e pawn is threatening to take on f3. Giner aiming for the e6 pawn with a fork.
And if you try to defend that pawn with like a knight to f4, now white regains that e pawn because the knight came into attack.
Nice move
for a second time. I like it a lot.
The bishop could come out to c4 when necessary to connect the rooks. Rook d8 is not even possible because that square is protected twice. Black is lost here. I would play e takes f3 and at least bank on to save these positions, to mount these crazy comebacks, you need at least some source of counterplay, something that will bother your opponent.
Right. So you just grab a bunch of pawns and say, if you don't beat me in the next few moves, now I'll look at my F pawn and the E pawn rolling and E takes F3 played. But the evaluation bar goes up, but I do think from a practical perspective, it gives Black better chances than any other move.
Yeah, although Black might run out of pieces and pawns after his knight takes F8, queen takes C5, all you can eat buffet. And this pawn should be pretty easily contained by White's rooks and White's bishop.
Yeah, it's the good bishop to have because it's sitting in front of where that pawn wants to promote. And if it goes and takes that pawn on A6 at some point, it still defends that square. Looks just completely won.
Yeah, I would snap that pawn off. Now this has to be pretty easy. Even rook G1, if you want a little flair for the dramatic. Queen takes G1, bishop C4 check. Completely unnecessary and bad, but I just felt the need to point out a tactic.
No, I like it. It just makes sure that you keep your opponent on his toes there.
Speaking of being down pawns, Robert, how many pawns is White down here? 800, and he just blundered an exchange.
I actually can't count it. 4?
It is
no,
really
3.
hard to count.
It's 3.
3 pawns and an exchange.
Yes.
Okay, so we can entrust Pranav with the conversion here, and this match is getting away from Aditya. He's just not finding his footing.
Yeah, and Pranav, he's too good. He punishes you if you're not on your A+ game.
I thought the eval bar was showing equality for a second, but it was just resetting.
Just taking its time.
It's only +3. I would not call this game over just yet. Somehow Black has gotten connected passers, Robert.
Yeah, those pawns do look good. And it's no surprise that a player as strong as Aroniak here will have chances. And actually, Aroniak drew Ding Li Ren back in 2019. There was an exhibition match and drawing Ding Li Ren. And these days, only one player in the world seems to be able to do it over in China as those games come out. So Aroniak being able to accomplish that feat a few years ago in an exhibition game, that's an accomplishment.
Did you like to play simuls when you were lower rated? Were you a fan of playing simuls against GMs?
I can't think of a time where I ever played in a simul against a GM. So
interesting, because I was really into simuls.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of exhibition matches, that's what made me think of it. I have a funny story. The very first simul that I played, it was given by 2 grandmasters, and you got put into one of the simuls at random. I got put into the Roman Djindjiashvili simul, and my brother and I, we knew who that was, so really, really impressed. And so my brother walks out of the pairing room, and he's super disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'm playing this guy, Jan Elvis, completely unknown, so much worse than Djindjiashvili. Of course, Elvis is one of the strongest players in America, but we'd heard of Djindjiashvili. We hadn't heard of Elvis. We both got crushed.
Yes. Now,
in the meantime, as I'm blathering on, wait a minute, F2 and E3, can you sack the queen?
Oh my gosh.
F2, rook F1, E3.
That's unbelievable. The knight on H5 covers the F4 square.
But this is still good. I mean,
F2 rook F1, and you don't have the E3 square under your control. So knight G4.
So Black supports it. How did this happen?
A4? Now F2 just rook F1. Wait,
but now rook takes E3.
Yeah, rook E3 is a good move.
Shouldn't have given away that pawn.
And queen C3 check?
Unclear.
I like queen C3 check or queen D2
don't make
check
the
there.
Draw. Bishop D3. Yep.
Push your pawns. No, what are you doing?
Don't repeat.
Okay, rook queen F2.
We're attacking the bishop. Oh, she's gonna pick up the pawn.
Yes, that's huge because he could have taken an A4. Didn't want it, I guess.
This should be winning. Black has to keep the queen on the board.
Yeah, I was thinking of knight D5. Even queen takes F4. 1 second. Go.
Oh my God, this is stressing me.
All right, so pre-moves. Let's see the speed. Queen C3. Queen C3.
Queen. Trade queens, but she's going for checkmate. Queen E7 check.
Okay.
Up a little time. Repeating A5. Just
A5
push it.
Looks good. She brings her queen in line with the bishop.
Now there's threats though.
But there's no mate.
She wins the knight.
Wow. Gosh, this game.
Queens.
It's too early for this.
Queen D3. And Aroniak is still playing as he should. Now he resigns. But that idea with F2 and E3 was incredible.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. When you think that your light square bishop is covering everything.
Show that real fast?
Yeah, let's do it.
I feel like this is worth it. So when the queen was attacked, F2 attacking the rook F1, and now E3, Bishop takes c6. It's not even objectively that good. It's just a super cool position. And apparently this is not winning for black, probably because of rook c1. But it's still an amazing position. Look at this. You're down a queen and a rook, and white can't stop the pawns.
Nope.
So anyhow, back we go to this game.
Black's king is not being attacked, even though the G pawn is missing, and that pawn d3 is a little strong. One might. Queen e4.
Monka S.
Monka Sonis.
Whoa. Boom. Monka. Okay, good one. No, it's the other way around.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just said something that.
Look at this.
Oh, geez.
Look at this. I mean, this is just, I mean, ooh.
Oof.
What to say? Look at Black's bishops just sort of pitifully observing from a distance, merely passive spectators to the king's demise.
This just seems like white just took something on h6 and took on g7. Knight f6 check should lead
Or
to
bishop f6.
Yeah, bishop f6 looks very easy because you have queen g5 check coming. Bishop takes f8 probably isn't that bad. Just throwing that out there.
No, I'm kicking Pranav out of the qualifier if he takes on f8.
Yeah, there are so many other great options, but we were just talking about this. You know, there are moments where you want to go all in for the attack, and sometimes it's easy just to take a piece. And
Knight f6.
Yeah,
going for the Hess continuation.
Well,
I might kick him out for that as well, but we'll see.
They do say Hess is more, so.
World Hess Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, EF. I was thinking you would take with the bishop to clear the path for the queen, but this really illustrates the domination. The bishop just sitting on g7 and king h2. I would play king h2.
Yeah, don't take that bishop. What about king h1, perhaps?
Even better, eliminating any potential checks.
But then
I love making moves like that. Just like not taking stuff because you know it's mate. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just going to say, this is one of those moments where you think pre-move queen h6, queen h8 checkmate, and then black in a bullet game plays queen takes f6, and then you pre-move queen h6, and you start losing your pieces.
There's nothing more infuriating, and I'm sure we're going to see that to some degree in the bullet segment, nothing more infuriating than a situation like that, a bad pre-move. And then you're telling yourself, why did I pre-move? I had so much time on the clock. Really, you shouldn't pre-move virtually at all in a 1+1 game. You should minimize pre-moves.
Indeed.
Because of the increment, in my opinion.
Oh,
Total domination by Pranav.
Won't stop winning.
No, he will not. No, he will not.
Oh, look at this. Francesco Sonis is a player of my own heart. This looks like a hippo.
It does. And is it as bad as most hippos are? Probably not quite after queen e2.
Yeah, no, white's doing okay because look at that bishop on g2. It's an absolute all-star piece. And if you ever take on e3, which maybe now is something you want to do, but white wants to close the position exactly. We'll move like f5 at some point. So now you take back on e3.
Yeah, but this looks very flimsy. I would throw an e5 and just try to tear open the position while you still have a chance, while white still hasn't castled yet.
But e5 and white plays f5, right? Just like make sure that the center doesn't get fully open.
Just throw the pawns at you.
Usually that's a good idea.
Knight d5 here is the move. Oh, what a sick move. I mean, that is just brilliant. He did play e5.
Mm-hmm.
But knight d5 wins the pawn on f4 because you can't take it. Nope. No, that's not how that works.
But look at the eval bar now. You make it move e5, and then after trading on f5, now you try going to f4, but it's sky high for white because there's about to be an attack against this king on g8. Rook g1 coming. You can castle queenside. There's no attack for black over there.
So you're implying that taking Naroditsky's advice causes the eval bar to perform essentially a 180.
I'm just saying that. What?
Whoa.
What? What?
Was that a mouse slip? Because how can you not put a rook and shoot? Castle the other way. The queen side is so safe. What was that?
Castle king side?
That is, I mean, white is still probably much better. And black just blundered the b7 pawn, which doesn't help. But now it's a game.
I can't get over that move, honestly.
And now it's a game. Look at that king on g1. Knight threatening a fork. Knight takes d3. I wouldn't pay too much heed to the e-ball bar. Black has gotten a little bit active here.
Although after queen f3, you need that queen to go to h4 for black. Like jump over the bishop, but that's not legal. So
yeah, bishop c6 also very strong. Pinning the knight this way and that way. The knight jumping into e4. No, this is still losing. I guess I was a little over optimistic.
I can't get over castle kingside though.
That is nuts.
That might be wild. The most surprising thing we'll see all day. And we've already seen some great tactics and attacks, but castling kingside.
The skewer, I have to say, probably was the craziest thing. Wait, now knight takes f6. I don't like that move at all. This is cashing in too soon.
Okay.
Rook takes, no. Queen g2 maybe, but then bishop b3 check.
Bishop back to f4 or g5. Yeah, you're pointing that square out.
Yeah, and white still has to win this. Move the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d8.
Oh, queen trade went down in exchange. Interesting choice.
I suppose black does have his share of passed pawns. And again, back to the psychology. Now white has to get his hands dirty and, grind a win out in this endgame. This knight has nice job blockading the pawn on b5, so it's not going anywhere yet.
And if the bishop ever takes an f4, now you can take with the e pawn and then put your knight on e5.
Correct.
And here it
I've
comes.
seen so many of these types of positions won by black. This is getting complicated. Knight e5, rook takes e5, maybe?
Yeah, the rook would take. That rook e7.
Rook e6.
Oh,
king f5.
King f5.
And knight e5, he walks right into it.
And g4, even if knight e5 wasn't good? How did this turn around?
Knight e5, g4 now. Black is for choice. In fact, black is winning.
Look at those pawns.
Here come the pawns.
Yeah, you can't stop those. Rook h8 is going to be played. F3 check.
Gracious. And then rook h1, there's f3.
Knight f3. There's no knight f3 because rook e5 check, I guess.
F3 was premature, though. Rook f4 and rook e5.
Wow.
F3 was premature.
Well, only move rook takes e5 here.
He has to find it. He does. Now what's going on? Is white better again after king takes f3?
E4 check, rook e4, rook h3 check. This king g2
almost wins the rook. Rook g3 now. White's winning again.
This game
b6
can't stop the pawn. Rook c4, b7,
and then rook c3 check. Whoa, that's way too slow.
Rook b3. Wait, no. The king's in the square.
Rook c3 was hasty. He's got to go back.
Yeah, he will right now.
Back to c8 he goes.
But he threw in that check first. I like that, just to kick the king to the first rank.
Great move. And now, ooh, threatening checkmate. What a move. I would have pre-moved rook takes a4 and gotten made.
You just said
this, Robert.
You just said don't pre-move when there's increment.
Do I look like somebody who follows my own advice? Didn't think so.
I would hope so, but I guess no. So b7, king d2, and then e3.
Whoa.
Wait, e3, and then rook h8.
Rook h8.
Oh my gosh, this game has been a roller. E2 check.
And then e2 and rook d8 check. Black promotes first.
This game has been a roller coaster.
Lands, take it. How did this happen? Unbelievable.
Kids these days.
Francesco Sonas gives one away. Oh my lands.
And it's all because he castled kingside, Danya.
It really is. I mean, that started it all. And we called it too. The eval bar, yeah, there were still moments when white was winning clearly, but it just was never the same. The position was just a little bit more complicated after that.
And this matchup, it looks like Pranav just cruising at this point, up 4 games. So this is our most lopsided match. The other two are very close.
Yeah, let's check into the Jujiner against Aroniak Gauche match. And this is 2-3 in Aroniak's favor currently. With one more game, right? One more 3-minute game to play.
That's correct. And this game, it reminds me of the game we checked in earlier, except there was a white pawn on g5. So the knight somehow got traded on that square, but the pawn structure does look like that game we were watching earlier.
And you can't castle just yet for black. You don't want to give up h5. You could play g6 and then castle. I think that's actually quite important for black to tuck the king away so that you can queen g4. Very interesting move.
All right, I thought these are supposed to be junior players. Why is this is an old school type of move? An idea, queen c4 to g4. I love it, but it's one of those veteran type ideas to get to the end game where you're better.
This is one of those Anthony Sadie taught me this in the 60s kind of move.
such a good reference.
Well, I actually had the honor of playing Dr. Anthony Sadie a couple of years ago. He's still sharp.
Yeah, no, you caught me by surprise.
I don't know where that came from of all the names.
Yeah, no, it was good. What is queen takes g4 now a threat, followed by rook a4? So the problem with taking on g4 from white's perspective is that when the h pawn would take back, the knight on g5 could get trapped. So that's why she probably didn't take on g4 the first time, but playing a5 opened up the fourth rank for her rook.
Well, yeah, I lost an endgame just like this against Gatakamsky. I did lose a very similar Karok on endgame.
I remember that game.
This is my first U.S. championship in 2011, and I was devastated because I thought I had the draw in my pocket, and I did. But no, I was too nervous.
Against Gata, you never do. That's how that works, right? It's
exactly.
Like you play him, and it's like it's equal, and then this it just slowly gets worse and worse, and then just lost. And you're like, I don't even know where I went wrong. But here, the position, it says it's about level, and that makes sense to me. You need to be careful in this game because the a5 pawn, it sort of sticks out, and black could play rook h8 to c8 and maybe up to c5. And how are you going to go protect that pawn?
Black is better. Eval bar, I know, with precise defense, white can hold everything together, but black's got everything where he wants it to be. Rook c5 looks great here. Mm-hmm. Now, how are you going to defend this one? If a6, then b6. Fixing the pawn on a weak square, and then rook a5 becomes a problem.
Yeah, that pawn just is lost.
And rook d1 gives up b2. See, that's the problem when you're so tied down. Every move has some sort of a drawback. Every move seems to blunder some other pawn.
There's there's no way you can stop rook a5.
Nope. Black is almost winning here. And this knight on g5 is just sitting there. Again, a passive spectator from a bygone era.
Oh gosh, but the knight on g5 does look really good, right? It's active, it's hitting f7, but it's not actually doing anything because f7 is guarded. So the knight would prefer to be on a like the b4 square. Mm-hmm.
Great minds. Yeah, this is in many ways it's Eval bar says 1.3, but there are some positions that are -4 that I would prefer over this one, just because of the lack of counterplay and the time situation, which is increasingly more lopsided.
And it makes sense that she's spending her time here because you look at the position, you're worse. So you start spending time, how do I objectively get an okay position? But now, even if you get an okay position, you have 30 seconds left to your opponent's minute and a half plus. So you just have to move and blitz, and that's difficult for players to do. A
lovely defensive idea, though, found by Jenner. If she plays rook d1, she does keep the pawn for now. Resilient.
So one of the big questions, if you play rook takes a1, rook takes a1, then like rook a5, trying to trade all the rooks off the board. This king on e7, it's close to the queen side, but it is tied down to that f7 pawn for at least an extra turn. So that's why f6 thrown in first.
Knight f3 back. I wouldn't take that pawn, and she doesn't, just to keep black saddled with as many weaknesses as possible. You need that for a subsequent knight endgame.
And there could be an e takes f6, g takes f6, g4 moment for white. So just be on the lookout for outside pass pawn potential.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially given the possibility of trades. Rook c4, preventing king e2. There will be a check on e4. 12 seconds for Jenner. Such a tough endgame to defend. She does take on f6.
Mm-hmm. Knight d2,
holding on.
Yeah, rook c5, just retreat, and the knight is going back to f3. Okay, bring the king in. That makes even more sense. Don't play rook b5.
Yeah, b4, imprisoning the rook. Nice one, nice one.
I like rook a4 a lot. Now g4. Keep that in mind.
I would even play it now. Create counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Plays knight f1, allowing d4. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. Ooh, e4 or b5 even.
Yeah, e4, knight d2, d3 check. The king has to go back. The king goes up to e5. That also looks amazing for black.
This just feels wrong. He goes b5, and rook c2, rook takes b2, I think, is the key.
Oh, that's an even nicer way of doing it because you get a more active rook from black's perspective. Your E and D pawns will roll, and you stop that pawn before it can go to b6.
And if the pawn can go to b6, white wins on the spot. But the rook has it on a leash.
So king d6 instead of knight d6 would have been a huge blunder.
Because it would have allowed
b6.
Rook takes d6 is a threat, but it's a pipe dream unless he plays e4, which
or
he
d3.
won't.
Yeah, no way.
Rook takes b5, or knight takes b5, getting the knight away from the line of fire of the rook.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7, a7's falling.
It is e4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like that f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in one for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and Gennaro losing on time when knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh. That is
lands.
Whew. All right. Well, because we're speechless, we're going to head to a quick break. But when we return, it is the bullet portion of these matches here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Considering what we've seen, I can only imagine how the players are feeling. And this is only the quarterfinal stage of this qualifier, Danya. And we're just getting started, but we've already had so many wild games.
We really have. And I'm really looking forward to Rahul Srivatshav, who won by forfeit to make his first appearance. But this last game is an epitome of what we just saw. Turnarounds, time scrambles. What didn't we see? And or I apologize, we still have the bullet. Oh my goodness gracious, this is the bullet. We're not even in the semifinals yet. Oh
no, we
goodness.
are not.
My head is still spinning from that last game, to be completely honest.
Checkmate in one, then the other side gets to promote, but neither of it happened because it was a win on the clock for Aroniak. And that's huge because look at the score, 4-2. That could have evened this match up. And look at the ratings, by the way, 200 rating point edge for Aroniak.
Oh, and look at this, Pranav. He was probably not at his computer, taking 25 seconds on the first move, but something tells me he's not worried about that at all.
No,
we don't have to stay on his game given how lopsided it is, but I'll keep an eye on that game.
Yeah, Pranav Really, really great bullet player. And this position looks great for white. And the one we have here, because of b4 and that bishop on c5 doesn't really have a comfortable square. The knight can hop into b5, going to d6 or c7, and a5 takes care of b4, but now it welcomes that knight to b5.
Yeah, that's a very nice square. Black's piece is really precarious here. Rook f8 preventing bishop d6 in the future. That's a good move. Alert. But obviously white is better. Bishop h4. It can be thrown in at some point. I would have taken g3 there.
Yeah, but black, not doing too badly anymore, because b6 was the pawn that needed defending. Now black's pieces are all free to hop around.
Yeah, the worst is behind her. Queen f6, I would play, trying to get that knight to e5, open up the bishop. She gets her rook into the game. She's got more time. Okay.
So queen d6 play. I was when he wasn't even thinking about that move, but now that bishop looks pretty strong.
The knight doesn't look too weak either, though, because if black ever plays e5, that knight just jumps into f5, winding its tentacles around black's king potentially.
Yeah, and queen d5 will offer a queen trade at some point, but does black really want that with that rook on c1 barreling down to c7? I'm not so sure.
Rook c7, there it is. Hard to make heads or tails of this endgame. It's probably approximately equal, but I always take the knight in a bullet game.
Rook a8. Okay, knight b5, just preemptive move, covering the a3 pawn. Although that rook can come back to c3 for white, and as you're saying, that knight is dangerous. Knight can go into d6 as well.
Forkovich, Forksky. They're always there.
Those are your middle names?
They're always there. And white's going after the b6 pawn, and that king nestled on h2. She can take the pawn, or he can take the pawn and then play a4.
But there's bishop c4 ideas, and probably worried about like a rook b2, bishop f1 coming, things like that.
Okay, rook b4, that's a great move, because now a5, b takes a5, simultaneously protects the rook. f4 by Aranyaki, trying to get an attack going on the king side.
Oh, bishop d5? Who's the attack for? Rook a2.
Great question. And she takes the pawn. Great
and how is
this? But king h4.
Okay, king h4. I was like, how is this just even? That king looks...
Oh, whose king is caught here?
Rook g6.
Bishop d5, knight f5, bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
King h2 forced.
Yeah, because the h rook d4 check.
Black is definitely the driver's seat now. That knight is completely restricted.
Don't play rook g5. King h7 is a great move.
Phenomenal. Rook e4. She's playing amazing.
Rook
h3. H3 trapped the knight, I thought.
It still does. And it's found.
Oh my
and she's winning.
Rook g8, king f6.
Danya, after what we saw there at the end of the 3+1, I thought she wouldn't be that capable in the bullet, but that was an excellent game there.
Exquisite technique to win that with the bishop. That's incredibly impressive. And she brings it to within a point as we see Sonis is about to defeat Rithvik. And what hasn't happened in this ridiculous match? And in the meantime, Pranav is winning that
Queen
game.
f6, mate.
Wait.
Okay, maiden 2. When you see maiden 1, look for better. Yeah, no, we've gone through that before.
This has been a complete and utter demolition by Pranav.
And it's one of these matches where you have to remember it's first to 7.5 points. I'm like, why is this not over yet? Still one more point needed from Pranav, and he'll get it.
He will definitely get it. He is a bullet expert. We're watching Rithvik trying to mount a comeback against Sonis. He's down by 2. Really wants to avoid losing this game. You don't want to get down by 3.
And on paper, at least, look at Rithvik's rating, 2,900 bullet player. Ooh. This is where that 1 second increment is so huge, because it's not pure bullet where you're just going to be able to flag your opponent. Now here, if the time scrambles, Sonis, who's the low rated player, can build up some of that clock back.
It's actually a completely different game, 1+1. And I would say that the divergence between 1+0, 1+1 is a lot, and probably this is an obvious point, it's a lot greater than the difference between 3+0 and 3+1, because your entire strategy has to change in 1+1. You just can't make really, crappy moves because it's going to take time off your opponent's clock. You just can't take those kinds of gambles.
No, you cannot. And there are no gambles in this position. Look at white's pieces just on better squares. Knight and c4 is more active. The rook's connected. Knight b6, if the pieces get traded opposite color bishops, that's usually sufficient for a draw from black's perspective.
Big bishop e2, bishop c4, bishop d5, you torture, yeah.
You would need to be quick enough and he goes rook d5. I liked your idea better.
That takes an f5, and I think black gets activity here.
Although that bishop can go back to e2 and to b5, and don't take on d5.
I don't understand anything that's happening. The king gets to d6, though. I think black is totally fine. After e4, maybe even better.
Yeah, c3 is loose.
This has
Oh
not
no!
been Sonus's best endgame. Now this bishop is has seen better days.
Remember that bishop that was supposed to go to d5 that you pointed out earlier? Now
Is
it
that
really
the same
was
bishop that's sitting on b5?
the only good thing I would say for white is that your a4 and c4 pawns can never be attacked because you have that bishop there.
True. And that's the great thing about opposite colored bishop endgames. You know, you set up a situation like this completely foolproof. But look at that pawn on e3. It's restrained by the king. Rook takes f4 as a threat. How do you defend against that?
Rook h1, yeah.
Oh, great move. h5 maybe? I would play for a win here with black without question, given the time. Look at the time.
Rook f4, rook h7, rook f2 check, and just king. Oh my
Robert,
gosh.
black is 40 seconds up. Okay, 30 now, but still, that's crazy.
I feel like Francesco's a little bit underrated in bullet.
Wait, e2, rook d7, mate. Don't get mated. Rook d2 check. And then e2.
Yeah, that's...
Rook h2. Bang, bang, bang. And he wins the rook on h7. He can even throw in a check on b2.
I think he was just verifying that this time around he wasn't getting checkmated with his king on d6.
Right.
But everything under control.
Definitely underrated. Just by this game alone, he's fast. He was precise in when he needed to be, and he's going to carry this game. And it's going to be a 3-point lead for Sonus.
Good technique by black there.
Extremely. And Giner losing the next bullet game and once again falling down by 2.
Okay, well, also it's clear she doesn't play too much bullet because her rating started at 2601 and then it's now 2684, and that's what happens.
Provisional.
Yeah, when it's provisional and you haven't played too many games, it's not a stable rating. And it looks like Pranav won, right?
Second semifinalist. Pranav has won 7.5 half.
Close match.
Try that on for size. Very close. I mean, it really came down to the last game here. Had he not found rook c6, he might have lost.
Just, yeah. I mean, what a performance by him. And in some ways, you almost expect it because we know how good Pranav is. But then we think about the opponent. It's like, no, we shouldn't just expect this to happen. Pranav played a great match, and his opponent missed that one chance. That night was on e4. When Aditya didn't trap that night, it was all downhill from there for him.
That was the second game, and sometimes that kind of eats at you without you even realizing it. But in the corner of your mind, you keep recycling and you keep mulling it over. Why didn't I win that game? And that often greatly impacts your performance subconsciously.
So, wow, what a event we've already had to this point, and it's just going to keep getting better. In this position,
only the quarterfinals.
Look at these doubled, isolated c pawns. They look really bad. But with that knight on d5, at any moment it can take the bishop on e3 to remove the attacker. So it looks terrible, but I guess it's not that bad.
And I think Giner is doing a great job generating counterplay. Stick that queen on h3, lift the rook up, and the landscape could change overnight.
Yeah, rook e6. Oh, f5.
f5.
If e4, there's f4 potentially.
But then takes
then CD.
That gets super complicated. The knight moves. There's a lobster pincer mate on the cards.
F4 coming, or just rook e6 to defend c6. That makes sense.
Multi-purpose move. F4.
F4.
Now it's time for your
F4.
move. And the knight is nowhere to be found.
Oh, even better.
Even
because
better.
It gives you the h6 square for your rook too, and you force this trade.
Queen e2 though. F3.
F3. Anybody?
What a move! You give up the rook. You don't care. Literally don't care because it is checkmate. That was an amazing attack in a bullet game.
Yes, but I just had to laugh at your unintentional reference there.
How do you know it was unintentional?
I know you. I know your intonations.
I see. You think you know me.
Well, this is a 5-4 matchup. This is really close right now. And with the white pieces, she can even up the score.
Man, this is a really fun match. This is a really fun match. And an Alekhine employed by Aragnac.
So black doesn't have space, but if you can strike with e5, as he just does, now suddenly your pieces come to life and Well, actually, the bishop that lands on e5, if a knight trade happens, is just good for black.
And this is a very concerning position because of how active black is. And that's one of the hardest things to deal with in a bullet game. Knight g6, trying to force the bishop back, takes, and queen b6 is on tap.
Uh-oh. You just called for exactly this.
Oof.
No good.
Queen b2, knight a4 does not trap the queen because there's the c2 square. That's actually kind of important. It's the only move.
Yeah. And Aronak finds it instantly. And for white here, you need to take that knight on f6. I know you don't want to give up a bishop pair, but obviously the situation now is way worse than it would have been had black just had the pair of bishops. So she'll need to work on this opening. That's
although black has to go back to c8. Now the connection between the rooks is disrupted. There's a bit of an initiative here for white. Some issues to resolve for Arniak. Knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5. You can't go b6 without dropping c6.
a4, a5. Maybe just keep trying to mount the pressure in any way you can.
I'm also looking at g4. Is black about to play like knight d7 to get rid of that knight on c5?
He might have to.
Rook b1. I was about to say maybe there's this one because b6, knight takes c6. Or rook
and
b8.
Rook
knight
b8
c6.
also knight takes c6.
Well, actually, rook b8, knight a6 is at least a minute draw immediately.
Beautiful. b6 by Arniak. And now there's takes. Wait, what's the win here? Bishop f5?
Then bishop
Why is this so winning?
I'm completely confused here.
I think it's just because white loses the pawn on c4. And I guess that endgame is just lost.
Yeah, well, this evaluation, okay, if you don't take on a8, then I get it. But that's a little bit too much, I would say.
Knight a4, knight d2. First of all, white's not losing that pawn just yet.
Yeah, knight d2.
Maybe black should have played bishop e4 forced to trade a bishop.
Okay, but the king is just walking in, so it does make sense. Like at first, you're skeptical. You're like, "What's the engine doing? What is it talking about?" But look at this position.
And Giner trying to do everything she can to defend that pawn.
Knight e4, just trade knights, bring bishop right back to d3, win the c4 pawn. I think we understand why the evaluation was so high.
Oh, and avoiding king d6 because of c5. This has been exquisite technique by Arniak. Can he carry it all the way home?
Now the knight's coming to d6. Oh, but knight c1 kicks that bishop out.
Acrobatics by Giner to keep it protected. a6 was winning a piece. I thought, no, then there was bishop takes a6. Look at the eval bar.
Okay,
it's doing jumping jacks.
She recognized her bishop shot and still trapped. A6, still bishop a6.
Now, but now a6 is a threat. Knight d3 takes and bishop h3. Too many pawns.
Yeah, too many
pawns are lost. And now she's got her back against the wall.
h5, g5, and so on. And there go those pawns.
And so forth. Okay, we can check quickly into the other match as Sonus tries to build up a lead.
But that evaluation bar,
lost.
The rook on f8 is trapped. There's knight d2 is what black is hoping for. Oh gosh, a4. Knight a7, also, rook c7.
Oh, everything is falling. And knight... that was not the most accurate, I think. Somehow black is keeping his pieces alive. Knight f6?
Queen takes d6 even after that. Queen d6, come on, for the fans.
Queen e6, getting the pieces out. Getting the pieces out. We've seen Sonus's comeback ability.
Oh, the e3 pawn is loose. Don't want to give that pawn up.
He's also got 5 seconds, but now Rithvik down to 14 seconds. Queen a2.
Queen a2. Queen e2.
Knight c2.
These moves are happening.
Queen's on the board.
You take and rook c1, knight b4.
Rook c8 maybe, but then rook takes e2 anyway with a back ranker.
Oh, queen takes d4 check, but the
rookie move. Rook e6.
Knight c6, barely.
Whoa, beautiful move. Rook e8. Oh, white's gonna lose
F6.
the knight now.
There was f6 there. Oh, rook e4.
Queen takes e5.
Then you trade him his back rank mate.
Oh my goodness. What are these tactics, Queen a2?
And finally, there is space for the king.
F4 and Queen a2 check. Barely.
Knight c2. Oh my goodness.
And there's no forks at the end.
And after Queen d1, you just protect the knight with Queen e6. So
yeah, it's over. Queen e4. My lands, Robert. This is crazy.
That was, I mean, white had everything together, but it was so close. Every tactic.
It really was. And white's down to his last pawn, but this is simple. Sonus resigns, and Rithvik with a clutch win. 4.5, 5.5 is the score.
Wow. Just unreal to cut this lead down and what a game that was. And here we see that black opting for a very solid setup with the triangle pawn structure from b7 to d5 and f7 to d5. But look at Sonis go. I'm worried about Sonis because he's playing like I do.
And he's castled kingside.
Yeah, no, that's
he did pawns on the kingside, castling f4.
This is
wait, knight g4. Is he going to lose this in 2 seconds?
Yes, he is, because bishop c5 check. Oh wait, how do you How do you pre-move hg6 there? But it's still win.
Knight e3 and bishop c5, Robert. This is still winning, or is it
queen e1? Now queen f1 gets mated after queen h2, queen e1, or this, and queen f3.
Whoa. What? Whoa, bishop takes c1.
Yeah, bishop c1.
This is completely unnecessary.
Oh my gosh, bishop
this
d6.
is even better. Oh, yeah. That's a brutal move. That is a brutal move.
Yeah, you think you're going for a tactical shot and then just retreat the bishop, and now you're down how many pawns? Just 2?
Yeah, but also the h file is wide open. The king is safe. Knight is coming to f6.
That king was safe on d6. Why did it move?
Perfectly safe. Safe as any king
Knight takes g4. Yeah.
Ended the game immediately.
Although the trade of pieces here with queen h1 to follow. Queen h3 wins the g4 pawn with check. Oh, now we win the bishop. And rook h1 pre-move.
That was a terrible game by Sonis. Terrible. He gives that one away, and Rithvik ties the match.
This is why you don't play the hippo. Or and he didn't even play the hippo actually.
But
so
whoa!
No, this is
winning for Arnyak, and he's going to be half a point away from winning the match.
Mm-hmm.
And the sad thing about
I feel like there's some chances for black here.
Rook c4 check at some point, but white prevents it. And now she wants rook e4, and white prevents that too.
Yeah, no, this is
now b6
and bishop b5 because otherwise king c6.
You know, rook e4 and rook b4 maybe.
Oh, that's actually really good. Okay, well then stopped it, but that was really good defense. King a5.
Great pathway, and bishop a6 ends the game.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what were you going to say before?
No, I was just going to. The sad thing about the Sonis game is that he had a chance, after that initial blunder, Rithvik rushed it, and queen e2, queen f3 would have kept him very much in the game.
Yeah, Rithvik pre-moving, you have strongly stated there's no real reason to pre-move with the increment, and he did the wrong move order and thus led his opponent back in the game. He still won. So look at this position. The d6 pawn is a target, but after knight e5, you're just blocking the diagonal, and g5 is a principal move stopping f4.
That's a must. And now that knight on e5 is nicely ensconced, but of course you weaken the f5 square. So maybe black should play f7, f5 to try to eradicate it. And he does. I like this from a bullet perspective for black.
And a6 is a little bit loose. So you need to keep that knight on c7 there. Oh, what's happening? I saw
the bishop on g6. Knight seems like an awkward square.
Yeah, look at this. D6 pawn's down. It's done for.
Bishop f1.
Yeah, I would say there's got to be some tactic on the when bishop h5 drops the knight on c4.
He takes on e5 with the bishop. Well, now he plays your move.
Yeah, but even bishop d4 here is interesting. Okay, I don't really like queen g7.
You can take on e8 and take on d6, but obviously it's not the end of the world for black. In many cases,
take on
losing that pawn.
Take on e5. You take with the pawn.
Yep.
Okay. Bishop d4.
What a ridiculous game. Bishop takes d6, bishop takes e8 is his idea.
Yeah. So bishop d4 here takes.
What?
Oh! Why are you pre-moving? Why are you pre-moving? Are we supposed to talk?
I don't know what to say. I don't think. I think the moves just did the talking.
Can we go back to that game for a second?
Yes, we can. What was bishop e8? You have plenty of time on the clock, and I think he was hovering over that square. I don't think it was physically a pre-move. I think he was hovering over that square, and he couldn't stop himself. He thought he was so sure of bishop takes d6 that he couldn't prevent it. But you shouldn't hover over the square.
But just go back to that position with the knight on d6. Like not only can you, like one move ago before he captured, not only can you take on d6, you have bishop d4. That's a really
attacking f2
scary move too. So pre-moving or bishop e8, that was a huge blunder, and it's one of these situations where you're like, what am I thinking? And Okay, Zhuzhina looks like she's about to be eliminated from the tournament, but she played very well in the earlier stages.
A draw satisfies Arignac. She is basically unlosable. He's got 43 seconds, and yeah, it's over. Rook A4 is the simplest.
Yes.
Okay, so it's down to the last match.
Okay, so it's 6.5, 5.5.
C5 and E5. Okay, no.
Oh, well, that might have worked.
Sorry, I'm just throwing crazy stuff out.
Also, it doesn't E5 right away just win the pawn at C6
and then the exchange.
Yeah, I don't want to take that rook though because I see my king will get in.
Whoa, Francesco loves to play G4 with the king captain.
Queen E7, Queen H4, please.
Yeah, just let me do it. I promise I won't. Queen D1 here looks like a pretty prudent defensive, and C5 is sort of a threat. I mean, there's Bishop H2 check.
Oh, and you're lucky that you have knight takes D1 because Bishop H2 check, King H2, Queen D1. If there was Rook D1, then Knight F2 would be a fork. So,
or the immediate Knight F2.
So maybe Rook D8. Oh, but then you're hanging the piece, so you can't. It's but F5, C5, Bishop H2 check, only move.
E5 first, and then he wants C5 next. But now the queen is defended, so you can take it.
I thought that was
in the game.
I thought it was brilliant, but you're right that the knight defended the queen. And
White's still winning here, though.
How many pawns does Black have? 3 pawns for a piece? That's quite a lot. Bishop takes B2. No, there's Knight C7.
Rook C8.
Rook C8?
Rook C8.
Rook C8. No. Okay, Rook C8 next.
The other rook on C8.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Bishop takes, and then Bishop E5 at the end.
Uh-huh. And now White has to worry about making a draw. Rook D7, Bishop E5. This is unbelievable.
How many? 3 extra pawns. So if you lose a piece, you get 2 pawns and opposite colored bishops. But no, this is not an easy draw at all.
This is a win for Black in a bullet game. This is a win for Black.
But how about with that 1
but
second
surely.
increment?
Still.
Okay.
Still. There's too many sources of blunder. I mean, it's so easy to blunder here. Although, obviously, there are objective drawing chances here.
Mm-hmm.
But in my experience, most of these games, most of these types of positions are a win for Black. Let's see what happens.
So wanting G5 check, but Rook C6, Rook C7.
But he's kept his rook passive on A4. I stand corrected. Is White going to win this?
Nah. Oh, going back that way, because the A2 pawn is hanging. So
yes,
you might give up G6 and take A2. That's a very good practical try.
Ooh. Does he want Bishop D5, but then the rook can return with check?
Maybe on Rook F7 check immediately.
You could take that pawn and Bishop G5 F4. Great calculation by White.
Okay, but how easy is this endgame?
See, I don't know if the rook should have left G5, but okay.
He wants A4. Oh, I thought he wanted A4.
Rook.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if you could even take that pawn because some of these king pawn games can be scary. But he's there in time, and the king's running back.
Whoa, King G3.
Yeah, that was.
Now get the king up.
Okay, wants the king here. That makes sense. But the king's walking up the.
Whoa, he could have moved his rook, maybe Ventura position.
Yeah.
Rook on F3.
But this is great. This is great technique. No, this is great technique. You check from the ranks, and so you. Yep. Oh no! You had to leave the rook there.
You had to stay on the third rank.
And now he's lost.
Stay on the third rank. Now he's gonna lose.
He's lost. King D4, King C4, King B4.
You don't even need Rook B3 check. You can simply go King B4, King C3, King C3, C.
What's King C4? King B3 now, and then King C2, King B1.
Unnecessary but winning.
Yeah. You need to be able to check from the side and keep that pawn is stuck in place as soon as the pawn pushed. That's actually probably the most instructive position we've had today because it's so easy to go wrong. But once you learn it, it is really informative and can help you save rook endgames.
Robert, we called it close matches, evenly matched players, 6.5, seatbelts fastened and mandatory. The player who wins the next game wins the match and makes it to the semifinals. Here we go.
And 1 game for all the marbles. The trade on E7 happens. Now, White is developed nice. And Knight H5 looks awkward, but it's not easy for White to progress from here. Black's base is solid, and the knight goes back to F6 to cover the E4 square. Black can castle. Okay, Francesco just doesn't want to castle. Or when he does castle, he then plays G5 or G4.
Right. And White's going traditional minority attack on the queen side. The other plan here is F3, E4, but White going very straightforward C5. Interesting decision by Francesco. Isolated queen pawn now.
Although I do like what he did by bringing his knight to f8 before castling, so he didn't have to move his rook first to reroute the knight. So maybe he did something very clever there.
And he could consider a breakthrough d4 at some point to eradicate the IQP, but the pawn is very well defended. There's no need to rush that. He's got a solid position.
And you have to watch out.
Worse, but solid.
And the d5 pawn so well defended. The knight coming to c5.
Thought bishop c4 would have been was a try.
Okay. And white wants to blockade the square in front of the isolated pawns. The d4 square in white's control right now. Rook c5. So Francesco defending d5, attacking b5, and allowing his rooks to double on the c file.
I would go knight g3, threatening knight e4.
That's good. Oh, queen e5.
Don't miss it, Francesco. Queen e5.
Queen e5. With attacking the knight in c3, by the way.
Rithvik finding a really nice knight ce2 and back to d4. He goes 24 seconds, so I'm very worried about Rithvik's clock. He's 25 seconds down.
And we know what happens when he has to pre-move. And so he wants to avoid that at all costs. Why is he not moving? He got to move. He's 2,900.
Give up b5.
It's 2,900.
Francesco going d4. I don't know about that either.
Because the knights will be on the d file.
Vulnerable. Rook e1.
Rook e1. That's a nice.
Oh, and knight e4 of queen d6, Robert. Queen d4, rook e7.
Missed. And now the game continues. Rook c4, hanging on by a thread.
Here come white's knights.
Oh my gosh.
White's knights.
Knight d6, maybe?
Knight f3. No, that's nothing. How does black save the piece?
Rook a4.
Oh, yeah, you got to play it.
Oh, gosh. Or you have like a knight move and the queen takes d5.
No, wrong rook.
Wrong rook.
Rook e8. He blunders the queen on top of it. But it's still not over. He's got a rook for the queen.
Oh, my God.
Knight f3 check. Threat.
Do not blunder knight f3.
No. King h1. You got to move the king. Just anything.
Move it.
Move
there
the king.
It is.
Queen.
Rook c2 is possible there.
Back rank still worries me. What a move, queen h6, but knight d7.
Knight e7 mate.
Oh,
knight e7 mate. No, checkmate.
He's still winning, but this is a game now. Rook takes b5. Black's got to pass or it's not over. King g7.
Yeah, watch out for queen e8 check. Oh, don't give him
blunders b7.
But rook takes f2 was there, so he gave up b7 to get f2 with the back rank checkmates.
And now Black's got chances against White's king.
Okay, good move. Queen a7. Knight c5.
Knight c5.
Huge. Rook takes f2.
Goodness.
Rook
this
h2.
Is unclear.
Just don't play f5 because then you get checkmated. Okay,
Robert, it's a 3-result game. Look at White's king. It's in the middle of everything. Rook c3 check.
Okay, king back to g4.
Don't play rook g2 because that blunders a fork.
So, I mean, the eval.
Whoa,
hanging f7.
What was that?
Knight g7, queen g8, and rook b6 check.
Is made. Oh my
gosh! After all that,
to stumble at the last roadblock, you basically got a fortress for a bullet game. Just go king g7. What was that?
Just giving away.
One missed earlier. I also missed it, to be fair. Some guy named Robert Hess saw it.
Knight e7 check and mate in one. And Daniel, if you quickly can bring up the end game if possible, because I think it's super instructive. I know we're going to have to take a break and get the next round set up, but I think it's so instructive that I would like to go through that.
Absolutely. So this was the critical moment.
Yes, and we see here that if you keep the rook on the third rank, if black ever plays a2, then rook a3, and you bring your rook back to 8, and as soon as the king approaches the a pawn, you just check it away. So the king would like to get to b3, and as soon as it does, you check. So
and you just stay on the third rank, right?
That's right. And go rook f3 and a king b4. Now you have to watch out because the black rook is free, so you check the king away, and to have those checks available to you is essential, and the king goes to a2, which is winning if the rook gets to b1 next, but you don't allow that rook out from the corner.
Just keep on checking. That is the Ventura position. Very, very important to know. I love when theoretical endgames arise. What an incredible quarterfinals.
And that's just the quarters. We're next going into the semifinals. We have our 4 semifinalists ready to play. They get a quick break because that was intense, just going through that bullet scramble there. So we will take a break with them. We'll be right back for more from the Junior Speed Chess Championship first qualifier presented by SIG.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. And Danya, we do have our SIG question of the day. It's for everybody in the chat. Some diamond memberships will be given out to the few of you with some great answers. So we look forward to your responses. But the question of the day is, what gaming skill do you think you can use in a job? So I'm very curious how ridiculous some of the answers will be, but I'm sure we'll get some good ones.
Well, I'll be keeping my mind churning on that. That's a pretty thought-provoking question. Maybe something having to do with mouse movement, mouse speed. I don't know.
I thought you would say that, but my answer, which I'm going to say so nobody else can take, is resilience. Because in gaming, you often have to play many in a row. And when you lose a game, it can be very frustrating, especially in a format like this that we're seeing here at the SEC. So you have to be able to withstand those negative emotions, get over it, and then play your next game.
That, I mean, that was so deep that I'm just... First of all, Alexa was talking in the background too.
Yeah, I heard that.
Don't worry. I heard you more than I heard Alexa. Reminding me that it's time for breakfast because I usually eat breakfast at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
But yeah, resilience, obviously one of those things that we take for granted as chess players. But, you know, having to lose again and again and again and getting back up on your feet, that is not a skill that anybody should be taking for granted.
Very, very true. It's these games are happening in rapid succession, and we do have the games lift off here. Pranav is back at it, and now he gets to take on Ritvik. So Ritvik just skated by against Francesco, and we'll see how this one starts off.
That was a wild, wild last game. Literally was down to the wire. And finally, an appearance made by Rahul Srivastava, who won the first match by forfeit. I'm very much looking forward to watching him play because, as I said, I think he goes to University of Texas at Dallas. He played in Charlotte recently. I saw him play, and he was he played with such confidence. I mean, he felt like an experienced GM. That's the vibe I got from him.
Right. And on the way to becoming a GM, and well, we have a no name. I guess that's what
right.
that's what happens when you win your first match by forfeit. You don't even get your name on screen. We will fix that, everybody. Sorry for that. But as you were saying, he won, or tied for first, rather, lost in the tiebreak against Jose Martinez. So that's a huge accomplishment and well on the way to becoming a Grandmaster.
Yeah, I was watching that Armageddon playoff live. That was a lot of fun. And a Queen's Gambit accepted on the board and isolate another IQP. I feel like we've had a ton of IQP situations. And I think in Blitz games, I generally prefer the white side of these types of positions, Robert, just because white's got so much potential energy. There's the possibility of breaking through with D5. The dark red bishop can come out to G5. It just feels like white's more comfortable here. More space, more ideas.
That's right. And if you allow D5 from black's perspective, you could just lose in a few turns because the bishop on C4 with an aim towards that black king, all of white's pieces come to life. But bishop D7, a very calm reaction. If you play D5, we see some trades there, and black's base is quite solid, even though white has some aggressive intentions.
Yeah, so the big question here is, does white play D5, or does white accumulate the tension with a move like knight E5, or a more straightforward developing move such as bishop F4, bishop G5? A lot of options for white. H3, okay, slow move. Nothing wrong with that, of course.
And I guess the claim is that if we open the position up and trade pieces, trades usually favor the side that has less space. Black clearly has less space, not a single piece past his own third rank. So D5 may just give black more options, and that's why H3 was played, saying, well, you're not going to have an easy time making even a single move here. Knight before is a good one, though.
Very typical in such positions, exploiting the weakness created by white's move A4. On the flip side, black does relinquish control of the E5 square, so knight E5 would be a typical reaction here. But Rahul completing his development with bishop G5.
And black often plays bishop C6, and even if white plays knight to E5 to take that bishop, you often leave it there because you don't mind capturing with the B pawn, as you were just showing, especially because that pawn's an A4. When pawns are pushed, the rules of chess, they can't move back. So the A4 pawn wishes it could push back to A3, not legal.
White would kill for that. I mean, especially in that structure, A6 would have been lost. This is actually happening. And bishop D5, so Aroniak deciding to move the bishop and ensconcing it on that D5 blockading square. I feel like H3 by white in retrospect might have been a little bit slow. I feel like D5 would have squeezed a little bit more out of the position.
Yeah, it seems like black has stabilized. I mean, that bishop that was on C8, and it just went full on checker. It's D7, C6, D5, and now it's off the board. So that's a good situation, good turn of events from black's perspective. And I think that it's just an even battle.
Yeah, and it almost feels psychologically, sometimes when black gets control over the D5 square, sometimes white's fingers start slipping a little bit from the ledge. So Rahul's going to have to be careful here, A, not to trade too many pieces, and B, to try to remain active with the pieces that are still on the board. I would very seriously consider bishop D2, although I guess that runs into knight C2.
Yeah,
but maybe even sack the pawn.
Because you want open files. I mean, that does make sense to get the pieces going in the position. And just a reminder to everybody, because we are going to get the name on screen, just to remind everybody of the bracket thus far and how the players have made their way to the semifinals. We are seeing the matchup between Rahul and Aroniak. So Rahul won his match by forfeit. Unfortunately, Bibisara did not show up, but either way, he has earned his right to be here and looks forward not just to win an opening battle, no, win this whole thing.
Absolutely. And we have Ketty in the chat as well. So we got a full house here. Grand Prix, of course, beginning in about 18 minutes from now. Knight takes C6. Wait a second. Knight takes C4. I don't know why my voice cracked, but knight E4, knight D8, knight D2, and then there's bishop G5 in the end.
Oh gosh, the rooks will be in a row. That's no good. And here it comes. It's actually very easy to calculate for black. Just knight takes D2.
Boom, boom, boom.
And after knight D2, there's not even a knight move because the bishop on C4 is loose.
Is there maybe this move, maybe?
Just take on C4 with the rook, perhaps?
That's him take on c4 with a rook. Okay, takes. What's his defense?
Oh, king f8, king f8 for sure.
Oh yeah. Just what am I doing? Bishop takes. I'm just so used to not taking stuff with the king. Okay, so this has happened. Knight takes c2, but it looks like it's the only move. Otherwise, white loses material.
Yeah, this is it looks like it's just a gone game.
I mean, no, but I mean, I think, I don't think this is over though, Robert, after that 2 pieces for a rook position. With 2 minutes on the clock, black still has to demonstrate some technique.
That's true. What's going on in the other game, by the way?
What is going on in the other game? Man, you want so many demands. We have Pranav against Rithvik, and definitely a pull here for black. Black's got the 3-on-2 on the king side, and white, of course, has the sort of lame double pawns on the queen side. White's king also a little bit precarious here. Rook e1, of course, that needs to be watched.
Yeah, the king's safety actually is very important, though this isn't a bullet game. If this were a bullet, I would say that black could win this a large majority of the time, but considering the pawns are about to be swapped off and there's not going to be a sudden checkmate, yeah, it looks like should just be a split point.
Yeah, this pawn on b5 cannot be defended. Black trying to poke and prod, rook a1 obviously being threatened, but even queen f1 I think might hold everything together nicely.
Yeah, because you don't want to play rook d6, because after rook d6, then and queen f1 was played, then after the rook swap, b4 was loose and black just is up a pawn and a queen ending. So queen f1 is a nice move.
What about queen d4? One last try. Queen d4, rook takes b5, queen takes b2, trying to stick that rook on a1.
That seems very annoying, but then can't the queen just go to d3 and escape your threats?
Yeah, rook a1, king f2 simply.
Yeah, it seems like the king won't quite get checkmated.
Black might be the one to get checkmated there.
If you're not paying attention, yeah, that would be a pretty strange turn of events, but it's not impossible. So queen b4, we'll see a capture on b5. And black still wants a rook c or e8 and then getting that rook to the first rank. So the king's safety matters.
It's still a little uncomfortable for white as Pranav playing g3. Does he want to go king g2 in response to rook e8?
But rook c8, you can't go king g2 anymore.
No way. The queen is trapped? No, I guess it's not because of rook b8 check and queen b5.
Got it. That's a very fortunate turn of events. Although you also have a move like rook d5 or something as well.
Oh, counterattacking the queen. Now, I think king g2 is essentially forced. How else do you defend? I mean, maybe you can play queen g2. Ugh.
I agree with that sound. Maybe queen h3.
Queen e1.
King g2.
Just so uncomfortable.
You sound very uncomfortable.
I am. There's too many threats here. Why is this not like a dead draw? That's probably what Pranav is thinking. But Robert, I think king g2 and rook d5. No, queen takes d5 is check.
Oh my goodness!
Rook d8.
You're right. It's
oh my
check.
Goodness, that's
good way
so
to
easy
lose.
to miss.
I missed it. I just flat out missed that queen takes d5.
I did too. I only saw it when the position was reached. Now white threatens checkmate in his own right with queen f5 and queen takes f7.
The geometry of this position is so important because black would love to play queen d3, but obviously that's not a good thing to give away your queen. But queen d3 would threaten an attack and cover the diagonal. So queen c2, that feels slow. And white can even play queen e8 maybe.
Yeah, but then black should trade queens like now.
Or could you play queen b1 and just give up the f7 pawn?
Right, and allow the check on g8 and run the king up to g6. It can be very hard to hunt the king down in these kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, having that extra pawn to shield your king from checks is very nice.
Queen d5 by Pranav, targeting f7, and queen c6 leads to an immediate draw. I would do that for the black. No, he goes queen b1. So take f7, queen e4 check, I guess, looks very strong.
Yeah, that would lead to checkmate because if queen f3 back, there's rook g1.
What is black's threat, though?
There is none. So I didn't want you to ask that question.
That is the $1 million. Maybe rook h1, trying to create some sort of a net around the king.
But then what's my threat after that?
Are you satisfied with the answer?
Rook e8's a nice move.
Queen e4 check being set up.
Let's just trade. And rook G1 check, king H2. That queen covers the H1 square, which is important, is selling it short.
Yeah. And now queen F7 has to be calculated, but I think for the sake of my heart, just play queen E4 check for now. Queen A8, no! He's still going.
But there's no threat from
this. This is so funny.
there's no threat from White's perspective.
Rook H8 and queen E4. What do you mean there's no threat? Look at this.
Queen F6.
Queen F6.
Queen C2. Queen C2! No! Queen C2, he tricked him!
King H3, King H3. King H3 and Queen G4 went on the spot. Now he gives up G3 and Queen G1. It's still winning. But
no, but not okay. Rook H7.
This is never simple.
G6. No, 3 pawns are annoying to deal with.
It is annoying. You have to use Zugzwang multiple times. Rook H8 there was the move, I think. Rook B8, and then you got to go from behind.
But he's king F4 now.
Ah, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Beautiful. King H6. Wait, H3? Yeah, now it's over. Can you believe that? Pranav won that.
That is just a swindle.
I need to show that.
Steal.
I mean, he gives the check on it. It looks like he's overpressed because he's down a pawn. It looks like he's overpressed. But all of a sudden, Queen C6 check, Queen F6, so natural, right? That rook on D1 is safe. Say that again? No, it's not.
Well, it goes to show that, even though the king looked like it was safe and sound with so many pieces on the board, you're just distracting some of them to defend, and then the rook on D1, loose pieces drop off.
In the meantime, Rahul winning his game against Aroniak. I already forgot what happened in their first game. What was the arc of the game? I'm having a hard time remembering.
After what we just saw, we're dazzled by all these tactics, and now you're asking me to remember the specifics of a game that we were looking at. Come on.
It was a Queen's game. I think it was a Queen's Gambit accepted with that IQP position.
It was. Yes, thank you for the reminder. So White ended up winning that game, and now Rahul gets black pieces in this one. Knight E5, knight takes E5, bishop A8, knight C4. Clear compensation. Oh, there's also bishop D7 at the end, hitting the knight on A4.
The very cool. He goes knight G5, but obviously this doesn't carry a lot of effectiveness. Bishop B7. Looks like Rahul has more than whoa! I was going to say solved his opening problems.
What was that?
Wait, I don't believe this, Robert. I don't believe this. H6, knight H3, I guess you have to play.
And then BC5, knight C5, bishop C8.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That is a gorgeous idea. Bishop C8 in the end, targeting the knight so that when the bishop takes C6, you take H3, and you hit the rook on F1 too?
Yeah. So can you play knight E4 here?
Then takes, BC knight C5.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me that there is no way to save that bishop.
But that bishop on G7 is open and looking very powerful. So
there might be some sort of draw, and he finds it.
Yeah, only move. Knight tree was losing.
Mm-hmm. Not easy to play a move like this because it blocks the bishop, but you have to see the bigger picture. This knight on E4 is going to be gone, regardless of what black does.
So one thing I'm thinking about is if I take on E4, we get this trade here. And if I take on C5, knight takes C5, he goes rook C, which I don't like, and nor does the evaluation bar.
Bishop A3 even.
Yeah, just retreat that bishop. The knight on C6 is stuck in place.
Yep. Bishop E7 is tempting, but probably not very effective. You lose C4 in the end.
Also just rook E8 might win a piece.
I was testing you. What I like there is that you didn't just nod your head and agree. You found the improvement that I, of course, had known about. You're sharp today.
I mean, this is why you're such a great instructor, Danya.
That's right.
You leave room for your students. I'm considering myself a pupil at the moment.
Can I share a quick embarrassing story?
Is it about embarrassing for me or you?
No, me.
Okay, then
I would never
for sure.
share.
Yeah, go for it.
So my I've shared a similar story before. My first ever chess camp that I taught, Castle Chess Camp in Atlanta. This was my gap year, high school to college. I wasn't a very experienced teacher back then. So I was very nervous, right? I prepared very diligently all the positions that I would show. Now I just wing it. So I prepare all these positions, and the first lecture, I've got my homeroom group. They're 1900, 2200, serious kids. So I give them a study.
Okay.
And this is a pretty difficult study, so I give them about 10 minutes to think about it. So I start doing my stuff. About 7-8 minutes in, I look at the position. One of the pawns is on e4 rather than e3. And as a result, there's a pawn race that you're supposed to win. And in the version of the study that I had, the king could catch the pawn. They had just spent 10 minutes on a position with no solution. And I was sitting there, I was panicking and didn't know what to do. Eventually, I spun my way out of it, and I pretended that an opposite colored bishop endgame, which occurred, is actually a win, and I managed to convince them. But it was among the most embarrassing moments ever. I don't think they would have ever forgiven me if I had only realized 10 minutes in.
You know, I think I've told you this before, and I probably stated on stream that when I work with people, I often like to give them positions that are just even, because they're so used to doing puzzles and tactics that it's a tap on the shoulder, hey, you're winning. But what you have to do is calculate. And if you're not winning, you have to realize that you shouldn't just go sacrifice your pieces. You need to work through those calculations. So I thought you were, for a second going to say you did one of those things where the pawn being a square short of its initial spot. It was important to realize that it's not a winning tactic here. And good job, students, for figuring that out. But right now, Black needs to figure out, Rahul does, what to do, because he's down a pawn. The bishop on a6 is a very lousy piece, and the bishop on d3 keeps everything in White's position together.
The last thing I would add on that note really quickly is that even, my highest rated students often say, I'll give them a position. They'll say, what do I need to win? Do I need to get a clear advantage? And I want to respond, so in a real game, do you have somebody tapping you on the shoulder and saying, your objective here is to get a clear advantage? No, you just got to find the best move. Those are the best exercises. Anyways, White rerouting the knight back to c3. I like Rahul's bishops, though.
Yeah,
the controlling stuff.
But they're not attacking anything, right? So you can take on c3, sure, but now you're liquidating into a pawn in endgame. So I feel like the bishops are great pieces, but because they don't have anything to attack in a blitz game, that can be frustrating. So is Black going to start pushing pawns on the king side? F5, E5, maybe try to work it for G5. I'm not sure.
It's a 3-result game. I like the move F5 from the perspective of stopping bishop E4 also. F5 looks pretty good to me, although that does create a static weakness on G6. So, that is not a move to be played lightly.
Right. And people may think, what are you talking about? The pawn G6, it's not under attack. The king's protecting it. But as pieces get traded off, then that G6 pawn, particularly if a knight is against a bishop, that pawn is cemented in place and not very happy.
Yeah, I was calculating bishop e4, but it doesn't work because if bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, now not ed, but bishop takes e4, and Black preserves the 2 bishops. So a lot of latent tactics behind the scenes here that could come out. Easy to blunder.
Mm-hmm. And so while we have a moment, maybe we should check out the other game, the other match going on.
Wow.
I feel like I'm not even just watching a new game, like an entirely different board game. Like we were watching chess, and now I don't know what I'm watching because it's complicated. They're bishop on h4, staring through the knight on f6, the bishop on e7, and the d5 pawn, the knight on e5 is good. Is it going to c6? If you go to c6 now, you lose a piece.
Right, because queen takes c6 in the end, and the queen hangs on d4. Fire on board, but Rithvik is a minute down. And the clock situation is already deeply concerning given how complex the position is and undefined.
Right. I mean,
Rook FD1, just make a move.
Rook FD1, can you take on d5 with the knight? Like, is knight d5 possible there? It's unclear.
Do I look like I'm in the mood to calculate that? He takes on f6.
I almost want to play g takes f6.
I do want to play it. He plays bishop takes. I think GF was even better because then you could have taken d5.
But a very difficult move to play, to expose your king with knight g4 to h6 check, things like that. So yeah,
For
d5
sure.
is still loose. And if you play rook d1, maybe Black plays rook e8 and just defends, attacks that e5 piece again. But there's queen a7 to look out for. At some moment, that queen, maybe even right now, can go to a7 because d5, can you capture that pawn or you walk into pins? He instead takes an e4, which should liquidate.
Bishop d5, and White's the one who's got to be careful at the end of these trades. Maybe rook c6 goes rook fd1. No, that's a good move. This should be a draw.
Well, we said that the last game, and then
we've said that every time. Yeah, that means nothing. That statement is meaningless.
He just stole a rook. He's like, yeah, draw, whatever. And this knight on e5, it can't really move. So that's frustrating to deal with, but he's going right after the a6 pawn.
So if rook c1, rook c2 at the end, you take a6 and defend a2. The back rank is a headache for black. So Pranav would love to have some luft in. 2 minutes up on the clock, but this is a pretty simple position to play.
And I also like rook d6 from the perspective that it eliminates g5 from one of black's possible plans, because g5 just trying to get this knight on e5, loosen it up, and if the knight ever moves, b2 was hanging. So rook d6 is a great multi-purpose move and going right for that a6 pawn.
Pranav responding with h5, better late than never. Rook takes a6. And at the end of the line, if he goes rook c1, rook c2, and doesn't take the knight, white might have rook a8 check and knight takes f7. Now, maybe that's not the end of the world, but Pranav deciding not to take any chances.
Yeah, and this 20 seconds though for white, and there is that 1 second increment, which is important. But if anyone's better, it's
black.
Going to be black.
That pawn on e5 is a weakness. You can, if you lose that pawn, you're going to have to defend a 3-on-2.
But all right,
I would make some moves here with black.
To rook a8, rook a7, just
draw. Okay, so Pranav offering a draw there. And they conclude the 5-minute portion. Back we go to the other game. And this is also a draw, I think.
Yeah, we both looked at it and we're like, oh, this looks pretty. Oh, okay, so one thing to keep in mind is if these pawns get traded, so like let's say all the G and H pawns are gone, and that black king tries to work its way to a3, this pawn structure is not the ideal one for white to deal with. It happens to be a draw because the opposite color bishops, but an a3 played right away. Look at that, just immediately getting rid of the e pawn. And,
yep, he was going to play b4. That's very, very classy. And a draw. And we've got 1.5 on both matches.
We do. And that means it's time for a quick break because the players, they get to shake off their wrist, make sure that their mouse speed and control is there, and then they'll get right back into the 3+1 time control. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship Qualifier number 1 presented by SIG. Pranav has a 1.5 lead over Ritvik. And then we also have Rahul, who received a win by forfeit in the quarterfinal match, but showing that it's no mistake that he is here, Danya. He leads 1.5 over Aroniak. So a nice start for two of these players. Do you think that the players winning their games, they're the favorites, or have we not seen enough yet to determine that?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I have to go with Pranav definitely as the favorite, because I thought that these two games is where Ritvik should have made a push, because Pranav in 3 minute is a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, the time management as well doesn't really bode well for Ritvik thus far. He's going to have to speed it up, and he's going to have to play aggressively going into the 3 minute portion. The other match, it's a complete toss up.
Agreed. I think as much. And we see, at least by the ratings, they're both around 2,800, a win here, a win there, and the ratings will equalize. So we have a quiet start to this game. G3, Bishop G2. Maybe we'll turn this into a Catalan type of position, but they're kind of slowly moving right now. I mean, Rahul hasn't.
Yeah, just casually. Yeah, like 20 seconds already spent by Rahul. B5. So that's a typical move in many such positions. Of course, the idea to prevent C4 and also to prepare to fianchetto the bishop.
I feel like we were covering a bullet chess championship match together where somebody played B5, which is a very typical move, and Vladimir Krumnik and many others played like this. And then someone went C4 as like a pre-move, and then Black just took it because there were the two pawns there.
Yeah, that's somebody should write a book chronicling all of the various pre-move tricks, because there are entire genres and subgenres of pre-move tricks. I mean, there's stuff that's so esoteric that, you know, only a select few know these particular tricks. And this is really one of them, B5 to prevent C4.
But this is turning out very nicely for Black, because White doesn't have any pressure on the king side. And if we look who has more space, it's Black. 3 pawns on his 4th rank. That is the 5th rank on the board, but his own 4th rank. And now the queen can join the party by going to B6, rook to C8, and Black can continue to make inroads on the queen side.
More space and much more time. I'm just not feeling the zen of Rahul's opening choice here. Knight takes c5. The bishop on f4 is a little bit. White's pieces are all a little bit stuck as Rahul tries to get active with knight e5. He's not much worse or anything like that. And I would go knight b3, try to get things going a little bit.
Bishop e3 played. Maybe the bishop's just going to d4. It's hard to kick the bishop out of d4 and the knight out of e5. But yeah, I think you're right, though. It doesn't feel like Rahul is enjoying this position so much. Look at his pieces. None past his own 3rd rank.
But the issue always in these situations is you never feel satisfied with what you find as Black, because White is very solid here. Let's be clear. And Aroniak just has to play fast, and he has to try to keep the pressure going. He's not going to find any knockout blows, and I like what he's doing thus far.
Yeah, knight and a4 hitting b2. The b2 pawn can't move because then c3 drops. If you play queen b3, then you're just keeping your queen protecting that pawn. But the knight on d3 does cover for now. And Black would love to play e6 to e5. If you can make that work, you have a tremendous position.
But can you make e4 work for White? Or is that too brazen? I think he'll play it. I think that's what he plays f4.
He wants to control e5.
But knight e4.
If I didn't have the evaluation bar off to the side, I would think that Black is much better here.
Same. But knight f3 is a great move. It just seems like Rahul is finding a way to keep everything defended against all odds. As passive as he looks, he's got everything nicely protected.
Especially that e5 square. He has 3 minor pieces and a pawn.
I think you should overprotect it a little bit. I mean, there's a pretty distinct possibility of Black playing e6, e5 here.
Well, he might play b3 because the pawn c3 is defended a bunch of times. So b3 now invites a4 for Black. I don't know if you really want to open that a file. So he plays e3 instead. And the bishop on d4 is actually a very powerful piece.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat trapped, but it's very happy to be in the place. It has no place to be. G4 stopping knight f5, and there's a4.
So, you do one good thing, kick the knight out of c4, but then you welcome a4. It's a hook in the position. And normally we think of hooks, Danya, as going for the attack when black plays h6 and then white plays g4, g5 and opens up the king side. But there's a hook on the queen side, and that rook on a8 is very happily placed, and maybe we'll hop on down to a2 at some point.
I would have considered rook a2 immediately.
Bishop a3. Bishop a3. Yeah, that's
good eyes. Wow, that was fast.
I was just thinking about the A file, and the queen went to b2, and me like, oh, that's a problem.
It was a sacrifice. It was a positional sacrifice for the dark squares, right?
That's right.
That's what Rahul is telling himself.
b4, knight c5. Let's take. Actually, bishop takes e4 from white's perspective at some moment might be a reasonable choice.
I'll put it this way: if the A file wasn't open, I would think that white has pretty decent chances. Maybe even f6 and e5 can be considered. But with the A file open, that's just another thing to worry about. And it greatly limits the freedom of white's pieces. And on that topic, there's queen a5. Not the move preferred by the eval bar, but it looks pretty good from a practical standpoint.
And h4, just throwing things forward. How about queen a3, knight d2?
I love that idea. Queen a3 threatening knight d2 and going after the b3 pawn.
The one thing I'm concerned about is at some point white might take on e4, because then we get the presence of opposite colored bishops. It's not that easy to break through. So I'm just looking out for bishop takes e4 at the right moment.
Believe it or not, I was even thinking about sacking back the exchange on c3 and winning a pawn. But then the white rook travels to c7 at the end of the line. That's unconvincing. 50 seconds now for Aroniak. He can't fall asleep either. I like your idea of queen a3. At least it forces white's hand.
Right, because knight d2 is a pretty big threat.
Got to make a move.
Knight c5. Oh, watch out for knight takes d5 and b4 kind of tactics.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Queen up to c2. That knight on b4 is doing such a good job protecting the a2 square. Again, Rahul is keeping everything defended.
This is amazing defense.
Queen takes b4. Alert.
So
knight d3.
I don't really want to move the knight. Goes rook c1.
Barely. He's holding everything.
And considering that it was -3 or whatever, now it's -1.7, it's clear that white is doing a great job and might even have a semi-fortress going on.
And he's got more time now for the first time this game as knight e6. Great move trying to get that knight off.
Can you go knight b4?
You actually can. And queen takes b4. He brings the queen back instead, and Rahul cements the queen side. He's making progress.
And taking over the c5 square. That knight on a6 was terrible, so it's going back over to c6, but then bishop c5.
Oh, that bishop is going to be in black's nightmares tonight.
White's going for an attack all of a sudden, h6 to pry open those dark squares.
Queen b2 and c4.
Yeah, I think you might take on h6. Oh,
whoa. Queen e2, just sort of a pass move. I would go queen b2 and then try to get c4.
But rook a2. But knight g4 coming.
Oh,
here's
queen b2.
Oh gosh, queen b2, rook a to a3 only move perhaps.
Knight d1, d4.
D4 is huge.
What's the knight takes c3, rook takes c3, and then just bishop takes d4? No, the knight takes d4.
But knight d4 now is bishop takes b7.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. And look at the speed.
And now everything's hanging. e5.
Knight f5.
Rook a1. Rook a1.
Just got to finish this. Rook a1, rook a8 is coming. And it's over.
Wow.
And it's over.
And this is why you can't let somebody hang around, because it was an extra exchange for black. But
Pranav might lose this. Yeah, I think he's lost.
It looks pretty losing, down a full piece.
Yep. And both pawns protected by the bishop. It's just about inducing Zugzwang.
King f6. Just play bishop d2. This is nice. Bishop d2, bishop e3.
It's over.
So Pranav loses for the first time today.
Indeed. Rithvik tying the match. Impressive game there. We didn't see a lot of it, but clearly a good positional effort. And we can at least watch the start of the next game.
And that's a very good sign for Rithvik, because Pranav is the higher rated player. And in Bullet, we know how good Pranav can be. So to be able to take him down in a 3-minute game, that means that Rithvik clearly has a chance.
Yeah, and hurting his confidence a little bit. You know, Pranav might have been hoping to sail into the sunset without a single loss. You know, he's brought back down to earth a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at bishop on e1. That bishop is down to earth, and it's going to get out. Don't worry. Maybe queen d2 and f3 and bring the bishop out in the e1 h4 diagonal.
Talk about unconventional, creative, but I'm always biased in favor of black's position here. There's something King's Indian-y about these pawns. Queen g5. I feel like black always gets practical chances here.
It's funny because there are definitely two sides of this. Some people like bishop pair, potential for white to open the position up, and others like attacking chances, e5 and f5.
Naroditsky has no class, so you know he just likes tricks. Yeah, and positional understanding.
Well,
okay, queen f6.
I don't think you're entirely wrong. I think that black does have good chances, and the position remains closed for now. That bishop on e1 in particular, it's not open, and that's the thing, right? When a bishop pair turns into bishop against knight, especially if we've got e4 and trade light square bishops, that knight on d7 eventually will try to get to the e4 square and control too much of the board.
And you're right, and e4 is already deserves consideration for black, and here he goes. Now, you certainly don't want to take on e4, giving black that score, but now the knight coming into f6, you could consider going d5. Now, white could consider going d5, very positionally complex, but black is not out of tactical chances here.
He takes f3 at any moment. Oh, an f4 play. And see, this is a very instructive moment there. Closing the bishop on c3. If you allowed white to play d5, all of a sudden that bishop is free and happy. And rook a8, bishop a6 next.
But what worries me is the c file. White is going to have control of the c file. And yes, he might have a bad bishop, but he's going to have dibs on the only infiltration point. Wait, takes there's like knight g4 ideas already?
You have to watch out.
Queen g1, though. It's not dangerous.
Yeah, the queen to g1 or g3 and you know survive for now, but you still have this bad dark square bishop.
What I would do is take and go bishop d2. Bad bishops defend good pawns. Or take some bishop d2.
And that's what has been played. So how can I play rook a8? I think you can play rook c6. No, I have knight g4. So I was going to say rook c6. If you ever play rook c6, there's knight g4. So rook c6 would be a blunder.
What a tactic. b5. But that creates another whole Swiss cheese situation on the queen side for black.
And see, rook c7, you're so tempted to bring your rook as far as possible because it looks like you're going aggressive, but rook c5 would have hit the b5 pawn, gained the tempo if black were to defend, and then bring the second rook to the c file.
I think the idea of b5 was to actually, no, I can never draw this arrow, to swing the rook to g6 or h6. But is that really tangible? White can just go h3 at his leisure, and I just don't see it.
Is knight g4, knight takes h2 now a tactic? They're probably not, but there are some ways where the queen gets distracted and there's like a queen e2 if that queen weren't on f2. So that's what I was kind of looking at. But with
good point.
But with the queen on g3, then the g7 pawn is loose. But I don't want to put the queen on g3 because of rook g6. That's like what I was juggling with right there.
Yeah, so knight g4 here, you wouldn't want to play queen g3 is what you're saying. You would want to go queen e1 or queen e2.
Right, because I don't want to walk into rook g6 with aggressive intentions.
But the issue is that if black doesn't create anything pronto, white's going to go rook f c1 and wind his tentacles around black's position, rook c8. I mean, black's got all of these weaknesses, and he's living on borrowed time on the queen side.
Yeah, but at least the clock is about even, so don't have to worry too much about that yet. But the b5 a5 situation, very bad for black. The knight it was trying to get active and go for an attack. Now it has nothing to attack. So I love white's position all of a sudden.
Yeah, and rook c5 now looking pretty good. Oof. And now white starts to pick off these pawns. I mean, yeah.
It's one of these games where it says +1, but when you're sitting and playing from the black side, you just feel like you're completely lost.
Yeah, you do. And you know what's interesting about this is if you isolate and you say, oh, bishop is pretty bad, maybe knight is pretty bad, equal. Or in this specific instance, the evaluation has nothing to do with the minor piece imbalance. It's not about the minor pieces here. It's about the rook, and it's about the incredibly weak pawns on the queen side that cannot be defended.
And I think dropping d5 is the better pawn to give up. And so maybe a move like knight to d6 and try to bring the queen back to f7. You're not going for checkmate anymore. You might need to go for some of the control on the queen side. And if you get queen f7, a2 could be loose. Right? Rook d5, queen f7. Down goes a2. Tricked them.
What an idea. Queen f7, queen a2. And so hard to shift that in your mind, to make that shift. Okay, the attack failed. We got to go defensive mode. Black might not be, according to the eval, where black is not worse. That knight on d6 is pretty well placed.
And instead of rook takes d5, just a simple like b3, just to keep the knight out of c4, which also defended a2, by the way, because the diagonal would have been closed down. So the move b3 instead of rook takes pawn. Very hard to pass up what seems like a free pawn, but he rushed it, and now black is definitely better.
And nothing more infuriating than that. White worked so hard to develop that queenside pressure, and poof, all of it seems to be gone. And if anything, black might already be on top.
Yeah, b2's loose. Black has a clear plan of pushing pawns on the queen side, knight c4. That's a good square for it. And you need to get a rook c7 timely and go for an attack. And maybe that's why the position remains in the balance, or I should say remains relatively balanced. But yeah, it's d5, bishop c3.
D5. I would throw in d5, queen takes b2, queen e1, try to get a bishop to c3, try to get active and put something on the 7th rank.
But black can play b4, right? And just close that bishop down.
Man, but this is depressing. That bishop on c1 has seen better days. Maybe rook c3. White. Okay, but queen e7 or rook c7.
That rook on f1 just is there g4 at some point?
Rook g1. Yeah, definitely go rook g1.
Rook g1 now, absolutely.
And g4 becomes a very serious threat.
Can you play knight takes e3 because of queen g3, knight g4? Oh, I was going knight g4. That's a really cool tactic, though.
All of a sudden dropping down. It can be hard to see. 8 seconds for Fernov. He stops g4, at least discourages it. But in comes the queen.
Yeah. Rook c3,
knight d5. Queen takes f8. No.
No. The queen's protected on d3. So knight d5 is just a good move.
Whoa. No, he picks up the queen.
Oh, gosh. Knight does not mate. The king has the h2 square.
So knight d5 was the move.
It was. And now that d pawn, how are you stopping that? d6?
Fernov panics after a fantastic defensive display. And now it just promotes.
d8.
It's over.
Wow.
Incredible. And really, really quickly, I can just show that pivotal moment in the end of that game. Oh, my lands. This was the moment. Knight back to d5. And Robert, I forgot that the queen is protected by the pawn. This is actually crucial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the rook c3.
Black is winning.
And you were mentioning that rook c3 just a move earlier. If black had captured e3 before playing rook g6, it would have been a problem. So what a turn of events, because this is winning. But if you go back here, there's one really cool attack I just want to show. Queen g3 after knight e3. It looks like it wins because you're attacking g7 and e3. Knight g4, queen d3, knight f2 check.
Boom. And then you come around, collect the queen.
Yeah, the knight is just doing the hero's work. So
where there are knights, there are tactics. In the meantime, Rahul jumping up by a point.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what the score was when we last checked, but in any case, he's up a point. And looks like white's got a nice position, but that queen is both a blessing and a curse.
Right. It's in line with that rook on d8 and
more of a curse.
c5 is defended. Knight takes e3, big threat. e2 is a bit loose. How is this even? It looks good for black.
Yeah. At first, I thought the queen looks impressive, but bishop takes g3 is a huge threat. He goes back. I mean, knight takes c3 at a minimum leads to a very good endgame for black. Takes in c4.
It's just one of these endgames, Danya, where we look at like black is better, can try to play for a win. The eval bar not impressive. Nah, it's just equal to draw. But it's not just a draw. It's actually can be difficult to hold these positions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it depends. Now bishop d5 and e4. I honestly thought that c4 would have been a better practical chance. Now, once the bishop lands on d5 and it's cemented by a pawn, I just don't see how black makes progress. Bishop e4 I don't like as much.
Allowing c4 that you just mentioned.
I don't get it. Just play c4 and then play c3 and anchor that with the bishop.
I think one of the reasons you don't play c4 is that when a rook gets to c1 and you have to play rook c8, there's bishop b7. So, for example, if like rook d8, rook takes d8, takes c4, blah, blah, rook c1. If you play rook c8 at the end, there's bishop to b7 hitting the rook and the...
Rahul spotting that immediately. I see what you're saying.
And now maybe white's going to be better.
Well, okay, exaggeration, but yeah, rook d2, rook c4, and black has to be very careful about back rank checks, although there's always bishop f8.
Okay, bishop b7. Although this might be
sharp.
It might be a good practical try for black because your pawn is more advanced. So even though white's up a pawn, look where that pawn is. It's one of these doubled, isolated e-pawns. It's not a big deal.
That's right. And okay, I assume you have to play rook c2.
He might play rook b1. Oh, wait, but then c2.
C2, yeah, this is forced. Now, bishop b2 kind of locks in the rook, but that doesn't necessarily lead to anywhere specifically good. I mean, the rook is happy to be on c2 for the time being.
That's right. So here comes the king. And one
Where
thing
is it
that's not out of the
going?
question is that let's say black plays bishop b2 to defend the c3 pawn. There could be an exchange sacrifice, not immediately, but at some point there could be the threat of an exchange sac to try to win the endgame with that outside pass pawn.
Oh, you mean rook takes c3 at some point? If black's
Yeah.
king ventures out into the wilderness, for instance.
Okay,
Bishop
e3.
d5,
He
but
wants
then
e3.
f5. I think he backed himself into a bit of a corner here. He's going to lose one of the pawns.
At least his rook is free. Rook f2.
That's right.
And
Now, finally, you can go to f2, and bishop can take over the duties.
then rook f4 if you want to trade rooks is an option.
Goes back to b8. Now the king blockades the pawn.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try for h5 instead of rook back to b8, but like
Yeah, hard to. Ooh, black's playing for a win for sure.
And look at the clock series, both sides down to 12. So king f3.
Bishop c4.
Oh gosh,
holding
this
it
look
together, precarious.
yeah, it looks like it shouldn't hold. Rook a8, great move. Bishop c4, rook takes a2.
Yep, rook takes a2, and that's losing because black's king. It's just open season on white's pawns. King b1, bishop back to a3.
Rook b8 check, and then rook
This has to be
b2.
winning. Oh, rook d8, hitting the bishop, but king c2. He allowed
Yeah,
it.
no, he had rook b8 check. He needed to play that.
And now white breaks free with e5. Big move.
Don't play rook a8 because it was bishop e4 check. Do not play rook a8.
Oh, wow, easy to miss. Check on e2, king g1. Look at that black king.
And there goes that pawn.
Now he plays it. Careful.
Be very careful.
G4.
Okay, rook a4, and then rook g4. But you might lose.
There's
Bishop
1
b3.
second. He gives up the pawn on a2.
And he doesn't see king f2.
King f2, king takes g3. Now he wins a button. Black should win this now.
Oh gosh, the a pawn. Can that go? How quickly can it? Oh, he just
He stops
too
it.
passive.
Rook g4.
Rook f5, king g4, and
He
g4.
takes the pawn. It's easy to blunder the rook here, though. Oh my god, it's so easy to walk into a fork. Bishop c4, king b3.
Rook a5, great move.
It's
G4.
still a game, but black's is making progress. Pushing
Rook
that
h5,
pawn.
rook g5. There.
Oh, look at how now the king's in front of the pawn.
Okay. King keeps going. G3, G2.
It's
and
over.
Now it's definitely over.
The last breaths. King h3, king h4. Get out of there.
And then
exquisite.
queen me.
Exquisite.
That was
Tying the match.
That was a tough game there.
Whew. My lions. What an endgame effort. You were right. Once bishop b7 was played, it seemed like I whites up a pawn, but it's, as one wise man named Robert Hess says, not about the quantity of passed pawns, it's about the quality.
And we saw how quality that pawn c3 was. It led to victory. And that king on g7 looks wide open. And the eval bar says, not impressed. Only slightly better for white.
Yeah, I mean, white has logistical concerns here with the rook x-raying the queen, the knight on g4 kind of dangling loosely. And now 25 seconds for Pranav. This is going to be an epic time scramble. H5?
Or queen f8. Yeah, something just to... H5, that's a brave move, but...
It's a bad move. HG and rook h7.
No,
HG, queen G. There's queen g5.
Yeah. So
what's
maybe
the win?
I don't know.
I'm trying to find it. I can't. Rook f1.
Ooh, quiet move.
And knight f6 is incoming.
Mm-hmm. Knight f6.
Killer.
And g4, there's even knight takes h5 or queen f5. All of it is winning the queen f5, queen h7.
Uh-oh. Look out below.
Game. Checkmate 2, queen h7, queen g8.
Yep. How many games has Pranav won with that queen and knight combination? I feel like he's done this 3 or 4 times now.
Like you said, the queen and knight, most dangerous combination in chess.
Rook f1. To find that in time pressure, not easy at all, Robert. There's so many tempting moves there that fail.
I forgot even to look at the clocks. I was so fascinated by the game. And h5, one of those moves that are tempting, but that's the thing. If the knight moved, then it's great for black. But the knight didn't have to move. Rook f1 slides over and it's a crushing attack.
In saying that you were too engrossed in the game, are you implying that I was insufficiently fascinated by the game?
No, I think that you're
to understand that that's
gonna,
what you're implying.
I'm going to throw you a compliment. You weren't fishing for one. You kind of were. But you are better at blitz and bullet than I am because you're good at keeping both the board and the clock in line of sight.
This is an emotional moment for me. First compliment given commentary. And this is not the first time that Rithvik has a bishop on e1, but
No,
the
it is
second
not.
to be exact.
But this did not work out very well for White out of the opening stage. Then it got really good for him. So that's the problem in chess, is when you have this, you remember how, oh, I had a great position with my rook going down the c file. But before that, Black's position looked quite nice.
Yeah, no, it did. I mean, especially after Pranav played e4, it looked like he was in the driver's seat. But when he closed the center up with d5, c5, somehow that ended up favoring White because of the c file. Let's see what changes are made, and let's see who deviates first. This is not exactly the same position. Bishop c2, for instance, is a attempted improvement. Now e4 doesn't come with tempo.
And now you don't have to play f4 if you don't want to, but now e takes f3 is even more of a threat. Yes, the e3 pawn's already loose, but if you ef3, gf3, your king gets exposed. So f4 still seems to be the move, unless somehow d5 could work. But yeah, you have to keep everything protected.
And again, we have d5. Bishop a4, I thought briefly looks dangerous, but can be easily thwarted by, rook d8, rook e7.
There's also bishop c6. Just straight him. The queen on h6,
Yeah.
I didn't notice it at first, but it does defend all the way over there.
I would drop the bishop back to b3, at least try to put pressure on d5, but the simple knight f6 defends everything.
And a4 should be,
Ooh.
because a4, if the bishop moves, you take on c4 and go up a pawn.
Even immediately a4, and then cd, there's bishop b5. Maybe a little too concrete,
Ooh.
but that might win the exchange.
I was just looking at a takes b3, but you found it. Pranav finds it, and, and it's an exchange up for Black.
Bittersweet. I think it's bittersweet because it gives the bishops more prospects. Queen takes f1. You're threatening bishop a4, queen b5. White gets a little activity here. I'm not saying it's sufficient, but it's something. And knight g4 now a big threat.
Yeah, so don't go bishop a4, which looks like a free pawn. Knight g4 hits h2, hits e3 with a fork, and that's a problem.
Pranav is on a roll this game.
To
He's just
h3.
seeing all these moves. Knight takes d5 though, and c6.
C6 is a really nice move, because if you play something common like rook d8, then a4. So bishop a4, knight e3, we force the queen tree, but then bishop b3, then d1 rook is hanging.
Wow. Ridiculous lines. Now, does White have an alternative? I guess rook e1, but that's a pretty sad reality if you have to play that. I mean, even knight takes f4 there.
Right.
Could be devastating. Black's already up in exchange.
Yeah, you can play knight takes c3. So bishop d2 keeps more pieces on the board. I think we can approve of that. And knight takes f4 is, well,
still possible.
But you have to be careful. Knight f4, queen e6, knight e6, bishop a4. The bishop slides back to b3, the other bishop to b4. There are some tactical things that Black needs to keep an eye out for.
And let's not forget about the c file. That pawn on c7 at the end of the line could become a serious target for White's rook. Important here to make an accurate decision by Pranav, not to let White back in the game.
And if a4 falls, then White really does get play with the b3 square available. So how do we be accurate here? c6, you can't say bishop takes a4 because of b5. Oh, we were just talking about this. Just queen e6 and bishop a4.
But it's hard to make yourself do that, and yet he does. It's hard to trade queens when you're down in exchange, but
Bishop
Rithvik
b4
realizes the potential, but then c5. Maybe start with bishop b3, but then king h8. And how exact can you win the exchange back?
I'm like about d5 first,
Bishop
and then knight c5.
c6 apparently is a very strong move.
Okay, but nobody's playing bishop c6
Nope.
there. It makes perfect sense. You kind of trap the rook on e7, you get bishop b4 with the skewer of the rooks, and then you would have a4, b4, a5. Bishop c6 is a brilliant move.
Amazing move with many ideas, like a multi-headed hydra. Bishop b3 is his move, but king h8 seems to preserve the extra exchange. And then I would maybe play rook c1.
Yeah, because if Black ever plays c5, you take on e6, take on c5, and then it's a pawn and a bishop for the rook with great compensation. So rook c1 looks like a very good move right now. Bishop b4 still runs into c5, and that's not... Oh, bishop b4, c5, bishop takes e6 is another alternative.
But then c takes b4, and then you want
d5. Yeah, it's
something. No, it's a good shot.
Ooh, I don't like that as much, but I can get behind it.
Well, he wants the pawn on e6 where it's going to be anchored by the bishop. But the thing is, Black can move the knight back to d8, for example, try to get it around to d6.
Although d6 for white?
D7, there's bishop a4.
Yeah.
If he loses the pawn, he loses the game.
But bishop a4, there's b5.
Yeah, but now knight f7. And now you
if
have
you're
to take.
if you're doing this, you need to bring your bishop to E1 over to G3. So you couldn't bring it to C3 like that.
No, but it's not over. Take and bishop E5, and as long as this pawn is alive, you are alive. And then maybe A4, A5.
Yeah, I can see that.
He has to take, though. I mean, if you give up D6, okay, he goes rook D5. Interesting try. But
So-
can't black take on D6?
Then bishop or E.
Bishop E5, rook F D8. Yay!
Because bishop
I think
A4,
black survives.
Wait, bishop A4, rook D8, as you were saying, and there's nothing there.
And bishop E5, the other rook comes to D8, and then bishop A4, there's B5.
Right, because the rook is defended.
And Pranav is playing this quickly, confidently, and he's keeping track of everything.
So bishop D6, rook D6, rook takes F5.
Yeah, but rook D2, and this is over.
Yeah, this is too easy. Agreed.
Only one bishop left and no pass pawns left on the board. Okay.
And here come the
B5,
pawns.
C4 coming.
Yeah,
Boom.
C4, C3, and you're not stopping that pawn.
That was a great game.
It was really nicely done. And it goes to show when you fix whatever opening issues you may have, you didn't have any difficulty, kept that dark square bishop closed. Whoa, that checkmate.
In the meantime, this just happened. Aronyak jumping up to a 1-point lead, defeating Shivastov 2 in a row. This was apparently a very nice positional effort as he, okay. At some point, Rahul simply forgot that the rook on D6 is hanging, but the position already very, very bad. So
Yes.
great effort by Aronyak. He is up a point, and everything is yet to be decided in the bullet.
Indeed. Well, the players, they get to rest a little bit. We have Pranav, we have Aronyak with a 3.5, 2.5 lead. These matches are very, very close. So we're going to step aside just for a quick minute so the players can catch their rest, and the bullet portion of this Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG will commence when we return. And we are back here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Danya, we have two very close matchups in the semifinals. Pranav, and he's out to a 1-point lead. He was struggling a bit with Ritvik's play, and Aronyak mounted a comeback because he actually faced an early deficit against Rahul.
I'll put it this way. Whoever ends up winning this qualifier will have earned it. I mean, this is a really tough field. Nobody's having it easy. And Rahul he has to recover. First game of the bullet match, very, very important. It sets the tone. Let's see who can grab control of the momentum.
And white grab control of the center here. 2 pawns and d4 and e4. Black playing this hyper modern approach, striking at the center with pieces rather than with pawns. So it looks like a good start for white. And then I look at the clock, down almost 10 seconds.
And Rahul getting the 2 bishops, pushing the pawn through to d5. If knight e5, bishop g2, and that knight could get trapped potentially with the move f4. White is definitely better out of the opening here, no question about it.
Superfluous knights. The knight on d7, c6. They're fighting for the same exact square. The knight goes to a5 to leave the bishop open. I love the move h4 by white.
Classy, as he uses the pawn as a battering ram, advancing it and taking on g6. He opens up the h file, and he wastes no time, mincing no words. Rook h1, queen g1, queen h2.
But black is showing good defensive technique. We often think, how do I defend my king? Bring all my pieces to the king side. No, he's trying to create problems on the queen side. It may not be enough, but I do like throwing that pawn forward.
But what to do after queen g1? Even if you move the rook away from f8, the idea of putting a queen on h7 and following up with bishop h6 could be devastating. I like f6. The
f4 and bishop f4, bishop g4, something like that.
Ooh. I guess the weakness of the e6 square.
Oh, but king f7 now. Yes,
that
you get out in time.
Right into what black wanted to do.
That was but queen h3 is a good move. Queen d7, take, bishop g4.
Oh, my land. Well, knight, yeah, that's unpleasant. Knight e5, bishop e6, and rook h7. This is more accurate. Or is it? Takes an f4. Still.
Then there's knight c4, perhaps. Just a little bit more activity for black than in the other variation.
Well, they're going down the line. Let's see where he puts the knight.
And there it goes. Oh, my. I forgot the bishop was closed off because I was like, why don't just b take c3 and c2 winning the rook? But the bishop is closed, at least for the next move.
You could still play bc and then f5. And maybe that's a good practical chance. So muddying the waters. Maybe knight takes c3 should be considered. f5, e5.
Yeah, there might be a piece sack there on the e5 score. So he sacrificed the piece in this manner. It's getting complicated. Knight c3, e4.
I don't like that move. Bishop f4, maybe. Can he get away with this?
He can.
Unbelievable.
C2, knight a3, and then just rook h to c1. Knight
takes c4.
Knight c3.
It's a game.
It is a game indeed. Rook to b1. Nicely done.
Rook c2, rook c1. Great play by Rahul. I mean, he is just finding... Oh, knight e3.
Sorry, he was finding every what? Repeat that quick.
The game is not... I mean, white is still in the game.
Don't allow rook h3. Don't allow rook h3. King goes there. So I like the way that white's holding on for now.
And
king f2
and d6 is a threat. d6 bishop c4.
Oh, d6.
d6.
Oh my! It attacks both rooks because rook takes c2. Trade and you just take on d6.
Take it, and only black can win this. I mean, this is so hard to hold. Look at how many passers black has. King d5.
Don't 95 g5. G5. Game over.
Oh!
Right? It has to be winning for black.
Or
he takes.
I don't like GF. Why GF?
And the king's going this way, but king d2, king c2.
But still, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is impossible to hold with 10 seconds on the clock.
Look at this. Where are you going to go with the king? If king e4, the king goes up. So this is a problem. The knight is holding. Oh, gosh. You need to move knight e3.
And now the other pawn is going to go king e4 and f4. Shove that pawn down.
He made everything work.
And white is going to win some of the pawns, but not enough of them. Wait a minute.
King c4, a2. Yeah. Knight c4.
Whoa, knight d2, a2, barely.
Oh my gosh.
Knight e4 almost holds, but no.
One move too slow.
And Rahul is reeling here. He was playing a phenomenal game. And at the last second, because of the commentator, it was the commentator's fault.
It always is the commentator's fault. And I'm taking the blame. I don't mind. But we look at this game here. So Pranav out to a 2-game lead. Look at that bullet rating, 30-52. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Danya, quite a bit of that rating comes from hyper bullet, not necessarily 1 minute chess, and definitely not with an increment.
I've played my share of hyper bullet with Pranav. He is a monster. And, you know, I'm a pretty good judge of that, I think.
This position is awkward.
This is tough for black. I mean, I don't know what white's threat is exactly, but it just looks uncomfortable.
And knight g6, a calm retreat. Both players down to 24 seconds. And now less for white. And knight, I want to play like knight c6.
But
back.
Robert, what worries me, I feel like Pranav's going to win all the time. Knowing Pranav and having played him so many times, I feel like he's going to win all of the time scrambles. He's just so good at posing problems. And this is a good example. Knight A6, attacking the rook, attacking B4. How does white defend?
You can't defend everything. No.
He's already 13 seconds up.
Rook takes B7, Queen A4, something. Just play. You just got to go.
Knight C6. Well, he does, but he gives
Queen
up
D7.
B4.
Oh, there was Queen D7.
Winning the knight on B5. No, but this is just bad. Now the rook is trapped.
Yikes.
Goodbye.
And now it's a clean extra exchange. And then black just wins with resignation.
Total domination right now. The other game is heating up, and another win is on the cards here for Gauche.
Yeah, well, it's a
rushing game.
Extra exchange and a safer king. Couldn't really ask for
a mating attack.
And the C8's hanging.
I mean, H5 with Queen G5, sticking it in that weak square.
And then there's 97. Okay, knight takes C7 check. Take on C8. Just
Queen takes C8 even.
Yeah, everything is possible.
Rahul, he's got to find a way to stabilize. He's better than that. That game seemed very one-sided even by the end of it. Just judging by the end.
Both matches taking the same trajectory. 5.5, 2.5. It was a 1-point spread answering the bullet. And you're right that Rahul is better than that. And Rithvik, also 2,900 bullet player.
But look at the time situation. Pranav's up 30. You cannot allow yourself to get down by 30 seconds in a bullet game.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, especially because look at the position. It looks as normal as it gets. Nothing surprising happened. There are no tactics. So being down to 30 seconds, that's a big no-no.
I mean, I think black is for choice here, but it's all going to be a moot point if you don't have any time. And Pranav, once again, he knows exactly when to create difficulties and how to do it. H5, though, Rithvik not about to let white trample all over him on the king side.
And I mean, black's pieces are so close together. There's a compact structure. Knight F6, perhaps, and then knight H5. Oh, I like the look of
square.
Knight H5 is public. Knight takes E6 was maybe a tactic in there,
but he missed the opportunity, and now Pranav gets that square under control. Queen H1 even is interesting.
you know Pranav there clearly.
And now H5, cannonball.
Knight G4. Does that
shove it down to H6? Maybe no. Bishop H3. Bishop E3.
And now H6 is a huge threat.
Uh-oh. This is the kind of position Pranav had in that very first game against Mital. Takes H2. Oh.
Knight F5.
Even maybe some queen sacks.
I don't even. Knight F5 played. GH6 probably forced.
Oh my goodness.
So where's the win?
Back to F5 for now.
Maybe there's no immediate checkmate. Just go back to F5 and then your king is safer because white's queen is in the attack and black's queen is on the other side of the board.
Just make him, but what exactly to do? It's amazing. It's not so easy to find a move. And Pranav, now he's down to 50. It's
Rook A3?
Sacking for the dark squares.
Wow, he wants Bishop E3 and just to take over, but that was shocking. Knight H6.
Knight G7 would have been very strong. King H1, cold-blooded, involving the rook.
Wow, it's now F7 is threatened a bunch of times. Okay, that just gives away F7.
Yeah, just take it. And now the black king loses a crucial defender. Rook F8.
Maybe just Queen F7. Oh, but there's Bishop G5 at the end. I was like, going to give up the queen.
And back to F5, and then queen coming into H5.
There it goes. The queen on C7 is defending across the board here.
Knight G8.
My God.
It goes Rook G8. Knight D6.
Ooh, to mate on F7. Smother checkmate. Not even a fork. Just check.
F3. He's got 3 seconds.
Queen 96 now. Oh my gosh.
He's drawing his pieces. White is still attacking, but it's become unclear. It's a mess.
There's
move. Go. He's gonna flag. Oh goodness, he flagged. Knight F4 in that position. Black might be better.
Oh my gosh, his mouse got stuck. Just didn't move.
Goodness gracious. And in the meantime, Aronyak is 1 point away from winning this match, as is Pranav.
Yeah, these matches are really just the same trajectory.
Just a collapse here. And you can see Rahul is just tilted. I mean, he's playing instantly. and pretty well, I should say. He's probably got a nice position here.
Yeah, he strikes in the center with e5, but with the lead at 4 points, Aroniak knows he needs one full point. That could be 2 draws, it could be a win. So he's probably playing a tame approach and saying, you're going to have to win 5 games just to get past me. That's not happening.
Well, a journey of a million steps, or whatever, however the expression goes. Journey of a million miles starts with a single step. So that's probably what Rahul is telling himself.
I mean, he's probably saying kilometers instead of miles because, we're not going to be with our American-centric metrics here.
Yes, okay. Would you like any other corrections to make?
No, that's
while we're on the topic,
It's the only one I got for you.
Okay. But now White's got the d4 square for you, and Rahul trying to create counterplay, muster it up against White's king.
But Queen e3, take over all those dark squares.
Wait, takes in rook f4 and Queen g7.
Oh, good spot by you. Easier to find while commentating, harder to spot in the moment, but this is just turning around. Black had one chance, and now, oof.
And Queen b5 is such a nasty move.
That's what we like to call a professional move, right? Just trading off the lone defender. We see a draw by repetition.
That would be. I mean, I'm taking it if I'm Rahul. I mean, at this, the position's so bad that, you'll get yourself another. I don't like that. I think that's the fundamentally wrong decision.
Sure, but you're going to lose the match if you draw one game and you can't even draw a single.
That's true.
It feels like like in the World Championship, right? When Nepo was losing against Magnus, he just kind of went all in at some point, thinking I can't just prolong this match. I need to win at some point. And oftentimes, if you're playing for a win, you might be playing for a loss.
You start burning all the bridges, and then things go from there. Still in the game. Rook h6 check.
And rook g8.
There was something there. Now he loses the knight in the game.
Yeah, just not his match here.
In the meantime, and the win goes to Aroniak. What a performance. Rithvik trying to stay in the match with Pranav. He's got 2 extra pawns here.
Just 2? Yeah, just 2.
How many?
Rook b8. Rook b8. Trade pieces. Rook b8.
Win. Rook b8 wins. He's probably going to go king f2.
No, he's going to rook b8. Oh,
he's not going to move at all. No, he's going to flag. Pranav has to keep the bishop. Bishop a6.
They both just started slowing down as soon as we got here. Okay, well, this is just easy.
This is over, yeah. A4, I mean, this is easy. Autopilot. Okay. It ain't over till it's over.
Just start pushing your pawns. I would have played even A4, and this is sufficient. Just push
those pawns. And
okay, so 1 victory now, 6.5, 3.5, but beating Pranav 4 more times.
Well,
good luck.
I'm in an anything is possible frame of mind. I was watching some highlights of basketball comebacks yesterday, and Pranav, I mean, all you have to do is get him nervous. Unfortunately, Pranav is very hard person to get nervous. And Rithvik, good thing he sped up. He got the same position with 30 more seconds this time.
Although now he stopped for a second with e5. You're right, that he recognizes the position is familiar, and he just needs to move.
F5 maybe.
But E takes.
I was thinking E4, but no, none of that works because of Queen C4 check in the end. And again, he's taking 25 seconds.
Can't afford this. Cannot afford to spend all this time. Is he going to play rook E8 again?
I mean, and he literally, okay, but this is a product of 35 seconds.
Right. You can make this decision in 4 seconds. And
it's not a good one either, giving up the light squared bishop. Very easy game for White now. Pranav is 105.
H4. Just great play. Just keep pushing that pawn. Knight G4 now. Oh my goodness.
He's got this locked automatic. F5. Got to open
F5.
it up.
Yeah, you do. But now it looks even worse because the king's on H7.
Still, play it. You've got no other active counterplay. You're going to get crushed. A4 Pranav trying to get queenside space too.
Great move. You can't go bishop B6 to A5, so the bishop has to retreat.
And now the knight comes back to F5. Pranav loves this. G4 and like bishop E3.
Yeah, A5, G4. You just
knight H7. But now he allows g5. I mean, Rithvik is just letting him run circles over him in these games.
Yeah, I've seen a theme here in this position.
Yeah. Pranav has won like 7 games exactly in this fashion. Knight c4, just tossing black around.
Ooh, knight 7, good move though. G5,
great move. Rook f6, getting the dark squared bishop. There are some weak squares to deal with here for white.
And knight h5 to f4. Bring that knight over.
Pranav getting his rook involved, his extra exchange.
But this is scary for white. The king is not safe on G. Whoa.
You blunder the rook on e8.
Was that a pre-move?
I think you just blundered the rook. But knight f4 after that. Okay, bishop g2. There's nothing.
And then next knight comes to g5. You just pretend like you have something. You don't.
Right. The problem is if the queen steps back to h. Okay, in certain cases, there's a fork on f6.
Yeah, knight f6 and then rook to d8.
I'm sorry to laugh. I just
yeah, you were just talking about
as soon as I saw that knight on e8, I knew that there would be a fork.
Pranav is too good.
Wow, just a crushing performance, 7.5, 3.5, and really the difference in strength came out in the bullet. He is totally dominant, and we have our 2 finalists, 2 young international masters from India. This is going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. Pranav and Aroniak, 2 very deserving players in this final, and a lot's at stake because first place makes their way to the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And this is the JSCC presented by SIG. We're going to take a quick break because when we return, it is the final matchup. And, well, these players are going to give it their all. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
in return here to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And the main event of the Junior Speed Chess Championship begins Monday, April 11th. See the world's best young chess players like GM's Nihal Sarin, Naroditsky, Sidwani, Vincent Keimer, and more battle out for their share of a $35,000 prize fund and a spot in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. Catch all the action right here on chess.com. Danya, so many great competitors will take part in the main event. Pranav, he's looking to be one of them. Of course, he has a tough opponent in front of him because, well, he may be the favorite on paper, but Aroniak is not going to go down without a fight.
Aroniak has proven himself. I mean, he put together a crushing performance against Shrivastava, who honestly I thought was, one of the pre-qualifier favorites. But, I mean, he destroyed him in bullet. The final score was 7.5, 2.5. He broke his will. And now, he's got to defeat the big boss, Mr. Pranav.
And some of the competitors we've mentioned will be in the Junior Speed Chess Championship main event. Nihal Sarin, Ranik Sidwani, Vincent Keimer. But players like Kirill Shevchenko, Denis Lazovic. Den Laz is, I think he might technically be an IM, so not yet a Grandmaster, but he won a title Tuesday. So these players, Hans Niemann, Christopher Yu, Wonder Liang, Shamsidin Vokidov, Velimir Ivic.
Okay, get to the GMs already. Like, who are the real competitors? These are just the,
Did I mention Pragnananda playing? Did I mention that player, Arjun Aragaisi? Heard of them?
Hazily, a couple times heard their name mentioned.
Rings a bell.
Wow. I mean, this is probably the most stacked the field has ever been in the history of the JSC. And I'm not just saying that to get people to watch. I mean, I don't think I need to say anything to get people to watch given the field, but I mean, this is going to be magic.
Yeah, that's a really, really competitive field. And Nihal Sarin, the prohibitive favorite, he won the event the last couple of years, and he is, took down two of the biggest names in the Speed Chess Championship itself. He made it to the semifinals before being eliminated by Wesley So. So I do believe that Nihal Sarin, looking for the trifecta, he's going to be hard to beat. But players like Arjun Aragaisi, they're close.
I mean, Nihal is out of this world. He's over 3150. He was playing Blitz this morning. I was watching him in awe. I played a long Blitz match with him a couple of days ago. And I mean, the guy is just on another planet. It's unreal.
Indeed. And right now we are going to have these two players. We have Pranav, we have Aroniak. They're getting set up. We can see them. We'll bring them on screen in a bit, but we can see them getting ready, making sure that they're settling into their computers. And Danya, they've already been through two matches, so they have a feel for the format. Do you think they need to do anything differently based on what you've seen thus far, or who needs to change what? Give me some details.
Well, Pranav just needs to play. I mean, I still haven't gotten a good handle on Aroniak's style. Like, I haven't seen enough of a sample size. Pranav has to just play aggressively. And for Pranav, I think the key is to get good positions out of the opening. When he gets his type of position out of the opening, and that's why he won 4 or 5 games on the white side of these close Sicilians. When he has a knight on F5, I think it's already 1-0. So let's pay careful attention to the opening and see, what type of position arises. Here we have a pretty tame system. Bishop B5 check Sicilian.
I think based on what you were just saying, and I completely agree with that this is a good opening choice against Pranav because this is closed. You'll have to show some strategic plans. Whereas when Pranav sees my knight is heading to F5, I might sack on H6, you're in trouble. This at least lacks the clarity of those other positions. And I think that's a good thing for Aroniak.
And I think Pranav is angling to build up the sort of Marozzi bind structure. He plays C4. Clamping down on the center. And oftentimes Black tries to shove B5 through, but not quite in time.
No. And what Black needs to be here is patient. You might want to play D5. I get that. But as soon as you play D5, even if it doesn't cost Black a pawn, after a trade on D5, the F5 square becomes available to the knight. And the bishop on B2, it's waiting in the wings to open that diagonal and go for some kingside attack.
Black has many ways to be patient. Rook F8 and bishop F8. There are many small improvements that you can make to your position. And one of the difficulties of playing this position with white in Blitz is precisely that white's got this impressive position, but he's got to constantly monitor the position for B5 and D5. and it's not quite as easy for white to improve his position. A4 comes with a pretty hefty price tag. The B3 pawn is now a serious weakness. I don't know about that.
And Danya, I know you love history and chess history in particular, so I think you'll appreciate this reference. But when I see the Maroczy bind structure, this one is a bit different because sometimes you have like a pawn on b6 and a light square bishop for both sides, so more pieces on the board. But I have this thought back to when Ulf Andersson beat Anatoly Karpov in Milan 1975, and the position was quiet. It was quiet, and suddenly d5 happens when you're not paying enough attention, and it opens up and black can seize control. But this is different because there's not the presence of light square bishops, usually a fianchetto bishop for black and a bishop for white that's somewhere on the f1 to d3 squares. So it doesn't look like this one gets quite as spicy.
No, and a cute idea there by Pranav. The pawn was untouchable due to bishop a1, trapping the queen. Pranav plays bishop a1 anyway to defend the pawn. And you're right, d5 just doesn't seem to carry the same weight, and black fundamentally goes for a different idea. Knight d7.
Watch out for knight d5 at some point as well.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Now, if you go knight d5 now, then after takes, black has knight c e5, intercepting the e file. So it doesn't work quite yet. How does white improve? Bishop f6, I think, is what is on tap here for black.
It certainly is. And if you can activate that bishop instead of just hanging out on f8, and you can go on the long diagonal without playing g6, because if you play g6, now you have to worry about some of your other dark squares. The bishop trade is not as enticing if there's a square like h6 and f6 left behind. So bishop f6, next move. You can play rook to d1, which seems to stop bishop f6 because the d pawn needs to have an eye kept out for it. But
this doesn't actually stop bishop f6. I mean, I find it very hard to believe that Pranav will actually take on d6. I mean,
the queen does not get trapped.
But there's like knight c5 and rook d3.
Yeah, I guess that's happening really quickly. It's a knight to b4, offering a trade of pieces.
Makes sense. When you're down space, trades generally are in black's favor. No, I think Aroniak is doing a great job so far this game. He's gotten it in exactly the kind of position that I think makes Pranav a little bit uncomfortable. And now bishop f6 just in time.
It is. We see some clear threats over on the king side.
Do not mess with that move.
No. And bishop f6. What can white do after that?
Yeah, I mean, Pranav has made this move a4, and now he's paying the price for it, saddled as he is with this weakness. If it goes rook ed1, attacking d6, it's not really threatening to capture it.
And I'm wondering if that... Well, knight c5, there's knight d5, so be careful.
Or knight a2.
Oh, wow. The nice retreating move that I wouldn't even have thought about.
Knight e5, knight e2, and Pranav flirting with f4.
Yes, and knight f4 to h5 as well could be in the cards, but f4 is the direct plan. f4 stopped.
But now knight f4 has not been stopped.
And g6, knight h5, the bishop can go to h8. It's a bit awkward, but it does the trick for now.
Then queen g5 in that position, maybe trying to clamp down on that f6 square. Pranav starting to percolate here a little bit.
Yeah, and here we go. Knight h5, is there bishop e7 instead of bishop h8?
Ooh.
Oh, scary with f4 coming at some
Maybe
moment.
Even throw in king h1 at some point.
Or bishop d4. So
even better.
The only reason bishop d4 doesn't work is because knight f3 check. And then
immediately if you play it here.
Right.
There's this move, and then black recaptures the bishop. But if you do it with the bishop on e, he played it.
Well, that's
and black. Ooh. Whoa,
that was very surprising given we were just talking about it. That was a big miss.
That was a mutual blind spot, and now white can very safely go knight h5. Although bishop d4 was just premature from all perspectives, because now e4 is hanging as well.
Yes,
it was not necessary in that moment.
That's right. It brings the queen in line with a direct target, and knight h5, pawn f4. We get that that's what the plan was, but even that knight on h5, it's just awkward on the rim.
Eat is a little bit old. Yeah, queen e3, and Pranav sort of doubling back. He's got to be good. Knight g4 and e5. I mean, there's tons of latent tactical ideas here. Even b5. Let's not sleep on that either.
I'm not sleeping on it. I actually like b5 more than knight g4 because my first instinct was knight g4, but then I realized I'm not winning a piece.
Yeah.
The whole point, everybody's after knight g4. White plays with queen somewhere, then you want to fork with e5. Like e5 now is a threat, but it wouldn't have worked in the other line with the knight on G4 because the knight was loose.
Yeah, knight was loose and knight D5. The bishop would have been loose, so logistically didn't work out. A trade of bishops is on the card. So the question is, does black take on D4? Yes, he does. Pranav definitely with a slight edge now. I mean, he's got a comfortable position. Maybe throw in H4, start attacking again.
Yeah. So I like queen C5 a little more than queen to B6, but there must be a reason why queen B6 was the choice.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously the queens are in a standoff. E5. Oh, there we go. E5 is very good positionally because it creates a gaping hole on D5.
Yeah, knight C2 to make sure that you can take the queen with a piece, and then the knight will go to E3 anyway. It's where it wants to be. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is an emergency only kind of move for black if you're getting mated. H5.
I like that choice because now with G4, I'm much more tempted to play E5 either now or in the very near future.
Pranav doubling rooks.
Rook C4?
Rook C4.
Yeah.
Missed.
But okay, 95 is just a good move. The evaluation bar didn't really go up that much. So maybe Rook C4, there's like A5 or some distracting move.
Oh, distracting the queen. My guess is that they probably missed it, but queen G5. Again, the queens are in a standoff. This time, black could move the knight to G4, but then there's like knight takes E6 maybe?
Wow. Knight takes E6. You called it.
E6. That has to be good. And then the rook lifts up to D3, and Pranav does not miss those.
No, but Aroniak, unfortunately for him, does.
Whoa.
So he walks right into this. The queen can just be a lawnmower and start taking pawns left and right.
And then at some point, the rook will make a grand entrance.
Mm-hmm.
A deadly entrance.
Queen F6 is possible.
Yeah, then take E6 and then rook D5.
Yeah, the knight will block on E7, but just because the knight's blocking, and knights are great defenders for the king, because let's say queen F6, king E8, queen takes E6 check, knight E7, the queen has no checks. But that rook D5, rook takes H5, rook H8 checkmate is pretty direct.
And Pranav, I mean, he's got plenty of time. This, on balance, was a great effort. He was patient when he needed to be. That move H4, it unsettled black's king side. And this knight takes E6 tactic was a direct byproduct of black playing H5 and Pranav executing it flawlessly. He's going to win the first 5-minute game.
And not taking on D6, stopping one square short. That was very important because rook takes D6 allows black to survive with this series of trades. And then knight on E7, again, it's a great defender, covering G6, covering G8, no checks for the queen, but there's a rook coming into the game with mate.
Knight is pinned, the rook is untouchable, the white king is safe, the black queen has no effective squares. Rook takes H5 is mate in just a couple.
Yeah, it wants queen B2 to cover the H8 square, but then
E5.
E5.
Everybody getting involved. All hands on deck. It's over.
And that's a big win for Pranav there. Going out to a 1-point lead. And let's see how he holds with the black pieces. With a 5-minute time control, plenty of time to work through any sort of complications. We're getting an English here, a 4 knights English perhaps, or we get a bishop B4.
Pranav likes this F5 system. He plays sharp openings. And I think for Aroniak, important not to get discouraged. He adhered to the right strategy, generally speaking. Just didn't work out specifically. Oh, look at this. And an endgame.
Yes, and the pawn structure is not symmetrical. It's even material, but there's a fianchetto bishop, which looks very good. And white ahead in terms of minor piece development, even though the black king's already castled.
I like this option. I like this opening in a blitz game. White's got a development advantage. Black needs to be very careful. And Pranav rushing to complete his own development. Stopping knight G4.
Yeah, the knight on F6, it does cover a lot of the important squares. White wants to go knight D5 at some point, but that's just a trade being offered. And bishop B4 saying, let's go. Go knight D5. Let's trade.
I mean, let's not. And maybe, yeah, bishop D4 to my eyes, looks more natural.
Yeah,
to snap off the knight and ruin black's pawn structure.
No, bishop D4 is a very normal move. I'm just calling how I see it.
Offer.
Well, rook D3 is a double threat. It's throwing rook B3, but also rook H to D1. And there's pressure down the D file. And I feel like black will have to throw in move like C6 perhaps at some moment. But then bishop B6 is available. And I feel like white's pawn structure is just a bit steadier.
Yeah, despite the isolated H pawn, which right now is kind of irrelevant. Bishop b6 by Pranav, opening a line of negotiations down the d file. King c7, protecting b6, but exposing himself to a potential bishop f4.
And do not play bishop to d6 after bishop f4.
No. Rook takes d6 and whoop, winning the rook.
There we go. There's the first whoop of the day.
It took a while, but just like Mike Breen's bang, the occasion has to be appropriate.
And the occasion certainly will be if that were to happen. But no, bishop f4 check, the king will just move away, maybe to b6, because if you're not careful, that king gets active. And if the dark square bishops get traded, a king on c5 will be good. So instead we have a pawn up to g5, gaining space. I like black's endgame.
Pranav is, the momentum is on his side. Initially, I liked white's choice, but now it looks like black's solved all of his problems. White hasn't really solved his. The pawn on h3 is still weak.
Yes.
And bishop, I mean, there's still a lot of tricks. Bishop f6. You've got to be careful if you're Pranav, but he's got a good position.
I think bishop e5 check would be tempting for many people. Giving a check, that sounds like a good thing, but the king goes safely to b6. So you don't necessarily want to walk that enemy king up the board. And b5, Donnie, that's
bold move.
That is very bold. King b6 now, bishop d4, bishop c5.
Yeah, and I mean, not that Pranav would really mind a repetition either, but at this point, I would already consider playing for an advantage, playing for the win with black. Bishop back to e2, necessity to keep the c4 pawn protected.
And I don't think you want to take on c4 if you're black, because after bc, now rook b1 check, and your king is in some danger. So that would be a bad decision by black.
Agreed. Pranav has to keep the tension. How does he do it? Will he make a waiting move such as h6? That's not out of the question. Or will he try to trade the rooks?
Yeah, I was wondering, can you just trade on d1, swap a bunch? And if all the rooks come off the board, black should never have any problem. But will he be able to win? That's a totally different question.
Playing with fire, pushing a5. Back to d4, the bishop goes. And king c7 now no longer works. You lose the pawn. So bishop c5 might be forced. It's played.
And bishop f6, all of a sudden, if you trade rooks, then there's a bishop d8 check threat at the end. So I think you might want to keep both pairs of rooks on the board, and he doesn't.
f4, bang, bang, bang. Bishop d8 check creates total pandemonium on the board. Both sides eating out each other's flanks.
What about rook d8? It's too slow. I was hoping that you would take me on d8, and he plays bishop d8 check, which is better. But I was hoping you would trade, because then I take with check and win g5. But after rook d8, your rook on g8 was defended
by the bishop. And now the question for Pranav, does he go king a6 and try to keep... my intuition says king b7. King a6 just looks awkward, but I can't put my finger on why.
CB and a4, something like that.
Yep.
And he goes back. Your intuition serves you and Pranav well.
CB. I do not envy the players here. This is a ridiculous position. What is going on here? Who's taking what?
b5, a5 both hanging. e3, h3 both hanging.
Bishops everywhere. Pins, skewers, forks, blunders, and now passed pawns. And black is the first to create a passer. And that g-pawn is going to rumble down the runway.
Okay.
Or is it?
g4, rook d7 check. So you have to be careful about not letting that rook d3 here, bishop f5. You actually lose the game instead of
crucial detail. Otherwise, that would skewer the bishops, because rook e8 would not be possible. If only white's king were on b2.
So king b2?
Right. But then g4. And
then rook d7.
Ooh, and then you could get mated. That's right.
I just feel like white's king is safer, so white should have the better time here. But it says zeros, and that's so misleading, because a mistake is likely at this point.
And king b2 is interesting. Rook e1, the more direct approach. He's trying to get his rook to e7. Checkmate is not out of the question here. Far from it. Bishop c5, there's maybe b4, but the bishop could park on d6.
And that bishop comes back to c4, and then the king to b3. And
bishop f5 check is also in the mix. It can be thrown in. I don't know who it favors.
Because bishop f5, you have king b2, then bishop d4 comes check.
Exactly.
So bishop f5, maybe king... Oh, he throws in the check.
The rook c8 check.
But I'm more likely to play king b2 now, because bishop d4, king a3... there's rook 8. Oh, gosh, rook 8 is rook e7. Yeah.
King c8. Even that line isn't... Oh, then rook e8, bishop c7. My goodness. But if king b1 walks into bishop f5.
Almost checkmate if you go to the corner. But you have to go,
right.
Okay, blocks with bishop c4.
Honestly, I missed that.
Me too. Rook e7 check. You can't take h7. Do not take h7.
Nope. Bishop f5. Don't walk into it. b4 almost is a mating net.
But king d6.
Oh, and then the bishop hangs. King c3, preparing rook takes h7.
Wow, what a move. King c3 and protecting the bishop, so b4 more likely to be played. Rook h7 is kind of tempting.
Yes. But how does White's a little tangled up pawn-wise.
How about
these bishops are in the way of the pawns? Black is an easier path forward.
How about bishop a6 here?
Aha. Getting the rook off of c8. He goes rook h7.
Okay.
Rook h8.
Whoa!
What a move!
Oh my
Takes
goodness.
bishop e5 and he recovers the rook using the tactics.
I didn't see that
instantly.
I didn't see that at all.
He played it instantly. He had that cooked up.
Wow.
He had that roasted.
Oh my good Danya. I did not see that at all.
I didn't even come close to seeing that. And the trade of rooks should favor black, although it's still incredibly complicated.
I think what Aroniak is considering right now is king d2, bishop c3. What happens if the dark square bishops get traded right away? And here we see bishop d8. I think that's a better choice. Don't have to worry about the pawns. And if you give up your bishop for both pawns, it's immediately a draw. Two bishops against one bishop. You can't win those positions. So here, g3, bishop h5, g2, bishop f3 check.
And just in the nick of time, king d7, and black can only take one of the bishops at once.
Mm-hmm.
And how often do you see this endgame? Two bishops versus two bishops is already rare. And then two pawns versus two pawns on either side of the board. I mean, that is just crazy. This is a theoretical draw.
Yes,
and an easy one at that.
G2.
My goodness, what a game. My godness.
Is he thinking of bishop g5 here?
Check. Is white flirting with some sort of bishop d8 and bishop b6?
Probably.
Playing for a win?
I mean, bishop d8,
shame.
King c5 back.
And that's a repetition.
That's pretty funny. I guess where was the king supposed to go from? It could have went back to b6, I guess.
b4? Oh.
Bishop d4, you trade and take g2. So you'll always be able to take that pawn.
In fact, black has to go for that. And a draw. What a game. What an incredible dogfight that was.
Rook h8? What a decision there. Because black looked like he was about to be in trouble. His king is less safe. So we see the black pawns are more advanced, but white's pieces are moving forward. Maybe bishop a6, as we mentioned, is a possibility. b4, b5. This king is not happy to be on c6, but rook h8 solves all the problems at once. A wonderful tactical sequence.
The momentum is on Pranav's side. He only leads by a point. So for Aroniak, important. It's not the end of the world. Everything is still ahead. So cancel your afternoon plans. You're staying here and watching the rest of this qualifier.
You certainly are. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be right back.
classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
And we are back here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship first qualifier. And Danya, Pranav, that move Rook H8, we love that. But just the way in general he's been playing has been incredibly impressive.
And he's so dynamic. He sees stuff really quickly. He has shown an ability to be patient when he needs to be. I mean, that first game, I mean, he's in fantastic form. And that last game was very memorable. And they're off. 3 minute, 3+1, 1 point lead for Pranav. Here we go.
And he loves this setup, right? He was playing it in the semifinal matchup, just striking with E4, trying to get his knight into the game later. And a solid start this game from Black, and now thinking after the pawn swap.
And takes in C4, not the conventional way of playing this line, but clearly Pranav deep in familiar territory, kind of a Benoni-like idea, trying to induce D4, which will lead to a direct Benoni structure.
Right, because C4 weakens this D3 pawn. I mean, Knight C5 comes to mind, followed by Bishop F5, just going right for that pawn on D3. But after Knight C5, there's even the move Knight B3 to consider. It gets a bit messy.
And look at the clock situation. Already a 40-second advantage for Pranav. And this is a big deal. I mean, this isn't the 5-minute game anymore. With 3 minutes, 1 minute is a third of your time. And Knight comes to C4. This looks good for White.
It just goes to show why it's important to have pet lines, because if you feel comfortable, even if the evaluation bar swings from minus 0.5, plus 0.5, that's not as important as being able to find the follow-ups quickly. And look at Pranav's time.
And he's got massive pressure on E5. It's easy to look at the D3 pawn and say, oh, that's a backward pawn, White's worse. But the D3 pawn is unattackable. Black has to now give up the light squared bishop. White's got the bishop pair. And this is right in Pranav's wheelhouse. This is very, very dangerous. Aroniak has to be super precise to not get blown off the board. Simply.
And I liked H6, Knight E3. Now you can swap knights if you want and bring a rook to B8 or rook to E7 just to defend that B7 pawn. Ooh,
that's a nice move. Pranav trying to get that knight to F5, but Knight C2 has to be reckoned with. That's a fork.
Yeah, and D3 pawn is hanging right now. So Queen takes B7, Knight takes D3, Rook D1. The A8 rook is loose. So Rook B8 to start with.
Thrown in.
Great choice.
Takes A7.
Then Knight D3 and Bishop C5 action.
Wow. Queen back to F3 he goes.
E4.
Queen E2.
I think he bit off a little bit more than he could chew at the moment.
Why is this so good for Black? Bishop E, what is the...
Even just Queen C7 looks pretty appealing to me.
Yeah, Queen C7 very strong. And H5, H4, another idea to add to the mix. The biggest problem for Aroniak, he's a minute down. And I can't emphasize the importance of that enough, even in an amazing position like this one.
Queen C8 Queen C8 happens to be a good move here, but it's one of those moves where you can sense a little bit of fear that Knight F5 was coming. Have to stop that. Black's doing great. So it's not something to... The Knight on D3 is just an absolute
such a monster. Beast. But Pranav is holding on. I mean, for the time being, there is no clear way to invade, but Rook C8, threatening Bishop takes C3. That Bishop on C3 is dangling. It's loose. And if it comes back, then the Black Bishop could infiltrate to D4, tightening the screws even further.
And there looks like there's some tactics of revolving on Bishop takes E4. It's almost like Bishop F6, Queen F6, Bishop takes pawn E4, removing the guard of this Knight on D3. But Knight takes F2. We get crazy pieces happening, and the Rook on E8 perfectly placed to win material.
Problem is White's pieces are just way too loose there, as Pranav sinking into a think. He might have to go Bishop D2 and meet Bishop D4 with Rook B1. Bite the bullet. Not a move favored by the eval bar. And why not? Knight D5 apparently was very strong, but Black consolidating with Rook D8. That looks good as well.
I mean, Knight D5 at any moment, just trying to go after the F2 pawn. The bishop on G2 is not participating in this game, but I like A4. If you can kick that bishop off the diagonal, which is why A6 was a good move, then White would have had some chances. But Knight D5 still, Daniel, looks like a good try.
Yeah, and I was thinking maybe h4, king h2, but that weakens the g4 score. Every move seems to weaken a score. But look at Pranav as he creates a pass pawn. He's managed to create some counterplay to whip up something resembling intrigue. But rook d8 and now knight f2 looks really, really scary in certain lines.
Okay, knight d5, but the e4 pawn is a bit loose now, but f2 is hanging.
That has to be
Queen
calculated
A2.
though. Pranav kicking the queen away. Rook b1.
Rook A to b1, because if rook d to b1, there might even be like a knight f4. Actually, there might be a knight f4, no matter how you slice it, but queen back to e5.
And a6 could be thrown in just as a way to distract black in some way, whatever way you can.
And knight on e3 can't move because g3 pawn would be loose.
Back to e1.
Probably just a good decision.
It's so hard to bring him down. Pranav holding on. Knight takes e1, giving away that knight.
Yeah, he wants the a5 pawn, but the queen takes and a5 is defended, and all of a sudden, maybe white can play for an advantage.
And the rook replaces the knight, but it doesn't come with the same effect. a6 and bishop f1.
But a6,
somehow white hasn't lost the pawn yet.
Yeah, bishop e3 is such a dangerous move from both sides, because if you take with the f pawn, your king is weak, but you remove the blockader. So bishop takes e3 should not be played by black.
Now rook a3 is possible. Knight c4 always walks into queen takes g3. So this knight cannot be moved, and black exploits that.
And knight
A6.
d5 becomes a huge threat.
Oh, a6, knight d5, rook b5.
Rook, oh gosh.
I think we thought the same thing for a second.
I was looking at it, but it doesn't work. Queen c7 retreats. To be so careful as an a6, I can just play rook takes a6.
Yep. What to do for Pranav? It's so hard to find a move. He's down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, even a single move here is difficult. The queen can't move. The knight can't move. King g2, then maybe bishop e3 and rook a2 check, queen c2. And okay, there has to be some attack, right?
Takes it. Here we go.
I almost
said h5.
That's what I was about to say.
I thought that too.
Yeah. Knight h5 would be winning if not for the fact that the rook could just take it.
Now, apparently, the move a6, and the pawn is untouchable because of rook b8. Will Pranav exploit that? He's got 16 seconds.
A6, rook a2, it looks like mate, but then you play queen e2. You lose a piece, but your pawn ends up promoting.
He plays queen e2 immediately. That is understandable. Now, black could trade and take on e3, but that a pawn is really scary.
So queen c1, great practical move. E3 is hanging.
It can be captured.
Oh, but then rook b8, queen f5.
Oh, and queen takes f6, and it's mate.
Yes.
That's so easy to miss.
So how do you actually get out of this?
How do you defend against that? Because king h7 doesn't help. White plays queen f5 first.
I guess queen c7
seconds.
Back? I didn't want to play that move. Knight d7. Wow.
Preventing rook b8. Rook d5 now. Okay. Now rook e3
rook
and
d3,
rook f3.
And yeah, rook e3, rook f3, or there's also rook d3 was tricky.
Rook takes d7, rook f3, skewering the queen. 1 second for Pranav.
Okay, where's that rook go? Knight f6. Back.
Here
rook
comes
a3.
the pawn.
A7. Oh.
Queen d4 centralizing. Rook a6.
Queen c8. Oh, rook a6 is a free pawn, isn't it?
Just
take the pawn.
If you take that pawn, white has no more counterplay. But 10 seconds for black. Will you see it? He goes rook a2.
He wants
a7
checkmate.
now.
Queen c2.
Rook f2. Pranav is going to swindle this.
And he's winning.
He makes a queen. Pranav should win this now. Unbelievable.
Okay. Oh my god, not easy. Actually, there could be a fortress.
There could be, and I would not.
No, don't take. Don't take.
No.
Take
that was a very bad move.
H5. Okay, rook f6. But don't put your king on g7. Do not put your king on g7. You lose the game immediately.
Whatever you do, these I never know if these is winning or drawn.
Well, the king's going to h6.
King g5 and f6. Can you sack?
No, you don't want to play f6. Definitely not. But this might still be
f6. He's
infiltrated.
Now it's winning.
Now it's winning. Take it. Could you?
Queen d4.
Queen d4 and the king f8.
f6. f6.
Also, with no time on your clock, trying to defend this is miserable. Rook f2.
How does Pranav actually make progress from here?
Wasn't there queen f8 check? And oh no, you couldn't take on f7. Then? It's a great question.
Somehow black is holding queen e5. 1 second.
Rook f5, rook f5, just go. King g7.
Queen f8, king
h7.
And black holds. Queen f7.
Oh, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw. Just king h7 back.
And Pranav losing his patience there. I wasn't sure what the win was. I didn't see it.
I mean, nobody
Where
knows
was
the
win?
There probably was some Zugzwang somewhere.
Goodness.
Or there's like a
unbelievable game.
There might have been a G4 H5 maneuver as well, just to distract Black's pieces. But wow, it's a draw after all that.
By stalemate, 87 packed moves. First game ends in a draw. Pranav keeping his lead. Unbelievable.
Oh gosh, and this is, I think, it's too much excitement for the players because Aroniak there had winning chances, playing so well with the queen and the rook, just dominating the position, and suddenly, snap, rook f2 happens, and you're like, oh gosh, I just lost the game. To be able to hold that, and really job well done to both players.
Incredible, and the performance under pressure, and rook takes a6 was that big chance for Aroniak. That is the move that would have ended the game immediately, because without that pawn, Pranav has absolutely no hope. Once he missed that, the pawn got to a7, and anytime there's a pawn on a7 in any position, there will be chances. I like what Aroniak's doing here. He's steering the game into desirable territory with white. The knight coming to e5. This was not something Pranav was a fan of.
No, a closed position where he's not going for an attack. That's bad. 95
is really disgusting.
You open up a rook left, right? Rook e1, rook e3, rook over to the G or H file. A5
the queen is almost trapped. This is what I'm trying to show.
Yeah, b4 a5 was one of those ideas. But white played b4, then black would have pushed the a pawn. So knight e5 played. You do not want to take.
H6.
If knight takes c6, don't take with the bishop. Don't take with the bishop because a5. But a5 b4, you just clamp down the queen side. This is terrible for black.
Knight coming around to c5, and black has to whip up counterplay on the other side of the board immediately.
Oh gosh, but that just creates a weakness in e6. Is probably a good try, all things considered, but it should not do the trick.
I mean, white has a choice of which weak square to infiltrate at e5 or c5. I would stick to the original plan, go knight b3, knight c5, and that way you're attacking e6 as well.
Yeah, even bishop d2 back, he goes bishop e2, going after that knight.
But you're not threatening to capture it. That doesn't look good.
That sound effect was awesome. Queen c1, so queen c1, and bishop takes h5, like just to try to go bishop f4. I see you play queen h4, so maybe I want to take on h5, play g3, play bishop f4, and then just put my knight on c5.
That's too classy from you, Robert. Wait, but if g3, I take on g3. Is there no perpetual there?
I keep taking, and then
King F1, queen h3. I think there is perpetual. It goes to h3.
Calm move, but now I don't play g3 and bishop f4. So black is happy about the move h3 being played. Whoa. Oh, g4 next.
How did Pranav whip this up?
Maybe I want to play bishop h5, bishop h5, pawn f4, and hope that it helps my king, but I just lose a pawn there, so I'm not particularly happy. Knight c5, no fear.
Shakespeare.
Wait, now
f7.
Now bishop h5, you have to take with the queen.
So and then maybe f4.
But then g4 anyway.
I take it. Let's see what happens. He does take on h5.
Wait, there's knight b7 as well if you want to get the dark square bishop. I don't know if you really want to, but you can.
This is happening. f4, probably g4 by Pranav. I mean, queen h4 is also a thought here, but he goes g4. And king f2 straight away. Oh,
wow, what a move.
Evacuating. Rook h1.
Rook h1, queen h4. You can play g3 there.
And then queen f1, queen takes h3.
Yes. And if you ever take on c5 from black's perspective, d pawn takes, bishop d4 to follow, and your king is in big danger.
That's something which will go straight into a positional textbook. But there was a problem. G3, queen g4, queen f1. There was bishop h5 building a sudden battery on the light squares. He goes back to g1.
Wow, that's quite a move there. Queen d1. There could be bishop takes f4 as a response.
Ooh, with bishop takes e3 being a check now that the king is on g1.
Still looking kind of bad for black.
All of this back and forth has taken time off white's clock. He's down a minute.
And rook g8 is the next move, threatening mate and queen takes h3. So the rook could slide back to h2 to deal with both issues at once. It just doesn't look appealing.
Aroniak just doesn't seem comfortable here, though. You can sense the nervousness in his play. He gives up f4. Queen f1 was more accurate, I think.
But I think that if you take on f4, the knight can go knight d7, knight e5. The knight can just stay on the dark square. So even though it costs a pawn, I think practically it's easier for white to play.
I agree, but I think in comparison to what it used to be, this is like a dream come true for black. Even a crazy no, e5, there's f2. I was trying to get this light square bishop active somehow. He decides to take.
And this is what we were discussing. It looks like it's good for white despite being a pawn down. Queen e3 trades queens by force, by the way.
And he plays it. He does not need to be told twice.
I mean, that pawn on f7. Ooh.
So black can trade, I guess, on his own terms with what? Queen takes you through rook g6. What's going on here? Black is currently up a pawn. White still has this powerful knight, and he wants to take on e6.
And that's what I was wondering. Do you actually want to take on e6, or do you just play knight d3 to e5 to attack the c6 pawn and keep black tied down? Because if the rooks get traded, it's just over. Knight d7, knight d7, knight e5, and you win c6.
And you start butchering the queen side.
He walked right into it.
But it's so hard not to when you've got a knight that's this powerful. And he might even consider sacking a rook for the knight. I mean,
king g7, rook g3 check, maybe?
You're evil.
I'm just trying to win your c6 pawn. That's all I want, because you can play rook g6. I will take your rook with check. And if your king takes, I have knight e5 takes c6. If bishop takes, then I take e6. So your pawns are collapsing.
No, that's a great point. And that's a great example of just not just sort of grabbing material just because it's the end game. The knight is literally more valuable than the rook here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Pranav at a loss.
King g7, a good try. Rook g3 check. There's bishop g6, so still holding on.
But then what was the move we were looking at? Knight e5?
Oh, I guess we could. I was just thinking rook g6, I trade. And rook g6 is the tempting move, but bishop g6 would hold on for now.
Now, the fact that Aroniak is thinking tells us that he understands the value of the knight here. He goes straight to e5. But now bishop e8. F4 by Pranav. He tries
rook
to
h3. I don't like f4 because I think that pawn now becomes an easy target.
You mean rook f2, rook h4, that kind of stuff?
Knight c6, anybody?
I'm down. I'm joining the party.
And if rook c8, there's knight e7.
Whoa!
What?
No, that was horrendous.
How could you possibly give up your knight for that bishop?
What was that? Now white's like worse. Now it's a draw. Rook f1 is a perpet. And Pranav's now playing for a win, I can guarantee. But why didn't Pranav give a perpetual? Why is white? Okay.
How do you take that bishop?
And now there's a mate threat on h8, rook g4.
Rook f3 or rook h6. Okay, you can't take d4, rook g6 check. You can, but it just liquidates everything.
I wouldn't be able to take that bishop if Mr. Beast offered me $1 million to take that bishop.
Yeah,
I would do it with a,
That was the greatest philanthropy I've ever seen.
I mean, that was insane.
I mean,
and this should be a draw, right? I mean, there's no intrigue here.
I'm perplexed. There's not enough words in the English language for me to describe how I'm feeling.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it should be against the law to take that bishop. It is against the law to take that bishop. As Pranav offers a draw, rook versus rook.
With the increment, yeah, this is a draw. Without the increment, white could go flag Pranav.
Right.
But
I think it's just the case that they don't see each other's draw for sometimes. Rook e1. Okay. All right, guys. Let's trade rooks.
I can't believe he took that bishop. And Aroniak is so strong. I mean, to take that piece there, I don't care if you have a millisecond left. You don't take that bishop.
Unbelievable. And especially because the pawn was in the context of the fact that the pawn was hanging, that is unfathomable. And Pranav escapes with another draw. He is still up a point. And given his bullet prowess, I feel like Aroniak, he has to try to strike in these last 2 3-minute games.
I can't get over knight takes f7. The thing about that position, it wasn't even like I was about to call him Buddy. It wasn't even like Pranav there was no pressure. There was no like initiative. There wasn't anything that he did. It was just his opponent handed him the easy way out.
He handed him the half point.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to forget about that. Get back to this position. E5, you take knight takes e5. That c6 square is looking very nice for white to plop the pony on. And
well,
e6
he shoved this one to e6. No, he takes it, creating a weakness and attacking with the bishop.
But the queen side pressure, knight c4. Oh, and there it is.
Knight c4, knight e5. That's a great maneuver.
Don't play b3, that's for sure.
Pranav's worse again. He has not gotten what he wanted. I think E6 there would have been. He plays B3, creating this gaping weakness on the long diagonal.
That was surprising. Is he going to sack an exchange maybe? Like knight E5, keep taking on E5, sacrifice your rook on E5. He doesn't do it. But now
DC. I mean, this bishop A6. I mean, this is just looking horrible for white.
Oh, knight takes C4. Anybody?
I guess Bernard wants to take D6.
D6 does hang. So maybe G5 here for black.
That's a great move, actually. G5, forcing a terrible ultimatum. Either way, gives up his only good piece. Impatient. Impatient. Aroniak is leaving these chances on the table one after the other.
Can he take C4 though? That's the big question.
But then there's knight D2 in the end. Oof. Sag.
But I still like black's position with the bishop pair.
Without question. But I think with the pawn on D5, maybe this knight coming into G4, this is what Pranav does. Once he gets these tactical chances, you know, he starts terrorizing you.
Yeah, if that pawn could be on A5 already, I'd feel a little bit better about black's position, just because I want to create a passed pawn on the A and B files.
Right. Okay, thinking. Pranav taking his time, trying to figure out how to arrange his pieces for maximum counterplay. Obviously still unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Bishop C3.
That pin is annoying. Okay, he wants knight E4. He wants some semblance of an initiative, but knight F6 just saves the knight, offers a trade. C4 will be weak. Thinking. Queen D6. Okay, more forcing. The rook is under attack.
You got to move the rook because you can't defend it. The queen would be overloaded and black would take D2.
That's a very precise move. I like that move. Queen D6 a lot.
Rook E4 to keep C4 under protect, but the rook now vulnerable as well to a potential knight F6, maybe knight E5 as well.
Is the rook going to H4? Is that what he's looking for?
It's Pranav, so never say never. I mean, but if it goes to H4, it doesn't go there out of belligerent intentions, but out of necessity to keep C4 protected.
So it goes to F4 instead, and then the bishop E5. There might even be a knight E4 move to throw in.
I would throw in rook E8, and he does. Hey, Aroniak is playing great. For the most part, he's playing great.
Yeah, this is a fantastic position for him.
Can he convert?
Goes bishop E5. So knight E4 is an option for... After knight E4, I was wondering, can I play bishop takes F4 and sack my queen? But he's playing this way better than...
So the problem with F5 would have been that white would have had potential F4 later. Okay, rook E7, getting the rook onto a protected square. Here comes Pranav's queen.
Bishop F6. Is that... Okay, he goes back. I was just trying to train the rooks because I thought the C4 pawn was so loose.
It seems like white's position should collapse at any second, but it hasn't collapsed yet.
And bishop D7 or bishop F5, both are available. F5.
F5. And then bishop D4 if you move the rook to H4. You have to play
Oh, wait,
F5.
no. Bishop takes G3 after rook H4.
Oh, even better. Crushing.
Here it comes.
This should be over. I mean, rook takes E5 might be necessary.
Ooh.
Right, exactly. Bishop G3, your move.
King G7. He wants G5 and then King G6. He's going to trap the rook with his king and pawns.
Which makes sense. I mean, he's got him totally dominated, totally caged in. I still don't like it. I feel like he should just go for it. Knight F1. Now he disallows bishop takes G3.
So bishop F6 goes F4 first.
If he gets out of this, knight D2, knight E4 in the last attempt, he takes it. And now
look at that. Okay, I got to give a round of applause for that. That was...
Look at that.
That was beautiful technique.
Boom.
He doesn't even take back on F4. Now, of course, he does because he won the exchange. Bishop D4, bishop H4, G4 is hanging, rook is infiltrating. That was a masterclass.
Amazing. And this is exactly what he needs to do. He keeps getting great positions. That time it wasn't perfect, but he delivered when he had to. One more 3-minute game, the match is tied. And Pranav has to do a better job in the opening. He has been getting some really dubious positions.
And this is the final game of the 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. And for Aroniak, you want to win this game so badly because Pranav is the favorite in bullet. It's not pure bullet. You know, you don't just flag people because there's the 1 second increment, but it's a good time for him to strike once more.
I'm not a fan of giving up the 2 bishops this early. for black, but I suppose that it of course is incredibly solid, and the knight is very jumpy here. It can jump around e6, g5, d4. Of course, white's going to play c3 at some point to protect the d4 square.
And here it comes. So c3. I like the bishop pair. The bishop can go to g4 for white at some moment, so it doesn't sit behind its pawn. It gets a little active.
White is better.
Yeah. And I also like not developing the bishop from c1 just yet, because if bishop e3, bishop c5, the dark square bishop trade is one that black typically wants to see happen.
I mean, ideally, you want to play b4, but okay, b4 is no longer a possibility. Maybe just like h4, just nibble around the edge. Yep. Wow. And black doing the same on the other side.
Although
I like that
a3
too.
will not be played by black. So some people see a5, a4, they think a3 next, but no, it's a claimed space. And b5 played there.
And finally,
if bishop c5, there's bishop takes e6.
And fe6, how
bishop
oh,
g5.
rook takes d8 and then bishop g5. Knight back to f8. Now bishop g5, there's f6.
Is there some kind of c4 move?
B4.
Whoa.
On passant. Now the a file opens. And bishop c5. This is an important move for Pranav.
Bishop g5, f6
forced.
Just bishop back to d2 and light square control.
Yeah, white is still, in fact, white is much better. Black is really tied up here. The rook can also infiltrate via a6 in the event of knight e6, for instance.
And there are sometimes where white plays b4 and then c4 just to open up the position more. I think that it's a little rushed at the moment.
I don't remember who said this, but white has an advantage on all three sides of the board. The center, the king side, the queen side. That is a really bad sign.
Yes. And you can even play bishop e3 and just trade bishops and then go queen b6 or rook a7, take over the dark squares. The bishop on g4 is so much better than that sad knight on f8.
Pranav has been suffering throughout this entire segment, and he's suffering once again.
Rook a6. He missed rook a6.
Passive rook a6 ended the game because there was rook b6 and bishop b6. I mean,
rook
still
c1?
much better, but he's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now he's going the right direction because queen f7,
now,
queen a6, queen
exactly.
e6. All right.
Stick that queen on a6, but an e4 is hanging for the time being.
It is the queen e6, knight e4, queen c6. That's the more important pawn.
Pranav is buddy. Queen e6. Ooh. Deal with that queen.
I'm trying to find a move for black. Again, knight takes e4, queen takes e6. That's very clear. But what else can black do besides knight takes e4?
I mean, h6 will be met with h5, cementing full control over the light square. c5.
So queen d5 available. Or do I want to take first on c5 and then play queen d5?
I feel like you should play it. Okay, he does take, and he plays queen d5. Queen c7.
No, queen a8. Queen 8.
Oh, that's easy to miss. Okay,
yeah.
For me.
No, I almost missed it at first too. And I'm not just saying that.
Back to e2 he goes, attacking b5. Black is getting torn apart from all sides here, even with a limited material that white has.
If you lose b5, even if it costs white the bishop pair, that's an extra pawn, and that's going to be a terrible endgame for black. I think you have to play h6 or something, right? Just get some love for your king.
And at least get the bishop in return for the pawn, and try to orchestrate some sort of a blockade on the c5 square to not allow white's pawn easy access. He plays it. Good stuff by Pranav. He is doing his absolute best in all of these games.
Okay, so if you trade and play queen d1, you lose your bishop on b6, and the queen drops back to e3. So I don't think that is going to be sufficient. You're not going to be able to hold that.
Yeah, I think you should play queen c7. He goes bishop a7, and white has to be very, very careful about when he plays c4.
Right.
Because it is a weakening move.
And black has great control over the square.
Yeah.
h5.
How does white win this? I mean, like, Pranav can just chill. King h8, king h7.
Okay, so what to do from here? If queen d... I want to protect f2 so I can develop my bishop. I want my bishop to go to e3. That's
so like queen d2, queen e2, and then bishop d2?
Maybe he's going to put his queen on f3 to keep everything defended.
And then maybe Pranav can consider... Okay, queen c4.
So
now bishop e2.
He allows it.
And bishop e3 is on tap.
But bishop c5, there's no bishop e3. Oh, yes, there is. There is,
check,
because of queen f... Yes.
Are you convinced that the queen endgame is winning though? With
No.
the black's queen on c4, I feel like that's an ideal defensive construction. It's incredibly hard to dislodge it from there.
The queen for white, after let's say the bishops are trade on e3, will have to go to d5, but e4 is loose. So it takes so much time to organize your pieces that it may just be a hold.
And f3 is virtually out of the question given how weakening it is.
Oh, bishop h6 is queen f2. So that was
wow.
But king h3, queen f1 check. Yeah, that's not going to work.
No, you got to go back with your queen.
You
but
could
but
put
then
queen
black's queen doesn't have access to c4.
He wants queen d7 at some point. So queen d check and queen d7.
Uh-huh.
And then maybe queen
is a
d5.
threat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Queen d7, king h7, I guess.
What?
Whoa! What a move! He sacks the
He wants all the
bishop. He's gonna
pawns.
take a bunch of pawns, but is this convincing?
I'm kind of convinced. I don't care what the Evo take e5.
This is a great practical try. Queen d5 might be winning here.
Ooh, big question. He goes queen g7 instead. Don't play queen g8 check. Don't forget that the queen can capture you.
Check.
Queen h7.
Okay, but how he had a chance to trade queens. He didn't take it. He
Queen
might
e5
not
back.
get that chance again.
Okay, queen f6 just sits there. Actually, that's kind of clever because now you force black to move, and there's no bishop c5 with queen c6 check.
Gosh, it's so easy to lose your bishop here.
What move do you even make?
This is okay.
No, this.
I mean, there's got to be something.
Because now
I
we're
would
trading queens.
Trade,
Yeah.
no, you got to be winning.
Queen d6. Where's that queen going?
Pranav trying his absolute darndest to avoid the queen trade.
Queen
He
f5.
can park it on f5. He's got f2 protected.
I think your idea of playing pawn d5 at some point is likely good.
It gives up the d5 square.
Oh my goodness! There are no words.
I mean, this is, you cannot script this. I mean, this is insane. You cannot make this stuff up.
And I was mentioning before, right? Don't play queen g8 check. I guess I forgot to mention the e6
Right.
square. That whole diagonal was off limits except for d5, which you'd mentioned. And if you traded queens, he could not possibly lose that game. So he was trying so hard to win, he just didn't see that his opponent could grab his queen.
It happens to the best of us in the conclusion of an intensely frustrating 3-minute segment for Aroniak, who's down a point, not a huge deficit, but given what he could have had, he had 4 winning positions and he has a minus score out of it. He has coming back to do, and bullet is Pranav's wheelhouse. A challenge for Aroniak.
Well, off we go to the bullet. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship first qualifier presented by SIG. We'll be right back. All is on the line. Both the contestants here in the final put up big scores in their previous matches, somewhat lopsided, but Danya, this is as close as it could possibly ask for. And that last game that we saw there, Aroniak currently faced a deficit, but he was the one pressing for a win.
Yeah, that was a backbreaker, a heartbreaker. You know, what didn't it break? And for Aroniak, that break, you know, let's hope that he calmed himself down, got to move past. I mean, all of the cliches are true, but the momentum right now is squarely on Pranav's side. You know, a 1-point lead is more than he could have asked for in his dreams, given the kinds of positions that he had. And they are off. Here we go.
I feel like the whole saying fortune favors the bold is misleading, because that was a bold piece sacrifice by Aroniak in that game, and it cost him in the end when he didn't see the queen's access back to e6. But anyway, we're here. It is a Caro-Kann, all pawns, no hope. And what does Aroniak need to do in this bullet portion? Obviously, he needs to get one more point than Pranav does. But in terms of how good Pranav is at bullet, how can Aroniak turn this match in his favor?
Well, Aroniak kept a pretty good pace in blitz. He was not really down on the clock all that much. He has to play intuitively. He has to try to get positions that he's comfortable with, and he's already pretty successful. I would go queen d2 here with Pranav and knight c3. Pranav just not quite as sharp as he wants to be. He plays queen d2. And the most important thing, not to take those 30-second things. Those are what absolutely destroy you immediately.
Yeah, no, you cannot afford to do that. Black's king is about to cast the safety. I think White's probably considered g4 at some... Of course.
And f5, here we go.
Yeah.
Seatbelts fastened.
I understand Pranav's style now, but it makes sense because if you castle, then f6 happens and your king might just get checkmated. So look at this move, knight a5. Good move.
And this is why Pranav is good at bullet. He whips this stuff up. Knight a5, though, nerves of steel. Will Black castle short? That's the question. Will, and if so, when?
I really like knight a5 to c4. It's a good little idea. And you could take on c3 because the bishop on e4 is so powerful, Danya. If fe6, there's always queen takes e6. You can trade here. And H5. Can you castle? Wow, couldn't castle f6. H5 is beautiful.
Or there's queen b2 infiltrating, threatening mate on g2.
Look at the clock,
again,
by the way.
Back against the wall. He's down 25 seconds.
No time and about g6. Close that side of the board up. Now king d7, rook c8. This is strategically winning.
c4, a great chance by Pranav, though. c5 driving the pawn up, but the queen side is still wide open.
Yeah, rook c6. Oh, it was b6. He wants rook c2.
c1. Still stabilizing as Pranav. Rook takes c5, trying to get the trade of rooks, as many pieces off the board as possible.
Yeah, allowing c4 was a huge mistake from right here. King c6. Bishop b1, by the way. Bishop b1 is an idea, and probably just a winning idea. He's going to go bishop c4. There it is. Take a2.
This pawn with his queen, maybe even.
And queen h3. If I can go the other direction. Oh, trade queens.
Queen d3.
Trade queens.
Is this winning though?
Wait, why did he?
Pranav might save this. King f3.
King d5.
No,
king d5.
wrong way. What was Pranav doing? He had to go king f3.
But it's really hard to keep your king on f3 when bishop d3, king c4, and all that. Just from when you envision how the game would go.
Now it's over.
Easily winning now. E5, E4,
and Pranav resigns. Tie match. Gauche with the first win of the bullet.
That was a huge victory. It is now a tied matchup, and the 1 second increment will be vital.
Aroniak is completely outplaying Pranav in this match. On the board. He's just got to continue in that style. He's getting exactly his types of positions, and he is just driving them home. Not without mistakes, but that last game was incredibly smooth.
Okay, d6, rook b1.
Bishop e4 there looked really strong.
I guess he just wanted to allow his knight to move without b takes c4, hanging the bishop on b2. But that was a passive move in a position that looked very nice at the opening. So, Danya, we're in a complex position here. d5.
This I generally like for Pranav, but now d5 for White, maybe.
Okay, that bishop on b2 looks good, but Black can always trade it off.
Knight e1, knight d3. But rook takes d1 and bc wins a pawn because that bishop hangs. The tactics.
Rook d7. There's nothing there.
That too, but there's no threat.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. What about knight d2 here?
Knight e5.
That's trading off pieces. Knight e2, the knight on e4 pin because the e6 pawn was hanging with check.
This looks good. Black has to have something. Knight d4 maybe.
But rook d7 is probably what Black is somewhat afraid of.
He's just playing cold-blooded. Bishop d5 going after the second pawn.
And bishop b3, bishop e4. Okay, I don't think you want that. So it was bishop g5 instead. Queen
inducing f4.
Because queen e3, there's c4. Oh my gosh.
Oof. Oh, he walks right into it.
Oh my goodness. Both missed it.
And he blunders a6 instead.
Oh gosh.
What was that? And now it's free for all. Knight f3. I mean, White's getting his pieces back into the game.
He brings his knight back in, but yeah. Looks like
C4.
C4 is their bishop takes e4. I've been wondering this. His
That
knight
might have
f4
been.
instead.
That was probably the move. Now c3. And look at how he's got everything protected. But g7. G7 is vulnerable.
That's true. At queen a7, and you're like, oh, checkmate in one. Queen a7. Trade queens.
Takes and queen e7.
Queen c7, go after c3 pawn.
Oh,
and rook
he's gonna win
a7.
that pawn.
Wait, watch out for rook a7.
Oh, that might be mate.
Oh, rook a7.
Mates.
It's mate. Oh, and he misses it.
He misses mate. And queen d1, there was bishop f1 simply.
Yes.
And now it's going to be a draw, most likely.
Bishop e5. Rook a8, rook a7 can force a draw.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying. Rook a7, rook e7. Pranav is holding it down. I would be careful with white. I mean, I'm always afraid of knights. Always. Just mark my words.
Okay, but where's the knight going? That's the big
G6.
question.
It's going to go somewhere.
Okay, h5, I like that move. If you take it, you're okay. Your king's caught. King g6 back. Bishop f8. King f7.
Oh, wow. But there's a passer.
Yes, that you could lose that. So bishop e5.
And probably make a draw. King g6.
I think it's a forced draw.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any hope. Whoa.
Rook h8.
Okay.
Oh, wow. He could have just made the draw.
I don't know who's playing for. It's unclear who is playing for, and I really don't know.
I think white now is trying to push that e-pawn, but that just liquidates after black plays e5.
Rook a7. Be
Wait, rook
careful.
a5. Rook a5, knight c6.
Knight c6.
Rook d5.
Nice. Oh, close. f4, e4. Okay, Pranav deciding to make a draw.
Yeah, that was a close call there.
Oof. Okay, trade of rooks, trade of pawns, drawn game, 4-4. Here we go.
Tied match still. And this opening, it's been going well for Pranav in his previous matches, but against Aroniak, it seems like he hasn't been able to get that aggressive attacking play that he loves.
Right, and this plan of the early queenside attack by Aroniak has been incredibly effective at deterring Pranav and not allowing him to accumulate his pieces on the king side.
I didn't like the move a3 when Pranav played it because it gives all the light squares to black's pieces.
What happens here? Bishop c4, bishop b3 maybe?
And pieces can't move very easily. Like knight b6 hangs the a5 knight. Knight move.
Now knight
a5.
d2.
Wow, you saw that so quickly. Knight d2.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. I was like, you said that move. I was like, that's a great move. I just hadn't seen it coming, but Pranav did.
And Aroniak didn't.
Bishop.
Now he's in trouble.
Bishop d3. Can you hide behind enemy lines?
Bishop b3 takes with a knight. Rook ab1. He's going to have to go back to a5. But then rook takes b8. He's almost losing a piece.
Wow, what a move. Queen a5.
Rook b3, queen a4. He's surviving. Takes.
Wait, that was a brilliant move.
Pranav should take the queen and then just go for an endgame advantage. Knight d5.
I think he just shocked. That move came out of nowhere.
And the fact that black emerges from this in one piece is amazing in its own right. The knight coming to c4
he's thinking
knight, really that much better.
He's thinking knight e7 check at like d5 to bring his knight to c6. He's definitely the a7 pawn was loose as well.
That should have been preferred. Now knight c4.
Oh, he goes to c6 anyway. So these moves by Aroniak, I was like rook b1, take a3.
He played him so quickly. He's got 44 seconds.
This is unbelievable chess from him.
Have take, but still, it's anybody's. Get rook b1, and now all of a sudden, Pranav's pieces gathering on the queen side, and black is stuck.
King f2. Easy way to defend that. The knight on b6. Uh-oh, he wants knight c4, I guess, but that doesn't look very good.
I don't like this.
Just take on c4, rook c1.
Bishop f8, I think he wants.
Bishop f8 is an important move. because you also stop knight e7 check.
Don't go king e8 because then bishop b7 traps the rook.
Wow, out of nowhere. But bishop b7 is a threat anyway because a7's hanging.
Yeah, Aroniak correctly goes the other way.
Oh, but bishop b7, the rook moves, and then there's knight c4. So you kind of need to keep your bishop where it is. Now knight c4.
I wonder what he might be preparing.
He stops it with knight a4.
Sit on that square with my knight.
Don't take a7, rook b8.
Oh, that would have given activity.
F6. Oh my goodness, rook f7's a threat. No, taking rook. Oh my gosh.
That one's a piece.
That is unbelievable tactical awareness.
F7 skewering from that way, and Pranav with his last seconds. E4.
What? E4. Big
Boom.
move.
Boom.
Rook F3.
Rook F3 wins the game. Here we go.
My
3 collapses.
But
not over
Black's,
yet. Rook C7.
So Rook C3 or Rook F3 check, something like that. The Rook on C1 is hanging.
What's going on here?
Bishop C. Oh, it's a big miss. Bishop C1.
Oh my
Bishop
God.
C1.
Knight E3 then.
Oh, it's just equal.
Oh my goodness.
You got to make the draw. Okay.
A4.
Take it and then bring a knight back. C3. Wow, who's playing for a win?
King G7 repetition?
Oh
no, White can no. Why did he do that? Now White's got chances.
Wrong H pawn, so keep that in mind. So
okay, should be a draw, of course.
Yeah. Knight F7 and G5. Okay, or not? I guess you just can't really make progress for White.
Yeah, knight D6 and blockade.
Yeah, just move the knight
unless
around
you sack. Okay, if you try to get the king around, are you sure?
I'm not positive. G5. If you take on H4,
C5.
but you take on H4, it's a draw, right? That's why he took on G5. Now King
White's
G4 is happening.
King E6. Oh, Bishop D1 stopping takes.
Wow, that king. That king's very far away. Knight C4 check. King back
is going to come to B6 at the right moment.
Right now.
And it should be a draw. That knight is essentially untouchable.
Wow, he brought the king forward. I thought the king was for sure was going back, but he's bringing the king around.
Knight C8. Knight C8.
Okay. Take a pawn.
Okay, draw again. 4.5, 4.5.
But F6, the awareness, play Rook F8, F6, and try to win the piece that way was unreal.
I mean, this is epic. Epic. 4.5, 4.5. The kind of ideas that they are displaying, both of them, but especially Aroniak, are incredible.
Yes.
I'm genuinely impressed by the bullet skill of these players.
E5, giving up the D5 square. I'm not sure about that. Just as you were saying, you were saying you were impressed, and now I'm like, I think you might regret that decision.
I'm not impressed with that specific idea. Let me be clear.
E4. So this is one of those moments where White pushes E4, but the bishop on G2 is worse now because of it. You already control the D5 square, and now your bishop doesn't see through the whole line.
And Aroniak has shown time and time again his ability to handle these positions with tremendous skill. He's got the C file. He's doubling. Pranav will get his own rook to C8.
And later, White's going to try to put that bishop on H2, F3, pawn H4, king H2, bishop H3. So both sides.
White has the same idea.
Yeah, but rook C7 was a plan, so that's why the trade happened first. The rook couldn't plant up there. Bishop A3 or queen C3, trading queens. The endgame should be better for White.
Diverting the bishop around to G5.
Danya, I know you love the King's Indian, but how's that King's Indian bishop on G7?
It's amazing. I don't know why you would ever have a problem with that bishop. That is the bishop of the F3 looks awkward it weakens the whole position a little
G4.
bit. I don't like that move.
G4, just push that pawn.
Now he goes bishop G5. Trade on G3.
Yeah, bishop F6, good move. Do not trade bishops. That's a bad bishop for black.
G4 is a threat. It wins a piece.
Knight F4, bishop before the bishop on F6 is loose. Good call, Danya. Oh my gosh, knight G7. G4 is so tempting to go G5 next.
You got to be careful. Like knight takes D5 tactics can appear all of a sudden if the king.
Oh, bishop H3.
F5.
The queen was almost trapped there.
Oh my goodness. now E4 is everybody. What's happening?
They have plenty of time. That's what's happening. They're thinking.
Yeah, queen back to D8. F takes E4 threat, and he takes the opposite colored bishop. You might have another draw.
How many times have we seen opposite colored bishops in between these two? I feel like it's
they're so evenly matched. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, queen D3, queen B4. The F5 pawn will be hanging, so he trades first. Bishop E6. I'm worried about black's king a little bit.
I'm worried about white's king too.
The knight can just go D. Oh, trade. Queen F3.
Queen C7 just in time. He covers up that score. G4 is an attempt. Queen c4. This looks like it's heading toward a draw.
Queen
again.
c2. Maybe there's no threat, right? Queen c2. There's no queen c7 check. King goes to h6. It's not a big deal.
If we have a queen trade, then it's an immediate draw. We have a perpetual with queen h6.
Well, a queen trade. You have to watch out for bishop c8. That's the only thing that is the difference in the position. Is that white's pawns are all in the same color, and this game is a draw. That's a fair result.
5-5. 3 draws in a row, and not because these players are not fighting. It's the opposite of that.
No, they're fighting to the very last move, and we have a tied match. 5 games apiece. And Danya, we have an aggressive start here for Pranav. That's the type of position that he's been thriving in throughout. To this point, Ronick has not allowed him to press forward. I like this for Pranav.
I love this for Pranav. I mean, an Alekhine is such a dangerous opening to play against Pranav, but these positions are very tricky. Bishop b2 allows bishop takes f3, and you might lose c4. But when black is uncastled, there's queen a4 check. Pranav electing to force bishop takes f3, and he'll probably castle queenside, which he should.
The e5 pawn has been hanging, though, and now it's captured. I mean, but neither player really noticed it. And this... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think we're going to say the same thing, that sometimes you sacrifice a pawn to play f5 because it takes away the e5 square from black's pieces. And with the knight coming to e4, but a pawn, I've learned it is a pawn.
Aroniak has to get active here. He trades in d5, leaving Pranav with a very weak d5 pawn. I thought Pranav should have taken on c6. Now his whole construction starts to crumble.
And what attack, right? There is none, because black's king is protected by those pawns and the minor pieces. And here comes a rook to c8. Knight c4 now being an idea.
Aroniak is better. Knight c4 jumping in. Now g5 by Pranav.
Ooh, e4 maybe?
e4 and knight e5 somehow?
Or just like e4 and trade piece. He takes an e3.
But bishop h6, what a move!
How does he find all of this?
The knight!
He is playing so incredibly.
Out of his mind. 20 seconds for Pranav. 46 seconds. He's got almost all of his time.
And it looked like there's an outright blunder from black, that you're losing a piece, but he saw he could just park the bishop on h6, and now you're winning exchange, and there's no checkmating attack because of the bishop on h6.
And because of the pawn on f6, which is blocking any access by the knight to black's king. That pawn is actually hurting white. Pranav doing his best. Knight e4, queen b4.
Yeah, or queen b6, one of those moves, right? The queen just goes, say, take this rook on f1 here.
Oh, even
better.
My
God, rook takes c3? Does he want that?
But then rook e3 in the end. I don't know about that. No, but queen h6, be careful.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness, he outthought himself.
Yeah, that was so
overdid it.
Takes, queen takes, and queen b1 check, rook f1. You might get mated over there.
You might get mated on h6. He overdid it.
How do you even
cook the meat?
Wait, how do you even
equalize?
Maybe you taking king h8.
Yeah, but then queen takes e5, and I feel like white's in charge all of a sudden.
Queen e5, rook e8, perhaps?
Queen d4. Whoa, queen e7. Queen e7.
Oh gosh, queen e7 is bad news.
Winning.
Rook
queen e7 again. No, but then queen d5.
No, d5's hang with check. Big deal. 3 seconds. Gotta go. Okay, moves.
Queen
rook e8. Queen e7 once more.
It.
Finally, at long last. Queen c8. Go. No, queen f7.
He's got to play it anyway. He's got to play it. The queen trade is off. Pranav is going to swindle him. Queen f7.
Queen somewhere trying. Queen f4.
Queen e8. Queen e8.
You found it. He found it. That's game over. And that's a lead for Pranav. That is, I mean, it was a masterpiece from Aroniak. And then things just crumbled.
He cannot buy one in a winning position. What an insane swindle. And Robert, just take the rook. Don't reinvent the wheel. Get the extra exchange and win the game.
He was too creative for his own good there.
Yes. And in a bullet game, you want to be so careful about that because you have such limited time to react to these crazy ideas.
Wow.
Hey, Pranav has played this a couple of times in today's qualifier, this kind of structure he likes.
There's a bishop on b7 just staring across the way. Whoa. Can I just take a5?
Yeah, he's sacking the pawn for a reason that is mysterious to me. He's trying to go give checkmate. But Aroniak shuts that down immediately.
No, this is real. Has to be really bad for black. You're just down a pawn.
He wants knight a4, f5. He wants to end this match right here. He wants to win this game and just pounce.
But that was a bad decision by Aroniak to take on b6 because he allowed black suddenly to be more flexible. And rook f6 instead of c5. I was looking at, he goes c5 to stop white from doing so.
He can even go f4 on g5, King's Indian style. That doesn't look that great, but If you can force g4 through,
here it comes.
It's an idea. H3, queen g6, and h5.
Right, rook b1, because now there's a tempo against
King,
that bishop.
Run.
Wait, knight takes c5. Knight takes c5.
Amazing.
Grab that.
DC, rook takes b7, g4, still unclear.
Yeah, it is unclear, but I feel like then you go king f1, like you're saying.
You should have played that yesterday.
Oh, and goes knight a5. The knight a4 is loose, so rook takes a5, rook b7, forcing some of the action there. And then he'll take, wants to hit king f1. Queen a4. He wants g4. He wants to go for checkmate.
Oh my goodness, what a sacrifice by Pranav. He's going for the kill, but king f1. He's running.
That's a great decision. Just king f1. Don't even take on g4. If gf, king e2, the king is safe inside rook g1 coming against the black king.
Evacuating the king. Oh my goodness, the Pranav is I don't see a single idea for him. The king on e2 is as safe as can be. The
rook
only
G1.
problem for white, how do you untangle?
You just go.
Right, exactly.
Rook G2. No, don't go rook G2. Rook G2 is very tempting. Queen C2 now.
Takes it, bishop F3.
Oh my gosh, and then just king to D2 at the end. You have to.
Oh, he goes H4. He misses it, but he wants to shove this pawn down to H3. What if just bishop takes?
That's a great question. What if bishop takes? He wants. What does he want?
Bishop F3 and queen H5.
Sure. So king D2 to C3. There's run away.
Run, Rudolph.
I think you got it. Because queen C6 is now a threat because the rook can't take A5 without black's king getting checkmated.
And then it's white's turn to surround black's king.
Yeah.
It's Chesscom. Bishop takes C4, I would say, is the practical.
Nice. Good call.
Plays it.
Bishop F2 was even tempting there. Okay. Now the king's open. King C3. And the problem for black
queen
is after a check, king B2, rook B8 check, goes knight B3 back.
Yep.
Rook G1.
Takes on H4.
Time to go. Okay, queen D7 is really nice.
Rook G1 has to be mate.
Where's the mate though? Queen
G8, queen C7 would win the rook, but then black wins the rook back. Now it's black's turn to run.
Rook G7, queen C8. It's mate. It's mate. Queen B7 mate.
Unbelievable. Rodiak ties it.
Oh my gosh. We have a tied match with 2 games to go.
My headphones are falling off my head. This is insane.
This match has been awesome.
Wow. This has been so much fun.
And here we see another Caro-Kann that also looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted in some ways with that D5 square carved out for black's pieces.
Whoa. This is a pretty fashionable line these days. You've got mutual weak squares, E4 for white, D5 for black. Roniak going solid with a Caro, knight E4, knight F5.
Knight F5? Oh, he goes the wrong direction. Knight F5 hits the D4 pawn.
I guess there was bishop B3 there, but queen D7. I think Roniak, he likes these positions. He feels comfortable. Pranav trying to create weaknesses.
I tend to like these positions from the black side, though. In a bullet game, I just feel like you have control of so many important squares.
On the other hand, white's king is safer. White can castle short. I would castle short right now. Get the king out of the center and dare black to take on D4, which of course he doesn't.
He says, no, thank you, Danya. Very nice of you to offer.
I thought about it, but decided against it. We've had this structure quite a few times, and Aroniak has outplayed Pranav consistently in this advanced French pawn structure.
You can play F6.
Is an idea.
Bishop D3 or F6, rook C8, just to make sure no rook's landing on C7.
Queen G3 threatening bishop H6.
Yeah, a very clear threat and easily avoided. Rook C3, I like that move a lot.
Me too. Rook F1 being prepared.
Maybe rook C6 for black.
But then rook F3, maybe you're lifting the rook to the king side.
I wasn't sure if I should be. What about bishop C2? Not anymore, but
the thing is, how do you make progress on the king side if you're Pranav?
Well, he goes to D1. No, this is bad news for white. If you're going back to D1, then black is taking over. Okay, bishop F5 is possible, or just king F8 as he played. King's safe now.
King is perfectly safe, and with no knights, there's no way to approach the king side pawn structure. Queen back to D1 goes Pranav, but now with black has the idea of pushing B5, creating a passer. King and G8 stopping queen H7. Alert.
And rook B1 stopping B5. Rook B6 is the plan.
Stopping that is white. B6, pawn B6. There's queen B5 with an unclear endgame. Pranav declines it. He wants queen C2. He wants the rook on B5.
Okay, but rook C8. The bishop can sit on D8. Rook C8, queen C4. Watch out for queen C4.
Uh-oh, that's a big threat. that pawn on a4.
Queen c4, the queen e2.
Misses it.
And queen e2 to take h5.
And Pranav has thrown oil onto the fire by weakening his king.
Oh gosh, you can't take queen. If you trade queens, you have to be in terrible shape. Queen e2.
It's crushing. Even queen takes d4 check there was possible.
Oh, that was a nice tactic by you there.
Now he just collects the pawn. Now it's not
queen
quite
g6
as convincing as it could have been.
That is such a good move because you're double pawns. You can play g5 at the right moment if you want, but you just continue playing here. Bring that king to c6 as you're showing.
Yep.
Play for b5. Wait, he's going back.
Whoa.
Where's he going?
h5. Huh? He wants h5.
What? That was confusing. Ooh.
c4. Whoa,
okay.
h5. That's a terrible move. Why would he do that?
He gave his opponent an outside pass pawn that was not that easy
was
to.
A meltdown, and now Black should be able to win this. King c6 and b5. But Pranav says no. I'm going to try to build a fortress. Bishop e1. Maybe this wasn't so terrible.
Rook c4.
Rook c4 is a threat.
Rook c4.
Hither and thither he goes. He's trying to
rook f8.
Rook f8
and h4. H4, yes.
And White's rook is totally imprisoned. Bishop takes g5 and rook f2 there.
Here it comes. The king has to move, and it can only move the second
Bishop
rank.
g5.
He takes first. He can bring his rook to c1. Bishop b4 is a brilliant move. Just keeping that rook trapped, entombed on b5.
Still winning. Bishop b4 even now, but Pranav has the idea of
then
going
rook d1 check
at some point.
I like bishop b4 a lot.
Okay.
Because d5, rook e1 check.
But here comes White's king approaching the h pawn.
Rook d1.
King g4, king
Is
e4.
rook d2 winning? Is rook d2 winning? That's the big question.
This is also winning. He's going to lose on fine. No, he's not.
Rook d2. Oh, he stopped one score short.
He won 2 seconds. b5, another passer. Oh.
a4. Push it.
From all sides. It's crushing.
How does Aroniak have so much time, by the way?
27 seconds. He can just take 30 seconds. He wins. He's up a point. He's half a point from qualifying to the JSCC.
One game remains, and Pranav needs to win with Black. He has been playing marvelously all day, but it has felt like Aroniak has been demonstrating just superb skill in this final. He brought his best when it matters most, but now it all comes down to this final game.
And with the white pieces, Aroniak has demonstrated excellent command of these structures with both sides as he advances his pawns on the queen side. Pranav massing his pieces on the king side. That's where he's going to try to attack. f7, f5 is generally how Black tries to get it started.
Okay, and here comes knight f5, and I heard a doorbell, so you can go get that if you need to.
Okay, I'll leave you for 20.
Go. Okay. Yeah, I heard the doorbell. So anyway, we see here that Black is going for the white king. The king on g1 sees his bishop on h3. That could be a bit of a problem. The pawn on e5. Oh, it stopped. I was going to say maybe you consider e4. White says I'm going to consider it first, kicking the knight from f5. There is no knight d4. The knight covers the square. So the knight retreats to e7. And at this point in time, Black is seeking some play against the white king, but there are not enough pieces remaining. Where's the attack coming from? He wants f5 now that the knight has moved out the way, but that feels slow, especially because you have to trade on g2 first. And now here comes f5, rook to f8. The attack is building. That's at least the hope. Ooh, great move. It looked like trying to trade the queens, but d5 is the proper response from Black. Taking with the knight looks good. Do not move your rook because knight f4 check. Black is knight f4 check. As soon as you come back, he blunders and walks right into it.
Oh my God, I jinxed
have overtime.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, Danya, you sat back down. I could see you off screen there. And knight f4 check. He walked right into it. I was mentioning it. The queen lost its defender when the rook went to e1.
He was already worse, I think, right? I mean, that pawn on c5 was stopping White from achieving any counterplay.
Oh my god!
And they just keep playing, right? Just keep playing bullet games.
I believe so. And I think the first person to win a game wins the match, if I'm not mistaken.
The next game wins. Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
Seatbelts. Seatbelts, everybody.
And the first win ends it, and it is 7-all. We have seen many draws, a surprising amount of draws for bullet chess.
I mean, and what's even more surprising is often when you think of a draw in bullet, it's, oh, one side flagged the other with 3 queens. That's not how these draws have worked. These draws have been on the board. And Robert, another one of these structures where Aroniak, Black is a good position here.
Okay, just to clarify, I have received word that it's a 4-game match. So it's not sudden death. The players will play 4 games of bullet, and only if it's tied 2-2 will we get Armageddon.
Okay, c3.
All right. And if you take, B takes, and that B file's open, but the pawn structure is not very nice for white.
No, it's not. Knight c3 coming into d5.
And this bishop on e6.
No, but
stops
black is a
knight
great
d5.
position here. f5 potentially.
I honestly thought
blunders d3.
I was about to say I honestly thought that Pranav was playing with the black pieces because it looks like that kind of King's Indian setup. Oh, all the pawns are falling.
He's dropping everything here.
Maybe he used every last ounce of tactical ability in that final game there to tie the match, but it's hard to reorient now that you're
C1
in.
and knight d5 though. Black has left 2 of his pieces on the c file. Pranav is just he's not in the okay. Nobody's getting his knight to d5.
Yeah, he didn't want to play rook to c1 with the bishop coming to h6 potentially, but rook c1 definitely was an option there. And Danya, knight e7 check
Knight
doesn't
C4?
actually do anything. Okay, knight c.
1 square for the queen. I thought that trapped the queen.
And the queen's not going to be trapped because knight c4 now bishop can take on c4 and the queen will survive.
Knight
Queen d2 is available.
Stopping knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
F4. Pranav doing whatever he can to spice the position up to confuse his opponent.
I think queen c5 to c2 offering a queen trade was available, and now
rook coming into c7.
Bishop takes d5 maybe.
And this is way more confusing and unclear.
Bishop f7. Bishop f7.
He blundered it.
Oh my God!
Now it's a mate threat. Now white threatens mate. Oh my God! Robert, white might win this game.
H6 or hg, but h6 hg, one of those,
and then move the rook and go queen g4.
Oh yeah, because you couldn't move the queen first. And e1 was hanging.
And black can't go rook c8 because of a fork on e7. How does black prevent queen g4? He's got 20 seconds all of a sudden.
Maybe you play rook c8, give up the exchange there, and then play queen c5 at the end, something like that.
Do it though. He's got 10 seconds. He doesn't see what to do. He goes 96, rook e7.
Oh gosh,
rook e7, queen g4 is coming.
Rook e7, rook e8. Queen g4, rook e7, knight e7, king f7 at the end.
Oh,
it's so close. Okay, can you take and get king f7?
Big queen d6.
Oh gosh, it's a really important.
That looks brutal.
Everything is hanging, and he misses it. But d5 only move.
Only move. You got to intercept it because king e7. You're gonna lose the rook in the end.
And he plays d5. He finds it. And king e7 there.
Here?
Great decision by Aroniak. And oh gosh, is there f5 almost? Plays rook d8. That's
d7. Rook d7.
Rook d7.
What is going on? Queen e6 is now a huge.
So rook e6. I think you have to go back and forth if you can. F5.
Rook c7. King f6. And it's the same. Queen e1 check at the end. Queen
oh
e1
my
check in the
goodness!
End.
Who's king? Wait, he hung the rook.
He blunders the rook.
He hung the rook.
He hung the rook.
Oh my gosh! Rook d7.
Rook d7. Black's king is safe. It's mate. Bishop d4.
Bishop he goes queen d4 instead.
Well, queen e6.
King d8.
King d8.
He's gonna run away.
Don't go to f8. God forbid.
And now there has to be rook d2
it's
coming, and
rook
there has
d2,
to be
it's over. He's up a rook and he's mating.
Queen.
Just don't go queen h1.
Yeah, we've already seen that happen today. Rook h2.
Yeah, rook h2 pre-move mate.
Oh my goodness! And look at Pranav on screen there. He's just like
devastated.
He just can't believe it. I think he's just jittery right now.
He has to avoid the temptation to tilt this next game away because this is a pivotal game. If Aroniak wins it, all he needs is half a point out of the next 2 games.
Wow. So let's see what's going on here. This is really spicy stuff where black sacrifices a pawn early, gets it back on c5, but the position starts opening up, especially in the light squares.
Yeah, but I always feel like these kinds of positions are favorable for white because white has this very easy plan of playing on the queen side. Queen b3, c5. It's hard for black to maintain everything here. Knight coming to e4. I don't like this at all for Pranav. At all. Queen b3.
And there's that queen out there. b7 is hanging. If you play b6, it could even be c5 check.
Ooh, what a move.
Wow, that
classy. You can't take it because you lose the knight.
And you know what the threat is? Pawn h3.
No way. Unbelievable. Is he going to find it?
That looks good, right?
He doesn't find it. He has a win.
Wait, knight takes d4?
Yep. And bishop takes a8 at least wins a pawn.
Yes, it does.
Knight e2 check black has miraculously to avoid losing a whole exchange and the game.
No, but you still lose an exchange because after take on a8, knight e2, king f1, and then I play f3 at the end.
Goes knight c2? I missed that, to be honest. And now it's just going to be up a healthy pawn.
And rook takes. Okay, black has some chances. Now, the king f1, of course, is a really good move. And if rook d8, there was d4.
Given what they had earlier, this is a dream come true for black. This is not an easy conversion.
No, it is not. D4, rook e4. So
right, anytime you push d4, you weaken your pawn. So white has to be very patient about that.
a3, what a come, because knight b4 would hit 2 pawns at the same time. I really like d4 now. Oh no, knight takes d4. There's knight back to
king e2, king g6. Is black preparing f5? Is he trying to get counterplay on the king side? Rook e6 check. If F5.
Yeah, f5 can't be played just yet.
30 seconds. He prepares it. He prepares.
But here comes the king.
F5 check. This is looking sliding off the ledge here.
Even
d4 fg.
Rook g1. What a move!
What a move. That's an incredible move. Preparing gf5 check and forcing f4.
He's been so accurate all day. And after f4, there's even rook h1, rook h5, rook takes g5. I don't know if you can
Black's
stop that.
position is on the verge of collapse.
And he goes back to
on the
e1.
verge, and d4 is coming. Goodbye.
Wow. I mean, it's such impressive play from Aroniak all throughout these matches.
And he's going to play a4 to stop b5.
Rook e5 is also possible. That b5 is a little annoying, but g5 does fall.
b5 is black's last hope. If he can get b5 and isolate the d pawn, rook takes e7.
Oh,
rook takes e7, Robert.
Yeah, rook e7 was a winning on the spot, but this is also should be winning. Your king comes up to c5, and there goes that pass pawn. Knight takes g5.
g5.
Although d5 hangs.
Knight f3 and g5.
So king e4, knight d2 check, king back d5.
It's not totally over. I mean, black's knight is very jumpy. It can come around, try to win the f2 pawn.
Yeah, he wants to go for the a6 pawn. How could you blame him?
f3, classy.
King
c6,
c6. King.
That's it. What is?
He's nervous. He's nervous about king d4, but he shouldn't be.
No.
Oh, he's bringing his king back.
Way.
Don't go king c5. It's immediately a draw if you go king c5, knight d7.
Do not go king c5.
Can knight c4 check? He wants king d4 after.
He's going to reorganize and now advance once again.
I think practically speaking, this was a great choice for a bullet.
Agree.
How does he have 23 seconds? I didn't even notice he has so much time.
Pranav is flagging. He's lagging and flagging. He lagged and flagged. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Walt-Clyde Frazier, I hear you.
I was bitching and swishing and mating and cremating.
Well, either way, Pranav has no more opportunities except for wins ahead of him, because if he draws a single game, he is out of this. Aroniak is playing fantastic chess. I think you said this throughout. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you go. The floor is yours.
I was just going to say, that final position, even though Pranav flagged, was obviously a win. King f1, this is not off to a good start here for Pranav.
No, and you had said earlier, and I definitely agree. I think Aroniak has played the better chess in this match, and it's really close because Pranav is very fast, and you have to beat him like four different times.
Knight takes g4, and look at this move. Knight takes g4, opening up the f5 square for his bishop. He's so precise tactically. He spots this stuff instantly.
Yeah, he's been just playing.
He's been a buzzsaw. I mean, like Hikaru-esque, crazy.
It's been unbelievable from him.
Bishop
and
f8. Look at this.
Just taking everything. Can't attack if you don't have pieces. Knight takes h6.
Knight takes h6, knight f5. I mean, everything collapsing. Takes a knight f5.
Mm-hmm. Can just go queen d7, right? Just like, here comes queen d7.
Pranav with one last hope, the h file. G5,
Isn't G5
there.
I was thinking about that, but he goes h5.
Shut it down.
He defends his king by marching his pawn of queen d5, knight d4.
A stay at home.
Wait, knight d4 would have traded queens.
Would have forced the queen trade for sure, but even with the queens on the board, who does that even favor? Rook 88 is coming. This is completely winning.
Yeah, e5 can be played to open up that queen as well. Knight d4, then e5.
Pranav doing whatever he can to keep his collapsing position afloat. Knight is centralized. Coming to g4. This is on the verge of being over.
There is queen g4, rook g2, knight f5.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
no
he's gonna
way
see it. He's playing it.
But Pranav might go king f1. He might see it, and he might go bishop g3.
King f1, even knight f5. There, you're forcing queen trades.
Yeah, knight f5, queen d1. He's gonna.
Oh, he can force a draw. Yeah, he wins the match with a draw.
Bishop g3 forced. Knight f5, forcing the queen trade. This is over.
Just take. You couldn't even take with the pawn because
another one falls. This
rook
is
d2.
Completely winning.
Yeah, what a performance. And, it's where you start to feel for Pranav. He cares so much, and he's played a really good day of chess. But Aroniak has been unbelievable.
And he's been heating up throughout the competition, right? We weren't necessarily keeping our eyes on him initially, but this match, he has saved his A game for last. And why not take a4?
I think it was a mouse slip.
Right. And a non-costly one at that, as Pranav hoping for a miracle at this point, rook coming into d4. He is winning everything, is Aroniak.
Yeah, you've
Another
called
one.
a number of people buzzsaws and their play. This game, yeah,
Look at
no
this.
chances.
Look at his pawn, g5, g4. This is insane. And rook b2 is mate.
Wow. He's dazzled. He really has been unbelievable. Even rook takes d3, g4 check. You're up so many pawns that you have
Rook
choices
c2
here.
and g4. g4 and rook c2. You can do it in any order. This is checkmate.
Checkmate. And that is
That's
your
it.
qualifier into the Junior Speed Chess Championship. It is Aroniak Ghosh who sails through, and it went to tie breaks. It was 7-7, knotted up, and he said, no, well, I'm going to cut the rope. Now I got it. It's just going to be one of us. Sorry, buddy. And he makes his way through to the JSCC main event.
And after missing that, after not coming through in that last game when he was up 7-6, blundering his queen, he hunkers down. He stayed calm throughout the tournament. He put together some absolutely exquisite positional and tactical performances. He is the deserving winner, and he gets the deserving ticket to the JSCC. I am very excited to see him in the JSCC.
And everybody should be excited because we're actually going to have a conversation with him after we return from this short break, get him in the call and get set up for that. So do not go anywhere. We are going to have Aroniak Ghosh, who is your qualifier to the Junior Speeches Championship, when we return.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
We welcome everybody back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, and we're joined by Aroniak Ghosh. Huge congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Okay, I'm feeling happy to win the championship. The last one was like seesaw, I think. Sometimes I was winning, sometimes I dropped the queen in between, like queen e6 straight. I think that was winning. I think e5 was winning.
Yeah, but I mean, the way you kept your composure going into the overtime was incredibly impressive. Aroniak, when did you feel like this was your day? Was there a moment, perhaps in your match against Srivastava, that you felt like you're in good form today?
Not really, because I think I missed the mate in one against Zhuzhina. At some point, I think there was knight g3 mate. And okay, after I dropped the queen against Pranav queen e6, I thought, okay, I'm going to lose this because that was clearly winning, and I just lost. Like I just dropped the queen. So, but after that, I made a comeback and yeah.
Yeah, and you played extremely well throughout the day. So let me ask you, how do you make a comeback when you make a blunder, you miss a checkmate, you drop your queen? How are you able to keep your composure and then continue playing the match?
Yeah, I think I dropped the queen on the last round of the 3+1. So I got a little time to get my composure back, because okay, I think there was a minute or two. So, and I didn't thought about it. Okay, I've dropped the queen, but okay, there is still more rounds to go. There's still the bullet section, and I kept on playing.
Aroniak, I have one more question for you. You made it to the JSCC, and several of your countrymen are playing. Pragnananda, Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin. Of those three, and Robert, I hope I'm not missing anybody. And Raunak Sadwani. Of those four, Aroniak, who do you have the most experience playing, and who do you want to face the least?
Maybe the least, maybe Nihal.
Totally makes sense.
Have you played those other players a bunch before? You know, all those guys?
I've played in online, but not in a serious competition. Like normal casual games, I've played against all of them, but not in a serious competition like JSCC.
Yeah. Well, we have to give you, again, another huge congratulations. I know you must be tired after 3 tough matches, but it's a huge day for you, and we'll see you again in the Junior Speed Chess Championship.
Congratulations.
And wow, Danya, seriously, what a performance that was. We have a very, very worthy champion making it through a really intense bracket. So Danya, Aroniak Ghosh, I mean, he really impressed me today.
I mean, even his semifinal match against Rahul, 7.5, 2.5 against somebody who just won a very large open tournament in the US, that is nothing to sneeze at. And then the composure that he managed to keep. He had so many frustrating games in the initial part of the match against Pranav, you know, especially in the 3-minute portion. And to have, I mean, he was down a point going to the bullet. And to have that presence of mind, and he kept increasing his playing strength rather than decreasing it, that was incredible from all perspectives. And huge congratulations, and a very deserving ticket to the JSCC for Aroniak.
You know what we didn't ask, though? He had maybe some of our biggest howlers of the day, right? He dropped his queen, he missed the checkmate, and knight takes f7 in the knight versus bishop position. We don't want to, you know, bring up some bad memories, but he overcame all of that over the board adversity. And that's not easy to do. We talked about this earlier, right? When you're playing match after match, you don't have time to just sit and relax and say, okay, tomorrow's a new day. No, the next minute is the next minute, sure, but you're immediately playing another blitz match or another bullet game against somebody who is extremely capable and strong. So to be able to get through all that, that was very impressive.
Incredibly impressive. And this is a sporting achievement. You know, this isn't just a tournament win. This takes every ounce of energy and psychological strength as well. So it's impressive from, like I said, from all angles. And I'm honored that I had a chance to watch this with you. This was so much fun.
Yes, and we have so many talented players, you know, that are below the age of 21, and so many great potential world champions. But it goes to show that somebody like Aroniak there, he may not be as well known as his compatriots, but he just put up a splendid performance. He made his way through to the JSCC, and clearly very humble and loves the game of chess. So it's, I think, just can't say congratulations enough to him. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing his inclusion in the JSCC main event.
Me too. I can't wait. He can definitely score some upsets. So, it is not going to be an easy pairing, whoever gets him, whether it's Nihal or somebody else.
That's right. So for now, we've come to the end of the show. I hope that everybody enjoyed themselves. Danya, as always, it is the biggest pleasure to commentate alongside you. So thank you so much for having the call with me today, buddy.
Thank you, Robert. I might have been mean at the start, but you redeemed yourself. This was a blast, as it always is. And huge shout out to everybody in the chat, to our producer, Matt, for another flawless broadcast. What a great way to spend 4.5 hours. Thank you. For sure. And we should remind everybody that the next qualifier will be next week. So you will not want to miss that action. There are 3 in total, 13 people, well, not 14, but 13 players had been invited to the Junior Speeches Championship presented by SIG. And as we see here, next Thursday, it's a week from today, a little bit of a later start, but still, you will not want to miss that action. And of course, there's so much more on chess.com, whether it's the FIDE Grand Prix coverage, it's the Rapid Chess Championship this weekend. There's so much offered to you all. So thank you, everybody who's tuned in. We appreciate your support, your viewership, and I hope you keep enjoying the chess. Till next time.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.